Leave that to Dr. Chalmers to try and work out. I can't get to the bottom of it. But I think you'll find that when State of Origin is on a Wednesday night, national productivity increases.
Especially with the Blues win.
Yes.
Well, we leave you again, as often is the case, with more questions than answers, really.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many things to be thinking about.
That is the thing about rugby league, isn't it? As we've said before on this program, the more you know, the less you know.
Well, that is a sobering thought. The Bludge, of course, will be back next Sunday. Sunday we'll move
Sunday as well.
Sunday and Sunday. Where did that come from? Anyway, I must have been thinking about Sunday. Okay, that's it for the Bludge today. Declan Byrne and the Sledge is coming up. And then remember, of course, Andrew Moore and the Dipsy Doodlers taking you through to the wee hours of the morning with rugby league coverage on ABC Local Radio. Bye now.
ABC News with Mary McDonald. Good afternoon. US President Donald Trump has announced a doubling of tariffs on steel and aluminium imports into the United States. Ali Crew reports.
Mr. Trump says tariffs on aluminium and steel will increase to 50% from the middle of next week. The move intensifies his ongoing trade war, ratcheting up the pressure on global metal producers. But economists are warning the move will be costly to the US economy, driving up prices on housing, cars and other goods. The increased levies come just hours after Mr. Trump claimed China had violated an agreement with the US to mutually roll back trade restrictions, with the American president posting to social media, "So much for being Mr. Nice Guy."
Meanwhile, the Australian government says the plan is unjustified and not the act of a friend. Australia's Trade Minister Don Farrell says the tariffs are an act of economic self-harm and the government will continue to fight for them to be dropped. The Victorian government is warning of lengthy disruptions when it runs a full day of rail network trials in Melbourne late next month. On Saturday the 21st of June, new systems and infrastructure will be tested across Melbourne's train services, with particular disruptions planned for passengers on the Sunbury, Cranbourne and Pakenham lines. It's part of Metro tunnel works. Transport Minister Gabrielle Williams says the disruptions are necessary to have services operational this year.
I can't express enough how excited we are to be getting to this stage in the lead up to the opening of the Metro Tunnel project. This is a dress rehearsal for what this asset will be able to deliver.
Victorian school teachers are considering mass rallies against the state government in response to a change in public school funding they say amounts to a cut. 9 newspapers reported the government has taken $2.4 billion out of education by delaying a commitment to the Gonski education reforms. Premier Jacinta Allen says her priority is offering world-class education and has denied the government has withdrawn from its Gonski funding commitment. Victorian President of the Australian Education Union, Justin Mullally, says the government needs to be held accountable.
We don't do this lightly. We don't engage in activities like this just at the drop of a hat. This is in response to a complete failure of the state government to deliver the funding the students in our schools need and to provide the resources that teachers need. It's simply not good enough.
Australians who paid thousands of dollars for overseas holidays say they've been left stranded and out of pocket while an administrator investigates the collapse of their travel company. National tourism reporter Christy Sexton-McGrath explains.
Melbourne-based online travel agency Travel Dream sold discounted flights, cruises and international tour packages, but went into voluntary administration in April. An administrator's report has found the company may have been trading while insolvent from as early as June last year. The ABC has spoken to dozens of travellers who booked overseas trips through the agency to discover their bookings had been cancelled, in some cases mid-trip. The corporate watchdog ASIC won't confirm whether it's investigating the matter.
US pop star Taylor Swift says her greatest dream has come true as she bought back the rights to her first 6 albums. The BBC's David Solito reports.
It's a saga that began in 2019 when music manager Scooter Braun bought Taylor Swift's former record label and with it the rights to her first 6 albums. Taylor Swift was not happy. She wanted to buy the master tapes herself and fought back by re-recording her albums and stopping the originals being licensed for movies and commercials. 6 years on, the investment fund that now owns the master tapes has agreed to sell them to the singer. In a statement on her website, she says all her singles, videos, album art, her entire life's work now belongs to her.
To sport, and the A-League men's champion will be crowned tonight when Melbourne Victory and Melbourne City go head-to-head in the grand final for the first time in the competition's history. Chloe Hart reports.
The decider has already sold out at Melbourne Rectangular Stadium. Victory has the chance to claim a 5th championship and first since 2018, while City, who last won in 2021, is aiming for a 2nd title but will need to break their grand final hoodoo, having appeared in 5 in 6 years. City take an 8-game unbeaten streak into the grand final, while Victory have only lost 2 of their past 8 matches. It will be a battle for bragging rights, with both clubs currently tied on 13 major trophies apiece across their men's and women's sides.
To the weather now for the state, partly cloudy, a cool day with temperatures near average. For Melbourne, mostly cloudy with a top today of 16, tomorrow mostly sunny 17, Monday partly cloudy 18, showers about on Tuesday and 15 degrees then. Right now in Melbourne, it's 14 degrees. ABC News.
On the ABC Listen app, hear the latest true crime podcasts. Binge the full investigation on Someone Knows Something, Unravel and Mushroom Case Daily. True crime on the ABC Listen app.
The ABC Listen app has it all. The British and Irish Lions Tour of Australia, Wimbledon, the World Test Championship, and West Indies versus Australia. Oh, and did I mention we're doing the footy every weekend? ABC Sport on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Hand pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar, to Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Mulhouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Score the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
The last 2 premiers have won the first 2 games of round 12 of the AFL Premiership season. Are they the best 2 teams in it, the Magpies and the Lions? What is up with the Hawks? Their senior coach Sam Mitchell is our feature guest. A restructure at AFL House, and the search is on for 2 senior football executives. So simply, who should fill those roles? And did the Dons' best performance of the season come in defeat back on Thursday night? All of that ahead today here on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport.
Nick Dacos, he kicks it inside the attacking arc. Elliott on cue, collects, shakes his defender, kicks goalward. There's one for the thumb. Jamie Elliott with 5 again. The roar from the Magpie Army. They are an absolute wagon. They've now won 10 of their last 11 starts to enhance their reputation as the best team in it. Well, the Hawks' credentials are far from proven. The Magpies by 51 points.
Oh, there's a bit to work through today. AFL Saturday on ABC Sports. So 10 of their last 11 games they've won. And the loss in that time was a kick after the siren, which didn't quite get there from Jack Crisp. So this Collingwood team, the team to catch. AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. The talkback number 1300 558 222. That's 1300 558 222. As you heard in the opener, the whole gang's here. My name's Corbin Middlemass, the Collingwood Premiership player. A man who's filled just about every single role in footy. He's a football department member, former MRP member, worked with the umpires at AFL House. High draft pick, played for 2 teams. He gives you a great perspective on everything. His name's Luke Ball. Hello, Ball.
Afternoon, Corby and listeners. Yeah, I think you summed it up pretty well in the intro there. They're the team to beat at the moment, the Pies. That was super impressive. It was a statement last night, wasn't it, against a team who we still think, or we have thought, is going to be a contender up in that top 4, top 6 this year. They were just way too powerful for them last night. Good effort from Sammy Mitchell to front up today after that. So look forward to chatting to him. But I think the two winners already from this weekend are still the best two teams.
Yeah. He was feisty during the week. Mick Moldhouse, the coaching icon, man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history. Not Mick himself feisty. Sam Mitchell was feisty during the week, and yet the performance on field didn't really match that. It did maybe for a quarter and a bit, but from that point on, Mick, it was all Collingwood, and the tackle count was alarming at the end of the game last night.
Good morning, good afternoon, Corby. I just come back off 2 basketball games with my grandsons. Bally, our listeners, in particular the farmers. I hope it rains on you at some stage and rains well for you.
Did we get the wins in the basketball?
No, one win, 1 loss.
Okay.
Yep. So they share it around a bit. It's good to see them. 2 boys, 2 brothers. I think my grandson today had a good win too. So
there we go.
That's down at Ocean Grove. Now, the season and the win last night, fantastic win. Brisbane win, I'm not convinced.
Mm-hmm.
Geelong I am. Dogs I am. So GWS I'm not. So I think the challenges at midway through the year can change, and things do change with a bit of form loss. We've seen Hawthorn go from what we all thought was going to be fantastic into they were. We've got time to dissect their game. I thought they were absolutely terrible in certain areas last night. Bally, one of your particular areas is that midfield spread, and that's where you win the game. Let's face it. And they got caught with 3 players chasing the wrong way. So it was quite embarrassing, I thought, at stages for the Hawks. So is the season alive? I'm not sure. I think there's probably 2 sides outside the 8 that might. Like, I'm not convinced about Hawthorn now even making it. That's how far they've fallen.
Mm-hmm. Not making the 8.
Yeah.
Wow, there's a bit to pull apart.
You need Melbourne to keep kicking along, and
Freo the other one.
Freo's outsider. So
tackle count last night was incredible. So plus 44, the greatest differential in Collingwood's history. It was the 7th highest on record any game. It's been recorded, and the widest.
The differential.
Yes.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
And the widest in any match since 2021. So a 4-year high, I guess. 44. The difference in the tackle count last night. I can't remember that. Clearly in too many games, but particularly between 2 top 8 teams to have that kind of a number.
And also the ground, because grounds that you may have played early days, Bally, in your career, was it, the ground's a bit wetter, or by that stage they're all
pretty
pristine.
Good,
yeah, okay. So going back a few years when the grounds were a bit heavier, you tended to you could have 6 or 7 tackles in a row, not you personally, but the club, because the ball hadn't moved. But that was that ground was magnificent last night. It had no reason not to be switched on to that. But I don't know when we get time to dissect this, but there's so many issues that the Hawks need to address. And I mean, it was if you get like Essendon got beaten.
Yep.
They didn't lose. They got beaten. I've seen sides get beaten. I've seen sides lose. Hawthorn lost that game with a disinterest of a lot of their players.
So Sam said last night we're a mile off it.
Yeah.
So what does he mean by that? What are a couple of the areas that if you're trying to walk in there and address some things, where do you
attitude
start?
for a start?
Well, they started the midfield day. I think even with Will Day, there was an acknowledgement, and that's why they pursued Bailey Smith, and you can see why now so heavily last year. They're light on through the middle of the ground. I mean, Warp, we love what Newcombe brings at his best, and Warple, but they're a bit off at the moment. Certainly Newcombe hasn't reached the levels he did last year.
No.
And so they get exposed. And that's what happened last night, to your point. They're okay in at the coalface, those sort of guys, but once the ball got out into space and open space last night, they got exposed. And then defensively, Mick, that's the big one. Cool. So they had the same amount of entries. Collingwood scored 61% of the time they went in. And that's huge levels. And when you think about who they brought into the club, they brought in Battle and they brought in Barras to stiffen up that defence.
That's got nothing to do with it, Bally. No, it's got nothing to do. I'll tell you why it's got nothing to do with it. Because when you move that ball without any interruption from half-back line through the middle, and Elliott,
it doesn't matter who
starts right back. The Battle Elliott role, I would have picked before the game. I would have said every day of the week, because Elliott's okay on the ground, but he's a marking player. So you needed him to sit on shoulders. He didn't have to. He just led onto the ball, and Battle fell in behind him, as did most of the forwards. Most of the backs fell in behind their players. they got no support.
Yeah.
None
No pressure
whatsoever.
up the field. Yeah.
No.
So I think you're right. After quarter time, the ball just came in way too easily in transition from the Pies. They were pretty even from a clearance point of view, but in fact, I think the Hawks won the clearance battle. But the Pies' ability to get the ball from one end of the ground to the other without being touched into an open forward line after quarter time, which when you think about Battle and Barras, so what are their strengths? And we'll touch on James Sicily and the impact that has had on him, which, it'd be good to ask Sam. I know you will ask Sam about that, Mick. The impact that it has had on James Sicily, who at the moment just looks so bereft of confidence, doesn't he? And in a sense, they can't hide him anywhere. They had to put him forward. They've got Josh Weddle, who starts back, and then they have to put him forward as well. So, but you're right. It doesn't matter, and you always say, it doesn't matter if you're Steve Silvani and Matthew Scarlett up went into the ground. If the ball's coming in with that speed and with that little pressure on it, you're in big trouble. And that's what stood out last night. Every time the ball went in, Collingwood looked dangerous, looked like they were going to score. And that's a credit also must be said. I mean, Jamie Elliott, what unbelievable career best season he's having to this point. Leading the Coleman medal now. He just looks sharp, doesn't he, on top of the ground? Hill's having a terrific year. I mean, Schultz did his thing too. I like what Memory's brought to the team. Myercheck's getting himself into form. So it's as much about, as poor as Hawthorn were defensively, not just their back six, but from a team point of view, Collingwood's ability to move the ball is slick at the moment.
Yeah. It's easy to flip and say they did that badly, but what did Collingwood make them do badly? And Collingwood made them play badly. Because they will expose most sides, and I said on air last night, if you want to muck around with the football on the back line, I don't care whether it's your 5th, 6th, 7th or 8th possession, you'll give it up and Collingwood will hunt you to death and they'll score.
That's the big point. They are hungry at the moment, aren't they? And even late in the game there, and you mentioned 82 tackles, well, there was just as many chases or pressures, almost tackles,
couple of smothers.
Yeah, that's what's standing out from this Collingwood team at the moment.
First time since 2013 when Travis Cloke did it that they've had a Collingwood player kick a bag of 5 or more on 4 different occasions this year. So what a year for Jamie Elliott. We had Scott Pendlebury with us last night. Ned Long is also a different element that's come into this team. The former Hawk picked up in the mid-season draft last year. And Scott Pendlebury spoke about him last night on ABC Sport.
I think with Longy, obviously with Tommy Mitchell being injured, for probably 18 months, just coming back now, Longy's provided that big body in there that can wrestle and fight and be really physical, and reminds me, a lot of Luke Ball when he come to us in 2010, Mick, where he does a lot of the unseen stuff, a lot of grunt work that allows, guys probably like myself and Nick to play a little bit more, first receive players around the ball and not have to bash and crash as much.
There you go. Do you see yourself a bit in Ned Long?
I heard that. Yeah, good on you, Sky. Actually, I was there last night and I bumped into him before the game, so maybe he thought I'll give him a bit of a... I'll tell you what. I wish I had the size and power and strength of Ned Long. He is a beast, and he is complementing that midfield mix, really well. Good on him for taking his chance.
That was Scott Pendlebury last night here on ABC Sport. This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Luke Ball, and Mick Moldhouse. I'm very pleased to say the 4-time premiership player, premiership captain, Brownlow medalist, man in his 4th year in charge of the Hawks, Sam Mitchell, joins us on AFL Saturday through ABC Sport. Sam, hard luck last night. Appreciate your time.
I wish it was luck. And in this game, you invariably get what you deserve. So, just showed we got a bit of work to do.
You said last night your team was a mile off it. You were quite feisty during the week at your midweek press conference. The tackle count didn't seem to match that. Were you disappointed with what you saw last night, particularly in that element of the game?
Yeah, I mean, I think. If you look at us, maybe a month ago, I think we were the number 1 ranked team for pressure around that period, and that's certainly faded away. A little bit of that is going to be our intent and those things which are controllable. A little bit of it will be the opposition and the way they play in the last few weeks. So being able to get pressure on the opposition is a key part of what we need to do to win games, and we haven't been able to do it the last couple of weeks.
You had the group in for a prolonged period post-match, and you mentioned in your post-match press conference that you asked them essentially what had happened. Now that you've had a bit of time to sleep on it, how do you reflect on those conversations from last night and how they resonate?
Yeah, I mean, we broke up into our groups, and the line coaches spent a bit of time with their players, so that was probably the extra time post-game was around some conversations of which, probably a little bit of soul-searching, a little bit of venting, a little bit of frustration, getting let out. I think, good being all positive all the time and thinking it'll turn around. We have got a bit of inward looking to do, and the players were really honest post game about what they felt, and it's all good to do the talking. It's going to have to come down to action though at some stage, and hopefully Thursday night we'll get to the start of that.
Sam, just watching the game last night compared to what I've seen of Hawthorn last year, do you think that last year was I'm not going to say was it a flash in the pan, but did it set you up to fail this year? The way, the first 5 games everyone had you in the bottom 4, and credit to you and your team, it was outstanding. In fact, the football itself was a revelation. It was just fantastic to see you get into the finals and play final series. So getting back to the original question, were you set up to fail this year?
I mean, I don't think so. I think, you try to build your own narrative and your own message and your own story for where you're at and where you want to go as an organisation, as a club, as a team. And we felt we were better than what we were playing at the beginning of last year, and a lot went right. Obviously, we had a lot of wins in a row and put together some really good footy in the back half of the season. And but even during that period, it's not like we were playing golden football all the time. We had some good pieces of play, but it was still marred by plenty of mistakes and all those things. We just had a little bit less expectation internally and externally, and then that challenge is a bit new for us this year, and we've handled that pretty well for the majority. But obviously, when we play well now, it's what's expected, and when we don't play well, it's a letdown. So it's a bit of a different challenge for us, but we know that when we work hard on things, we can improve them, and certainly that's what we're doing at the moment and attempting to.
Yeah. I'll just throw a few names at you. Will Day, for a start off, I guess everyone's because we think, and we're supposed to be the experts, you guys are coaching, so you know a lot better than what we do about your side. We just think you're a bit light in the middle. Has Will Day got any chance of coming back at all this year?
Yeah, they keep telling me somewhere around 20 onwards is about where we're expecting him. So it's still going to be quite a period. He started running very, very lightly on the Alter G machine this week with some limited body weight. Right. So he's getting back to some sort of, movement where he's looking like an athlete again. He's been pretty much stationary bike and pull, which makes you feel like you're a long way off it. But now that he's doing a little bit of running, I think hopefully we'll get him back sooner rather than later. Mitchell Lewis is probably the other one who's turned a bit of a corner for the good side. For the good, and is probably not as far away as we thought he might have been, so he'll hopefully come back in the next month or so.
Now, we know that the elephant in the room is going to be about James Sicily, and just looking at him last night, he just looked like a player that was a shell of what he has been. I was intrigued that when the players got together, he stood roughly in the middle to back of the group, and I think it might have been more that was giving the little bit of a rev up, a little bit of a sort of let's get rally the troops. He looks a man that either doesn't want to be playing. He's certainly not engendering any enthusiasm within the group from my point looking in, and he looks like a player that is so devoid of confidence. What's happened to him? What's wrong with him?
Yeah, I mean it's a good question. He's certainly, to pick up the last point, he certainly looks to be a little bit down on his confidence and perhaps not sticking his marks and those things that we've seen him capable of doing. I mean the leadership moments. It doesn't always have to be the captain, and if you listen to other people, if it all lies on the captain, it's not going to work out too well. So I was really pleased that Dylan Moore was able to get the players together and spend some time with them in trying to attempt to get a response and get some improvement. And it doesn't have to be James just for that moment. And after the game, they were quite honest about where we're at and what we need to do. And I'm certainly looking inward to make sure that they're getting their own backyard sorted and able to help those around them as well.
When you say they know what they have to do, what do you think? What do they come out with from that game? And it's not overly fair to judge you on one game. And I know what it's like to coach, and I know what it's like to be judged on a weekend. And the next morning you wake up and they go, well, look, Hawthorn was thrashed by Collingwood, blah blah blah. So I know it's round 11. You're still in the 8. You've played some good football, but what if you're allowed to say to us, what's come out of there that's going to make you a different side in 5 or 6 days' time?
Well, I think it's a little bit of simplicity, and some of the players were, talking about going back to the basics of the game. Sometimes, coaches and players, we make it more complicated than it needs to be. If we talked about, your 15-year-old self and what your Your coaches were telling you when you were a junior, it's, be tough and tackle well and run hard and all those really basics of the game, and making sure that we still value those things more than anything else. The idea of putting fancy plays together and getting your attacking flair and all those things, they're great, but they only come off the back of, really good basics. And I think that's where we've been caught out in the last couple of weeks, with the tackle count or with the handball efficiency, kicking efficiency, goal kicking, all those sort of basics of the game. If we can get those things sorted, it gives us a chance to get the other aspects of our game going. So going back to basics is a little bit of what came out of last night.
Sure. And look, I'll finish off my questions. And I know I've handled this one, but I know he's so important to you. But Jimmy Sicily, in the meeting, does he thrust himself into a position of leadership to be able to generate the next type of play that you want to do? Like last night, was he able to run it as a captain? He just seems to be so introverted at the moment, and we know he's not an extroverted player, but I just don't see anything there that says that he's going to run the meeting for you or change things for you. Does he do that behind the scenes?
Yeah, he does. He was probably our most vocal in the post game. I mean, he's really passionate.
Yeah.
And you've seen his passion across his career, and he feels heavily invested in what we're doing, and he's a super competitive athlete. So he's as disappointed as anyone at his plight and our plight, to making sure and committing to make sure that we get some improvement with what we're doing at the moment.
Sure. Mitch, you're a forward thinker. You've been very strong on always sort of staying ahead of the game. Does that get challenged at the moment, just with where things are at? Is it more we've got to park that, and things like list management and always trying to improve the list? Does that get parked for the moment, and it's all sort of all hands on deck on the tools, just trying to get ready for trying to improve for next week?
Yeah, I mean, with the shorter week, we used to play on Thursday, so we've got today off, so head down to Box Hill shortly and watch them. And then we got full training day tomorrow, and then get into it for Thursday. So on those shorter weeks, you don't do a lot. Certainly don't do as much of the longer view. I think when you got as the head coach, you always got to make sure you got the longest view in the room. And so the list management and all those things, while they're important, they're usually left for weeks when there's a few extra days where you've got a bit of extra time to get the work done. So there won't be a lot of list management going on this week.
There was last year, obviously, you brought Tom Barras and Josh Battle into the team, and there was seen at the time as being a huge coup for the club, and the versatility of a Sicily and Weddle and these sort of guys. How have you seen those two come in? We only see what we see on the weekend. I'm sure they're having a lot more of an impact Monday to Friday as well. How have you seen those two's year to the halfway point?
Yeah, I mean, in the pre-season, I was probably Tom Barras in particular. I was a little bit clunky. Hadn't done a lot of training. Obviously, finished last season injured, and I was probably mildly concerned through the pre-season. But I've actually been really pleased with his performances. He's, so Elliot got hold of us last night, and Jesse Hogan kicked four against us earlier in the season. But they're the two sort of bags that have happened in the season so far. So you'd have to say, from what we brought him in for, those big talls, he's done a pretty good job of Hawthornising himself and making sure he's playing the way that we want to play, a bit quicker than I thought. And I think Josh Battle, the thing with him is his best. I think 3 times this year he's been best player or best 2 players on the ground. And then the thing about him that I love is his worst games are pretty good. So he still has a positive influence on the team every week. And from a leadership point of view, I think both of them are really. Tom has obviously had that role before at West Coast and has been a significant leader of his organisation. But I think Josh Battle has got enormous upside in his leadership and what he's doing. Even last week in the last quarter, it was him that was sort of trying to get the troops together when the defence wasn't going particularly well in the last quarter. When you watch the vision behind the goals of one of the 50s, it was Josh Battle that's going over to Sis and calming him down and making sure he's on to the next play. So from a leadership perspective, I'm actually really pleased with what they're doing. We're a bit clunky, the whole team at the moment, with how we're trying to play, and I don't think it's fair to put it on those two guys at all.
Sam Mitchell, the coach of the Hawthorn Football Club, with us on ABC Sport. Jack Ginnivan mentioned on Channel 7 last night it was bring your mouthguards to training. It's obviously a 6-day break, a short week. Is that the theme, I guess, that you guys are running with early in the week?
I didn't realise you'd said that. So yeah, if the players are saying that, that's the best way. So, more than happy to make sure they need them if that's what they think's required. But from my point of view, we've got some work to do on the technical, tactical part of the game, but that's not going to make the difference. I think the difference in the game is going to be, can we put enough pressure on the opposition? I think if you ask any coach in the competition if they can get one thing, pressure is going to be close to the top of that list, and we haven't been able to do that. And we've gone from the best pressure team in the competition to the worst, and until we right that, the rest of the game is not going to matter a whole lot.
Just on Jackie, his two best games as a Hawk have both come against his old team. So he had, I think, 31 and 2 last year, got the top Brownlow votes, and then last night he had 31 and kicked 3. Awesome that he was able to produce that. How do you get that version of Jack Ginnivan every other week, or are you doing something different with him against his old mob that he doesn't do against any other team?
No, certainly not doing something different. I'm pleased that he's able to play well, and I think he understands his opposition. When you understand who you're playing against, some holes in it, and it's, maybe you can't always explain it, but there's probably some intuitive understanding of how they play from Jack. And I think he's been, he obviously fell out of the side for a game last week, but outside of that one, he's been pretty strong since that game. And obviously, statistically, last night was a standout, but he's played some pretty good footy for us across the year. But it'd be nice to get 31 and 3 out of him every week. That's for sure.
Have you seen the Lloyd Meek incident from last night?
I have.
Your thoughts on that?
I'm not sure. I mean, I know the AFL take concussion very seriously. It depends how many times you slow it down and which angles you watch. But I try not to get too involved in the MRO. But we're hopeful.
So you should be. In all honesty, really, you can't. Surely, Mitch, you can't stop players attacking the football.
I'll leave it with you guys to discuss.
Last one before you go, Sam. Really appreciate your time. Andrew Dillon is obviously on the search for two senior executives. You've been a guy that's been around footy your whole life. If Andrew Dillon came to you and said, "Sam, we need to try and fill these two key positions," which phone calls should we make? Have you got a couple of people that the AFL should be looking at?
Oh, that's a great question. I have absolutely no preparation or ideas for that. The only person I'd be making sure they don't call is Rob McCartney, because he's my sort of right-hand man, and I'd be nowhere near as confident and as on track as we are without him. So just so long as they don't call Rob, I'll be more than happy with whoever they appoint.
Sam, really appreciate your time always. All the very best in 6 days' time against the Bulldogs. We'll be there. All the best.
All right, no worries. Thanks, guys. Have a good rest of your day.
Sam Mitchell, the senior coach of the Hawthorn Football Club, and really appreciate his time after a loss last night. But fronting up and answering a few of our questions.
I think the mouthguards will be out. I think, and I'm just thinking back. Was it the Gold Coast game last year where they had similar numbers in terms of pressure and intensity? I know it's been trending down, as you said. They started the year well, and it's been trending down since. Sometimes, 6-day break or not. Sometimes. In terms of the ground they'll cover this week, it won't be as much. But sometimes it has to be, righto, boys. That's the answer. That's, as you said, don't worry about how we're moving the ball and all that sort of stuff. Sometimes we just got to roll our sleeves up and get to work. And I think that we'll see that this week. And I'm looking forward to that game already, Thursday night against the Dogs.
So the injuries out of last night are a hamstring for Lockie Schultz.
Kicking the goal.
Cannot get a run at it. So this is Lockie Schultz this year. He's played the first 4 games, did a hammy at training. Was back for 2 games, got concussed in the second of those against Fremantle. Missed 2 more games, came back, done his hammy again. Yeah. So unfortunately for Lockie Schultz, he's going to miss at least 21 days there. And then there's the Pat Lipinski concussion. So that ended his night after the late spoil from Lloyd Meek. My suspicion is this is going to start at 3 weeks, given the fact that the spoil was late. The AFL have gone out of their way to try and differentiate between entering the contest and contesting the ball. And if you're not there in the moment of impact, you're not contesting the ball, you're entering a contest. And if you are entering a contest, it is your obligation to protect the player that is in the vulnerable position, which in this case was Lipinski. And the fact that Meek left him concussed, I think that's going to be a tough one for them to try and beat.
No, that's fair. Yeah, you're right on exposed evidence. Yeah, he's going to be in a bit of trouble. I'm not convinced, Mick, and I'm with you. I'm not convinced that the contact in the contest was the cause of the head injury. I think he's such a big bloke. He's 20 kilos heavier, and the collision caused Lipinski to hit the ground and hit his head. And I mean, he got up and ran down and kicked the goal. Yeah. So when you say, and I'm not making light, obviously, of because I know the concussion can occur a bit later on, but it wasn't like the Burn Jones or the other ones where the players.
Well, it wasn't a swinging arm.
Out cold, yeah.
The
so
swinging
I
arm,
feel,
I can understand.
Yeah, and look, if they adjudicate that it was careless enough to warrant, a report, and it's a reportable offence, then he is culpable or liable to however it happened, however the player gets injured. It just wouldn't sit well with me, this one, if he gets 3 weeks for it.
So the tribunal often talks about, was it reasonable in the circumstances? Was it reasonable to contest the ball like that?
You have to. You have to. You've got to contest that football.
Yeah.
Bally, you've got to contest the football.
Yeah, Mick, I'm all for
and
contest.
I think you said
was it late
off
enough?
air.
Was
I
it
don't know
too
if you
late?
said off air or but well, and I think you did it. You said really it was the body contact of a 20 kilo heavier player, if he's probably even more, and a lot taller, that's put him into a spin and hit the deck.
So but are we asking now Lloyd Meek, and I don't know, it's split second, and we're asking a lot of players, but most of the time players make great split second decisions. Are we asking him to realise that he's not going to get there in time and just to ease back and pull out a bit? We saw it with the Calamari, wasn't on Thursday night. A contest that perhaps in previous years, 5 years ago, he continues and he fully commits to. He realised he was going to get there just a split second too late, and he pulled back and didn't.
It was funny enough to say that you say that, because last night I was going to say it on air, but the game was continuing. I was amazed at the number of times that players from both clubs elected not to contest the football. It was really astonishing to me that they were. To me, they were pulled out well too early of their contest to impact the contest, whereas I'd say 2 or 3 years ago, that would have been a line ball. No saying that there would have been a massive collision.
Yep.
But they would have been contested. I was astounded. In fact, in my coaching mode, I'm thinking, oh God, I'm feeling I'd get you off and be talking to you about, hey, listen, that ball was there to be contested, and you didn't do it.
That's where we've got to, and I think it's a risk. And I mean, the players now are thinking, no, I'm not going to risk that because clearly, you can still go, but if you get it wrong, like Meek is potentially done in this circumstance, then unfortunately you're up for the consequences.
And concussion down 24%, 2024 versus 2023. Yeah. So that's 1 in 4 players are having less head trauma based off this tightening of the rules than what they were previously. Just last word on last night, and then we'll take your calls as well. So lines available, 1300 558 222. Scott Pendlebury joined us post-game, and I asked him a little cheeky question on the back end about the Knicks or the Pacers. Who would win this series from here?
I'd love to see New York. It might line up with our mid-season bye, and I might have to.
Hey.
Actually, let's not air that. No, but it could happen.
Would there be any issue with that if Scott Pendlebury said, I want to duck over to New York?
Not him. He can do whatever he wants. He loves New York. It's his favourite city in the world.
Do we do it in 2011? It was 11. Not with you. It
was Swan, and they went and did a mid-season altitude camp.
There was 4.
But it was a bit more. Was it more of a discipline type thing, wasn't it? With Swan?
No,
wasn't a choice.
No, it wasn't.
No?
He was
injured. He had the sore foot, didn't he?
Quaddie. Okay. He had a quaddie. There was no discipline. I don't send people to Arizona for discipline. Wally, you should know me better than that. Yeah. But no, there was 4. Nathan Brown. Who didn't come back well.
No, that's where it goes wrong. I reckon he tore his patella hiking down the mountain.
Swanee, and I think Darren Jolly.
Maybe,
yeah. So there's. And they enabled us to get through to the final because the way they were travelling, they were looking at weeks out.
So what you're saying is Pendle should have a little 3-week quad next week and just get himself.
He doesn't need us. He get over there, watch his game, and be back for the next game. I don't see anything wrong with a bloke who knows, 1, how to play football, but 2, how to look after his body.
I don't think it happens if Indiana get through, though. I think it's only if it's New York. I don't think he's that keen on going to Indianapolis nor Oklahoma City.
We'll get into the happenings on at AFL House coming up in just a moment. 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Back in 30 seconds. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
As each day begins,
get the facts you need to stay informed.
Every day, across your day.
Stay with Australia's trusted news source.
All the latest, all verified. Stay in the know with ABC News.
On ABC TV and ABC iView.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
When it was me in the role, Steve Hocking, Mark Evans before that,
Adrian Anderson before him, and then Andrew Demetriou. There's always been tension with the clubs, but no, it's not a gender thing, but it's Laura's broken down a lot of barriers, and she's an incredibly talented administrator, and she will continue to be incredibly successful, and she'll be a great help for me and a great help for the team going forward.
That was Andrew Dillon on ABC Melbourne Breakfast yesterday morning, speaking about Laura Kane's role being split in two. So what it means is that the AFL now have a search on for a new 2IC and also a new football performance role. So two senior executives needed by Andrew Dillon's administration. I feel like naturally, I think the media story and probably what we sort of hyper-focus on is the Laura Kane role getting split in two. But really what the headline should be here is that this is Andrew Dillon saying, this is my administration. This is what it's going to look like going forward. The legal counsel had too much say in the past, so no more Stephen Mead on the executive. He's still the general counsel, but he's no longer on the executive. And basically, it's a flag in the ground, isn't it? A stake in the ground for Dillon to say this is what it's going to look like going forward. And really, the two most important people that Andrew Dillon needs in key football roles, his 2IC and essentially the footy boss, let's call it what it is, are the two positions that he needs to appoint. So this is a chance for Dillon to take ownership of his team.
Corby, for the listeners and me for that matter, the executive. Tell me about the executive and what they do compared to the commission. Yeah. And then the normal Indian that's sort of under them.
Well, it's a great. I mean, Bawley, you've probably been in a better position to judge as someone that's worked inside AFL House, but essentially they're the key executives that run the game. So they've got the key portfolios.
And how many are there?
There's 10. And so there's still 10. So basically with Stephen Mead no longer the general counsel as an executive and Tanya Hosh dropping off, it opens up two new positions. We've got the 2IC, which will be the COO, which is going to be appointed. And we've heard the names in the mix for that. Simon Garlick, seemingly the favourite. Tom Harley's name's been thrown about. Amit Baines. So on and so forth. And
three very good people, by the way.
And then now, essentially, there's two football portfolios, given the the breadth of the role. In the past, there was only ever one. So as a result, Laura Kane will still tackle all the logistics in the AFL, AFLW, VFL, VFLW, health, concussion, everything else that goes along with that portfolio. And now there'll be essentially the liaison, the key liaison with the clubs, which is going to be this new football performance role.
Yeah, so to me, it's an acknowledgement of how the game continues to grow, and the footy part of it is clearly the most that's the most important part of the game, and take whoever it is aside, it's too big of a role for just one person, I think. Now, looking back,
well, you do have deputies and people that work under you, Paulie. I mean, it's not too much of a role to have. I know you have a vice president and you have
unless you got the right
leader.
person. Yeah, when I look back, I think
that's where it comes from. They didn't have the right person.
Well,
they did not have the right person, so therefore that's what made him have to. And you know what? The best thing about Andrew Dillon is what he's done now. Not waiting at half time, not waiting for the game to finish and go. We've had a disaster 2025. No, we can actually help out here by making sure. Now, the big test here is, can you get someone to fill that role or roles mid-season? Because I think. Clubland,
especially people, coming from Clubland,
people go, well, hang on, we've got a job to do here. Yeah. So they may have to do with temporary people, and it's important that they put people on, if they're going to put temporary people on, who have no aspirations to for the end result. They just want to fill it as best they can until the AFL get the right people. And that's what I was going to say as mixed messages, but we can come back to that.
Well, that's a good point, because it's going to have to be a compelling case for like those guys that you mentioned. They're all at clubs that, for all intents and purposes, are performing pretty well, and usually that's why they're good candidates.
Well, Sydney
they're part of good club. Maybe Sydney's the one, but then I think to get people down from interstate who might be based there with their family, that's a challenge as well.
So it is.
Compelling case mid-season for an executive to leave a club. Without feeling like that they're leaving the club in the lurch, because that's going to be a challenge.
The funny thing is, Bawley, I threw it out last night about Cameron Ling, right? Who was one of many, and I reckon Ling, quite frankly, I think you do a fantastic job. But you know who else? We've got someone in this room right here. I mean, you've been in the AFL. You understand the AFL. It's a sort of role that you might say, well, I could fill it for 6 months. So look, in my mind, I reckon they've got Jeff Walsh and Trevor Nesbitt are just there, and neither of them want it full time. That they could easily do that role because been in clubland under pressure. They've had wins and losses, and they've had to build clubs up and seed clubs. Yeah. But if those two blokes, it's got to come from...
Because it's unlikely the permanent person's going to be appointed in the next 2 or 3 weeks. This is going to be end-of-season type things. You're saying get someone like that until the end of the season at least and put someone in there starting today.
Jeff's in there, though, isn't he? Jeff's in there.
You could formalise that position as an acting executive.
Acting. That's what I mean. Yeah. That's what I mean.
Would you do it, Borley? Would you consider it if someone rang and said, "Hey, we want you to interview for this"?
I'd consider it. I'd look into it. I'm pretty happy with. I'm sort of pretty committed to where I'm working. Full time at the moment. I was really enjoying this, Mick. I miss you too much on a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, of course you do.
I would. But down the track, I'd certainly consider a move back into footy. I still love footy, obviously, but at the moment, the timing's not right. But
Mick's right though. That you're the kind of person that surely they'll be looking for. You want someone that's had a broad range of experience in the game, wouldn't you? Somebody that's, either
highs and lows,
recent senior coach, recent footy boss, EGM of footy, someone that's a CEO at Clubland, worked in and around the AFL system. Surely that's the kind of person.
Well, if you go back, I thought Steve Hocking, Mark Evans before that, I'd be experienced with Mark. I thought those two were terrific in that role, but it just showed. I think that both of them probably did 3 or 4 years and then went back to Clubland. So it's a really challenging role. They do. Brad Scott was another one that was in that role, back to Clubland. So it's a challenge.
But there's one thing that has to be there, without a shadow of doubt. The 18 clubs have to have faith that when that person walks in, they know what they're talking about and they've experienced, and this is where Laura hasn't, they've experienced the highs and lows of either playing, coaching, or administrating, and that's a tough ask because that eliminates a lot of people.
Yep. Any names in particular?
I've got 2.
Yep.
Outside the ones I've already mentioned.
Yep.
Jimmy Clement.
Yes.
A businessman, footballer, now a board member.
Yep.
Understands football back to front. He's played for 2 clubs. Understand what it's like to play interstate. That's a real plus to know what interstate football's all about. And the other one is Peter Bell.
Yep. No, I think
also has played in Melbourne and interstate. Both credible people.
Recent EGM of footy.
Perfect people. And very good people.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. That's just the executive. Then there's commission spots available. People lobbying to try and be the next commissioner of the AFL.
What's going on there? What's going on, Corby? So are the AFL calling for that position to be?
So there's 2 commission spots up for grabs. Richard Goyder wants to stay on. He believes there's no one currently on the commission that can be the next chairman as it's currently situated.
He believes that, does he?
He believes that. And so he wants to stay on for another period of time. And then all of a sudden there's the lobbying of the clubs, not only to get a position on the commission, but then to try and take over as chair. So we're hearing about names like Jeff Brown, Andrew Pridham. I know Eddie Maguire's a name which obviously both you guys have worked with.
Be perfect.
Yep.
He won't take it, but he'd be perfect.
So that is an interesting point. So does the game need someone like that right now? I mean, you look at Peter V'landys and the way he's running the NRL, and really from a PR standpoint, I mean, the AFL's thriving in terms of all the numbers and viewership and everything else, but they are getting their pants pulled down from a PR front. Imagine if you had Eddie Maguire going heads up with Peter V'landys. What it would mean for our 2 major footy cards.
That'd be a box office thing every Monday night, couldn't it? The old TV ringside, that'd be it.
They should do like a debate like in the elections where imagine the 2 of them sitting there arguing for their codes where you've got Eddie on one side and V'landys on the other.
You'd have to be able to bip him out.
He's almost an unofficial commissioner, Ed, isn't he, when he talks? Yeah.
Should they formalise it? Would you support him as a commissioner?
Of course I would. Yeah, I think he'd be great.
outstanding.
Yeah, no one loves the game more than Ed.
But he understands it.
Yeah.
He understands the game.
Yeah. It does feel about this time and this juncture where, Andrew, either you have a really outspoken CEO or you have an outspoken chair.
Yep.
And so Richard Goyder worked really well at Qantas when he had Alan Joyce, and then we saw what happened when Joyce left, and all of a sudden the organisation
really well at Qantas, did he?
When Joyce departed, all of a sudden a few of the flaws and everything sort of got more exposed.
Yeah,
and then obviously now that Gillen's departed, there's more of a focus thinking, well, if Gillen's not going to be the spokesperson or the front man, what's going on with Richard Goyder? And there's more questions being asked there. So maybe if all of a sudden you do have a chairman, it'll take the pressure, like an outspoken chairman, it would take the pressure off Andrew Dillon a little bit and allow him.
He doesn't seem to want that, does he?
Well, he would work better behind the scenes, probably more so than as the public face. So maybe he would work better with an outspoken chairman, and that could be sort of the pieces of the puzzle better fit together.
Yin and yang, you've got to have it.
Yeah. 1300 558 222, the talkback number. Ruby from Barwon Heads, first of our callers. Hello, Ruby.
Yeah, g'day. I just wanted to talk about the Lloyd Meek hit you've been discussing.
Yes.
Yeah, so from what I can see, he is a young, talented footballer and a kind, gentle person from what I've been seeing on there, from watching his career. And to listen to the commentary about the body contact he was involved in just enrages me because it reminds me of the Braden Maynard hit on Angus Brayshaw's, which was brutal, intentional, and ended Brayshaw's career, which he faced no consequences for. And if you'd let me go on for a second, I just want to remind listeners that he obviously played in the winning premiership side, was not suspended for any weeks, and actually gifted Brayshaw red wine as an apology, like tone deaf, to say the least. So I just wanted to pose this question: when's the AFL going to give Brayshaw the acknowledgement and stop protecting populist thugs like Maynard? That I can't stand, obviously.
I think that's a personal opinion, Ruby. That's fair enough. The link between that and the Lloyd Meek. So you're saying that Meek's a nice person? Was that right? And
look. From watching the two, you can compare the two footballers. Maynard is aggressive in every move that he makes, and I think when there's a hit like that, and you're going, "Oh, is this a little bit? Should Lloyd have done that?" They should replay Maynard and just watch the comparison because it was swept under the rug big time.
So there's no doubt, Ruby, if that incident had happened this round, he would be getting weeks for it. And basically the AFL stepped in at the end of that season, said we need to change the rules forever to make sure that we are better protecting players on field and the duty of care changes. And so as a result, Lloyd Meek, unfortunately, is going to be judged on the 2025 rules and not what happened in 2023. And had the Braden Maynard incident happened today, I dare say he would be suspended as well. And as I touched on earlier, concussion has gone down 1 in 4 from the year previous.
And the other thing is, it doesn't matter how good a bloke you are or how bad a bloke you are, you're going to get judged on that thing. You hope it's judged without fear of who the person is.
I appreciate.
Mind you, we've seen a few interesting cases this year.
I appreciate Ruby's call, though. And this is where we're at. We've got to a point of the game where we are going to suspend players for a period of time, and we have been as they've tried to curb behaviours. For guys that are absolute ball players, we saw it with Peter Wright, and it really had a big impact on his football.
Massive impact.
Alex Pearce is a ball player. He's not at all a dirty player, and all of a sudden was facing 3 weeks before he all of a sudden had that overturned at the tribunal. And Lloyd Meek, I think, will start the same way. He'll be given 3 weeks. If he wants to go to the tribunal and try and argue it out, he'll have the chance to do that. But that'll be the starting point, as it was in the case for the other two guys who are similar personality types. Marcus from South Melbourne, the next of our callers. Hello, Marcus.
Afternoon, gentlemen. Look, I'll ask 2 quick questions and leave you to comment because you know. Does the Alex Pearce case indicate a sort of broadening of the VFL's view on concussion, seeing as he got off? And the second question is, like Kyle Oman flicked the bird at the Essendon supporters after kicking a goal yesterday, and I'm wondering if the AFL's going to react to him doing that in the same way as they did just Bailey Smith doing exactly the same thing.
The birds are in the competition.
Did he? I mean, if he did, he'll get a fine. If he did.
I can't remember.
Was it a bird or was it sometimes with some of the celebrations these days?
I didn't see it. I got to say I didn't see it.
Maybe your Chol had one last night at the MCG. It's an epidemic. It's amazing. All of a sudden, one guy flips the bird and everyone in the competition's doing it. I don't remember the bird being a big thing in the past.
Control the hands, gents. Control the fingers.
But I'm sure if it gets highlighted and publicised and there's vision of it, he'll probably get $1,000 fine. That's just like Harley Reid.
Chol's supposed to have done it last night, did he?
I saw that on TikTok.
Or maybe he's putting one finger up how much impact he's had on the game.
You were hot on him last night.
I'm over him. I'm over anyone who starts a career at Richmond and then wonders why he gets the bullet because he just doesn't contribute, doesn't chase, doesn't do anything that he's supposed to do. Then he goes to Gold Coast and does the same, and now he's gone. He's a first-year wonder. He's done the same with Hawthorn, and now he's back to. I watched last night, Paulie. There was a Hawthorn under pressure. Player comes out of the back line, looks up to find. So it was, who's leaning across for him? A Collingwood halfback. And he goes, where's my forward? Oh, no, he's sitting at centre-half forward with he'll talk about his finger, where that was, not moving out of centre-half forward.
Is the VFL over? Are we national competition how Alex Pearce got off? Vic Byers? It's all gone.
Right, there you go.
I think that's what Marcus was alluding to as part of the comp. But good on Alex Pearce for being able to play today against the Suns.
Ironically, he's injured.
Apologies, you're right.
He's having a week off anyway. So.
After all that, he's not playing. That game is our first match for broadcast. We got 3 matches all north of the Murray today. So we'll start on the Gold Coast and then a doubleheader in Sydney, which is a little unusual. So it starts with GWS Richmond, and then the nightcap tonight is Sydney and Adelaide as the Swans celebrate their 20-year premiership reunion. 20 years since they won the flag.
The drought breaker. Yeah,
yep, with Paul Roos in charge, who's made the trip out from Hawaii to be here for the premiership reunion. So you might see him at the SCG today. John from Donald, the next of our callers. Hello, John.
Hi, how are you, boys?
Good, John.
Well, thanks.
I'm starting to worry because these back pocket players are becoming very intelligent. Mick, Sheedy, and the 2 guys I played in the flag with for 3 years who played in the back pocket. Like, they were normally just the guys that filled in a hole. But
it's being unkind.
but you're becoming very intelligent, and I'm a Collingwood supporter and member. But did you ever see a game like I watched the Swans and Melbourne last week, and I wish that, like as I said, I'm a Collingwood supporter. And I wish they could do what happened to the Storm. Wipe out Grundy's 2 best and fairest. Because watch that game between Gawn and Grundy, and it was like watching an accomplished player play against an under 12-year-old.
Well, it's a fair observation on the Swans in terms of their performance last week. I wouldn't sort of zero in on poor old Brody. I think he had plenty of mates last week. But yeah, I think you can only think back those 2 years where Grundy was clearly the best ruckman in the comp, was unbelievable. And then it was right up until COVID, and then he got traded, obviously, ironically, to play with Max at Melbourne, and it only took 12 months for them to work out that wasn't going well. I think what we saw last week was the best ruckman in the comp at the moment, Max Gawn, the preeminent ruckman.
Will he? Like he keeps getting. I always see him getting votes, but I said to Corby last night, if Ginnivan kicked got Brownlow votes last year, and I'm wondering whether I'd like to see who's going to get votes this year for a 5-goal performance, because I just don't know how the umpires think, because apparently they don't have stats. But Max Gawn, to me, he defies all the midfielders because he is. One is the only reason why Melbourne win games is because of Max Gawn.
Yeah. Well, I think his last 6 weeks, he has just been completely dominant, and it's translated into Melbourne's form turning around.
It's Gary Pert losing at the same time.
He's done that to a lot of players over the years, hasn't he, Max Gawn?
Yeah.
Michael from Warrandyte, the last of our callers. Hello, Michael.
Hi. I was just wanting to talk from a Hawthorn fan perspective, and I sort of more of a question for Mick. It just seems like no Hawthorn player is actually playing better than they did last year. It seems like a lot of the skill levels and a lot of the, just the decision-making has gone backwards. As a coach, what does Sam Mitchell do when he looks at the list and sort of feels like they have actually regressed from last year?
Well, there's certainly regressed from last year. You'd say that Ginnivan probably has cemented himself as a better player. And we've got to be careful about just taking last night as the only incident, because they have won games of football. But remarkably, it's interesting. I've had some players, and this is individual players, whose forms has dropped right off. Instead of attacking their deficiency, you give them an opportunity to exploit their strengths. So Peter Foster at Footscray is a classical case. He's become a state player, then he's fell right off. I said, "What do you like doing, Fozzie?" He said, "I like having a kick." I said, "Well, let's go and have a kick-to-kicker training." And by doing that, you build up their confidence. Then you can start to attack the areas that he was down. So this is going to be Mitch's. The challenge for Sam Mitchell as a coach is to see the side on the slide and being able to arrest it and still win the players over that they want to play for him. That's going to be the big test.
I think you ran through a few players last night. I think you said we said Josh Ward, who's obviously been able to hold down a place in the team, but there's been very few that have improved sort of from last year
Eamon and
to this year.
Impey, these sort of players. Scholl's gone backwards. Sicily, we know, has gone backwards. There's not a lot.
The Weddell, McDonald, they've just stalled a bit, haven't they? Newcomb, Warple, and that's what. So they caught everyone off. Yeah, they caught everyone off guard a little bit last year.
So got away with it last year.
Now teams are preparing better for them, but that is the challenge. And we spoke a couple of weeks ago. I mean, Jack Gunston's still their best forward. Like, they're still too reliant on a bloke in his mid-30s.
In fairness to them,
Lewis is out.
Lewis hasn't probably played in 18 months of any good football. So when he comes back in, he'll change the whole structure of that line because he'll attract a lot of attention where these other players might, sort of step up.
We could do 2 hours every week easy here on AFL Saturday. We just get crunched for time every week and got the best names in the game. Ben Cameron's done it again. So 7 senior coaches in the last 6 weeks. So I know there's a lot of other programs out there. You get all your footy opinion and everything else.
But if Stumpy's done well, isn't he?
If you want to hear from the guys that run the competition, the senior coaches, there's only 18 of them. We've had 7 in the last 6 weeks.
They call that a heater, don't they?
Correct. Here from 12 noon Eastern on AFL Saturday. And if you want the opinions too, the 2 of the best men for them, Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball, every week, the man who's coached more games than anyone else in VFL, AFL history, and of course the Premiership Pie in Luke Ball. All right, fast 2 minutes to finish. Quick answers. Did the Bombers' best performance of the year come in a loss?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that was superb.
Fantastic.
After quarter time, obviously, but I thought that was
fantastic.
Superb. Yeah,
I'm so happy for Brad Scott. He held his nerve, Brad. Fantastic.
Is Nate Caddy the new Rising Star favourite?
Not yet. No, not yet.
Who?
Not yet.
Who should it be then?
Levi?
It's still Ashcroft and
Connor O'Sullivan.
Yeah.
I like
Caddy. 1 or 2 others.
Okay.
Big key forward.
He sets himself up for a big second half.
Harvey Langford.
Yeah, Langford's the other one.
Okay.
On performance. Potential.
Yeah,
but performance to this point, he's not quite there yet, but very exciting.
Should the AFL have punished Bailey Smith for his social media antics?
Yep.
Fine, you think?
No, it's anything related to drugs and a suggestion of it, particularly when he's already served some time. Of course, it should be doubled up.
He's the most marketable, most influential player in the game. And to think if even he's opened the door for 100 people, 10 people, one person to have their first experience or whatever it turns out to be, it's one too many.
Yep.
So it's an amazing thing that the AFL have sort of looked past. Should Ken Hinkley coach out the season no matter what?
I'm a yes.
There's no suggestion from me that they should sack him. I think it's up to Ken to think I've had enough, and can the club get better or be in a better position with me not being it. It's a total Ken Hinkley decision.
Well, he said that, hasn't he? He will coach until they're theoretically out of contention for post-season action. The other thing is we're all presuming that Josh Carr wants to step in. From my point of view, what's the benefit of Josh? Yeah, if they're struggling, what's the benefit of him stepping into the hot seat?
Thank you, Mick. Thank you, Bally.
Have a good day.
Thanks to Craig. Thanks to Ben. We're out of here. Catch up anytime through ABC AFL Daily. The footy on deck.
Any plans that survived were destroyed. They were burned to cover up the story.
Join me, Mark Fennell, as I discover some of history's craziest turning points in my brand new podcast, No One Saw It Coming, on the ABC Listen app.
Hi, it's Caitlin Ford. Catch all your Matildas action on ABC Sport.
Racing forward, edge of the box, the shoot's right-footed. What a strike!
Monday night, the Matildas take on Argentina. Catch every minute on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a match-up this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing, and they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than
this. He pulled the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick. Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
that camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward. On it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers. Snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
'cause it don't get better than
He defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah. Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar. Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh, my goodness. Oh. That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker. That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running pass. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Two teams in hot form come to Carrara to start Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Your triple header coming from the Gold Coast to then the double in Sydney tonight. Quentin Hull's my name. Welcome along. It's Gold Coast against Fremantle to start this Saturday of round 12, and conditions are a little changeable here. The sun's out at the moment. It's looking more picture postcard than about half an hour ago when we had some squalling wind and showers come through, but that's gone for now, and hopefully we get good conditions for a game of football which promises so much. The Suns with 3 wins in a row and unveiling one of their crack young players today in Leo Lombard. He was bid on by St Kilda at pick 9, but the Suns said, no, we're keeping him. And an unfortunate injury in the pre-season meant that we haven't seen him until now, but he's going to make his debut for the Suns today. And then you look at the purple and you think of a couple of big names. Is there a bigger name at Fremantle than Nat Fyfe? I don't think there is. And he's finally going to make an appearance in 2025, a couple of pre-season games in the Waffle and one of the regular season games, but managing injury, so it seems, at the back end of what is one of the most storied careers, just one of 17 men to have won the Brownlow medal on multiple occasions. So a knee arthroscope in January was sort of the most recent derail. He's been managing some hammies as well, but great to see that Nat Fyfe is going to be playing today. At some point, he's been named as the sub for the Dockers, who also brought in Sean Darcy. So he's missed a couple with knee soreness. The big man who was the best and fairest at the club a couple of years ago, and Josh Draper returns to the team as well. Alex Pearce is not going to be there. He beat Head House, but he couldn't beat a shin soreness issue. He's going to be assessed after the bye. So the skipper not going around today for the Dockers, and in his absence Andrew Brayshaw is going to be the Fremantle captain. Cooper Simpson out after that heavy first quarter collision which damaged his AC joint, so he's out for 10 weeks or so, and Isaiah Dudley's on personal leave, so he hasn't made the trip east. 3 changes at selection for the Dockers, and as mentioned, Fyfe is the sub alongside Leo Lombard coming into the Gold Coast team. Ruckman Ned Moyle gets a chance today. It's just his second game of the year. So Mal Roses and Ethan Reid are the 2 players who have been left out. David Swallow is the sub. So we've got about 480 games of league experience wearing the subs vests between Swallow and Fyfe. 3 wins in a row, as mentioned, for the Suns. They beat the Saints at Docklands last week after going back-to-back against the Hawks and Bulldogs in Darwin. And the Dockers, well, where are they as they come out onto the ground? Sans banner, by the way. There's some fans there waving a few purple flags, but they haven't got a run-through here, the Dockers. Good win in the wet at home last week against Port Adelaide. Went to Sydney, beat the Giants. So is it starting to get rolling for Justin Longmuir and the Dockers? Today's a really good test. I think this promises a lot. We'd love to hear from you throughout the day. The way to get in touch with us is on the SMS. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. The number to text is 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. I'll be calling alongside Michael Price. Pricey, it's good to see you and to be at Saturday afternoon footy. Not quite the glowing Gold Coast conditions that we're used to here.
No, not at all, but I'm still looking forward to a good game of footy. Freo,
They're a conundrum for me.
They're a conundrum for many, I think.
They played some really good patches of footy against Port Adelaide last week, of course, at home, under reasonably similar conditions as well. But the Gold Coast, they're a bigger riddle, because if they knock over Freo today, they will play finals. There's absolutely no doubt. But we're still teetering on that edge. Whether they're good enough to continue, whether they will fall off that cliff, we've seen it before. But fingers crossed, good game. I reckon both teams have got enough to play for to make it a good game.
It's funny you speak about the Gold Coast Suns. I reckon this part of the world, i.e. around the southeast Queensland footy community, is the only part of the footy world that still thinks that the Suns might fall over. Because we've been scarred.
We've seen it before.
Because we've been scarred.
Well, look, there were, mitigating circumstances all those years ago when Gary Ablett's shoulder went and then they fell off that cliff. But their list is talented, and they're bringing in yet another talented local from the academy. So that's all to play for today. It's going to be a good game, I reckon.
And our experts today, as the Suns are about to burst forth, a man who played in not quite this jumper. It was a bit different when he was picked up number 1 in the draft and went west. Jeff White, it's great to have you on board against one of your old teams today.
Afternoon, Q, yeah. Freo, yeah, look, interesting. Played in the wet last week. There's a lot of cloud coming through. It's been up and down all day for the last last 48 hours, mind you. So wet conditions, I reckon that might favour Freo after their win last week. So, and as I'm talking, I can't talk.
This is hilarious.
That went on a bit longer than I anticipated.
The Suns race is right beneath us, and
I don't think anyone heard that.
Our sound effects microphone's just out the window, and literally there's a little. It's almost like a horseshoe that you see at the top of the parade ring at the races, and the horse go underneath it. So it says Gold Coast Suns, and on top of it, there was about 6. What would you call them? Smoke cannons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. They just, were
now
overpowering me. Now do you want me to talk?
Now you know what it's like when someone screams over the top of you when you're trying to call.
Yes.
We were having a chat about, Nate Caddy's goal, and, Whitey's been very disciplined.
Very disciplined, but I couldn't hold back the other night, Q, when he kicked it over his head, and I took over so I was driving home with a little bit of guilt. Sorry about that, Q.
No, not at all. Not at all. Do you think they're a chance today?
I think Freo's a chance, yes. And geez, they had a good win against the Giants a couple of weeks ago, and that was great for their confidence, because the biggest issue for the Suns last year was travelling. The biggest issue for Freo this year has been travelling, and that was great to get that win against a quality opposition on their home ground. So this is a big challenge for them. They had a great win last week in the wet. Really interested to see the Luke Jackson-Darcy. I was interviewed during the week over in Perth for the big talk about whether he'll come in. Luke Jackson wants to be number 1 ruck. So does Sean Darcy. How does that work? So really interested to see how that works. And I thought that they would leave Ethan Reid in. I love that they've brought Moyle in. Big fella. It's going to be a bit wet, a bit dewy, with rain conditions, obviously. So really like that decision from Gold Coast.
So it's double twin towers today.
Double twin towers, yeah. And I was hedging at the bet that with Darcy coming in, that it would favour Freo, because you'd have an inexperienced ruck in, say, Ethan Reid or even Walter going in. But because they bring in a designated ruck in Moyle, that really evens up the ledger. So I'm looking forward to that battle. Not being biased at all.
No, Jeff White, we're going to get some great Ruck 101 from you today, and looking forward to the insights of AFLW Original. She's a 3-clubber, currently plays here at the Suns, and rising in the coaching ranks, the Queensland women's coach, Jamie Stanton. It's nice to have you on board once again. Welcome to Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. Let's hope the conditions hold, because I think the Dockers are going to probably surprise a few today in a positive way for Dockers fans. That's my thoughts. Anyway, what are yours?
Thanks for having me, Q. Oh, I totally agree. I think this is a really interesting game from the Gold Coast perspective. You guys, Pricey was talking about it earlier in terms of Gold Coast are expected to win this. They're sitting higher on the table. Freo are further along in the journey, you would say, under Longmire in terms of where they're going and should they be ready for finals, but Gold Coast are currently sitting ahead. So I think this is what Gold Coast normally struggle with, is being the favourite and winning when they're the favourite. And as Whitey has just said, Freo also struggle when they travel and when they need to win as well. So it'll be a really interesting test of which team can actually break potentially what they would say is their hoodoo of their past couple of seasons.
So the Dockers have beaten the Suns the last 2 times they've played them, but both of those were in Perth. The last 4 times that this fixture has been played at this venue, it's gone with the Suns. And there haven't been heaps of trips across from west to east for the Dockers to play here. So you sort of have to go back to late 2016 for the last time that Freo won a fixture against the Suns here. But even that stat these days, you think of the COVID season, they've played a lot here. So a lot of the teams are used to playing in southeast Queensland after, of course, the 2020 and 2021 seasons restructured with the pandemic. Let's get down to the boundary. Jess Stewart to bring us all the news from the benches today. And luckily for you, Jess, the weather's starting to turn better than it was when we arrived an hour or so ago. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. It definitely was a wet journey down here, down the M1 to call today's game with you all, but be on the boundary. And I packed my very handy ABC weather jacket, perhaps the best weather jacket going around. So let's hope that it doesn't need to be used too much this afternoon. But as for the radar, well, it's actually saying about 17 degrees feels like at the moment. It's currently 19 degrees, but a bit cooler, which is interesting from a conditions perspective up in this part of the country. But there's a bit of a blusty wind kind of blowing into the commentary side. You guys probably aren't feeling it as much up there, but I certainly was as I walked to the position here. But yeah, it's not the best afternoon for football, but as you mentioned, Hugh, let's hope this sun just sticks around at the moment.
Jess Stewart down on the boundary. A reminder that you can get in touch on the SMS on 0437 774 774. G'day to Reese, who texts, he's on the track now. Tractor seeding, doing work. Go Freo, thank you, Reese. Yeah, the Dockers playing in their home purple today, not their away white. So we're going to get the home purple and the home red doing battle here. Jeff, tell us about Leo Lombard. And I ask you because your boy Kalani's been around the Suns Academy, so you've had a fair bit to do with a number of these local products. And for those that were with us on Thursday night at the Gabba, we asked Jeff a little bit about this guy. And you were not backward in coming forward saying that this is, in your mind, the best footballer to be produced from the Suns Academy to date.
Yeah, and I'll stand by that. Yeah, 100%.
He hasn't played a game yet. So.
Hasn't played a game yet. No, I've seen enough over his journey.
Why? What makes him so good?
Oh, he's just good at breaking the lines. He just gets the ball in and under quick. You know, you got to have... When you're a midfielder, you got to have a bit of an X factor. So you got Nat Fyfe, who's really clean below his knees and great at taking the aerial contest, and obviously a 2-time Brainland medalist. But I'm just giving you an analogy, and you've got to have a bit of an X factor when you're a midfielder, and he has got that X factor where he breaks the line. He's really good lower centre of gravity, good core strength, jiu-jitsu background. I think has been well publicised with his dad, UFC fighter. So he's got that aggressive nature about him. I've seen him since he was 13, 14, playing at Burleigh and just terrorising the junior leagues. And then to actually have that. Sometimes the kids that are juniors are that dominant don't carry it on because they find it becomes, when it gets a bit too hard, they sort of fall away because it's been easy for him. But not Leo. And Kalani's played last year with him. In the Allies and also with the Suns Academy, and yeah, he's what I've seen is just outstanding. He's a really good player.
Jamie Stanton, you're around the club, obviously. Have you had much to do with Leo behind the scenes?
Yeah, I was really lucky in pre-season that Dimmer let me spend a week with the boys and learning from the coaching staff there, and I would use the word crazy. He is absolutely manic in everything he does on the field, and I was so impressed by watching his training sessions about how hard he went at the footy, but also the player. Like, him and Took went into a one-on-one wrestle mid-drill whilst the rest of the drill was going on because Leo hit Took that hard that Took then went back, and Leo didn't step backwards. He came forward and said, "Come on, Took, let's go." So wow. I was absolutely impressed by that. He's just crazy, maybe not be the right word, but he's just awesome in terms of his, like Whitey said, he goes at it hard, but his X factor of his speed is just so elusive too, in and around the small spaces. Usually they don't have the small space elusivity plus with the speed to match to break out, but he's got a lot of traits that would make him a really successful AFL footballer.
And the backstory is Jeff was mentioning. So his parents separated. He's basically grown up with his mother here on the Gold Coast, and footy was his vice. Basically, footy kept him on the straight and narrow, and has tough socioeconomic circumstances as well in his upbringing, and even just having a chat to Mark Evans, the CEO, we just shared the lift together, and in passing, he was able to say, look, among things that happened this week when he got told on Tuesday that he was going to play the game, it just so happened that he had the junior footy visit that night, and he actually went back to his home club, Burleigh.
Burleigh, yep.
On the day that he got told that he's going to be making his debut, he was able to then go and talk to his junior club, Burleigh, about it. So the whole circle complete moment.
And look, I wish him all the best. I'm a big advocate for Leo, and hopefully he gets to enjoy his opportunity today. But just his ability to shake tackles as well and drive his legs, and that's one of the things when you're AFL and you're a midfielder, you've got to be able to drive those legs. You've got to be able to get through and break those tackles and break the lines. And he's been doing that his whole junior career.
It's no surprise, though, Q. Have a look at the size of him.
His legs are huge.
Two pickaxes across the shoulders. He's the same size as Tuke Miller, who's 11 years his senior. So I'm excited. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the kid can do.
G'day to Wayne from Mildura, who texts, team, I'm a believer. I think the Gold Coast will play finals. I've been impressed with the way they have met the challenges and have found different solutions. Look at the way they turned it around against the Swans. Thank you, Wayne. Jim texts, how about their Mighty Pies last night? I'm in the car from Perth to Esperance. Looking forward to the call. Good on you, Jim. Yeah, even Jeff's been doing some more of his first touch analysis, looking at the Magpies last night with that amazing surge against Hawthorn. Big focus on the Suns Dockers games due to no games in Melbourne. ABC Radio coming in loud and clear, says Don from Warrnambool. Yeah, it's a weird Saturday in the fact that, one, there are no games in Melbourne, and there are 2 games in Sydney.
Yeah.
So
this is opening round, isn't it?
I was just about to say that.
They got what they wanted.
Yeah. Greater Western Sydney to play Richmond next, and then the Swans and the Crows later on. Okay, let's focus in on the purple for a little bit before we get to the bounce down. If you are just joining us, no late changes. Nat Fyfe is the sub for the Dockers and David Swallow for the Suns. So has the page been turned for Justin Longmuir and the Dockers off these back-to-back wins? That's, I think, the question of the day.
I think he's been just going for some consistency, because the times when they've gone into Melbourne, they've been belted by big margins. So consistency, I think Freo has a big chance today.
Yeah, it's got that off-Broadway feel because it's not in Victoria and there are no Victorian teams. And the broader thought is that this is just a rollover day for the Suns to tick another box on their way to September. It may prove to be the case, but I reckon the Dockers have got something to say about it. Let's find out. Let's enjoy Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Michael Price with the first bounce of the Suns and the Dockers.
Umpire bangs it down in the middle of Carrara. Nice bounce. Witts flicks it back over his head into the path of Rowell at the back of the circles. He evades Jackson. Handball to John Noble. Put him under awful pressure. He was wrapped up there by Bolton, and it'll be balled up just inside the corridor still. Once again, Jackson v Witts. Jackson got this one out. It was shark by Rowell. He got onto the left foot, kicked it to left half forward. Oh, Long in a nice battle there. Brought the ball to ground against Ryan. Now the Dockers have the ball inside defensive 50. Jordan Clark pops it up. It's an errant kick. Cut off there again by Ben Long. Just short of left half forward. He's about 80 from goal.
On the outer side, kicks infield. Noble takes the mark in the centre square for the Suns. He's going to roll on, use his right boot to kick to full forward. King slips over in the contest, and Ryan's at the front of the pack to take the mark for the Dockers. King, who was pretty quiet against the Saints last week, but kicked a couple of late goals. Dockers with Ryan's kick to half-back, marked by Bolton. Has a bounce, hand passes to Sharp. Sharp back to Bolton as they rung the outer wing. Hand pass comes infield to Brayshaw, kicks to Tracy. Marks on the lead, 60 from goal at right half forward, kicks to the pocket, over the head of Voss and Newland, and it pitches just before the boundary line, out of play for a throw-in in the right forward pocket. And it's been a while since the Suns have played at Carrara, but from the looks of the crowd, not everyone's been hanging out for them to come back here. There's not many here.
Yeah, well, Freo don't usually draw the biggest of crowds to southeast Queensland, and a little bit of rain. Well, the crowd stays away sometimes as it comes off hands. Amos gets tackled off the ball. Reed comes through there. Switkowski back to Amos. Now over to Tracy. Handball back to Frederick from 40. He wheels around onto the right shoe and he bangs it through for Freo's first. Nice ball movement in these slippery conditions. And Freo draw first blood. One straight to the Suns yet to score. 2 minutes gone first term.
Yeah, good set up there by Freo. And Tracy was facing his goal, so it really set up. But what I like is they're isolating Voss on Hewland. So that's a really good matchup for Freo. They want to have that. So they're isolating him in the goal square and then allowing Tracy use his ability to come up, and that's where he's able to get that short chip up to go inside forward 50 before.
And when you watch the stoppage clearance there, it was all based on cleanliness. Not one Freo player fumbled. They all caught it very cleanly with hands out in front, which then allowed more time and space for each person to then make the next disposal, which allowed Frederick to get the nice shot away.
Jamie Stanton and Jeff White are your experts today. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number to get in touch. Centre bounce. Witts with a clean palm down. Miller immediately tackled by Brayshaw. It was high. Free kick, Suns. Hand pass to Anderson. Clearing kick from the centre. Inside 50. Good work from Warner in front to keep Flanders away from the jump. Ball goes to Deck near the boundary line. Kept alive, just taken away by Clark of the Dockers. A rushed kick, bounces towards the wing. Tracy first to meet it, does well to gather that bouncing ball. Hands it to Bolton, hands it through Johnson to Brayshaw to Sarong. Now the kick from the bullseye to an open forward line. Hewland's running back, he's first to meet it. He's got Voss for company. Voss makes the tackle. Hewland holding the ball. Patrick Voss with a vice-like grip on Bodie Hewland, and he's earned a shot on goal from 35 out directly in front.
And there's that isolation I was talking about. The ability to have Tracy come. Tracy's had 2 possessions already, presenting up on the half forward, up on the wing, so allows that slingshot footy and then the openness of the forward line, and you're leaving Voss, who's a good player, one-on-one against Bodie Hewland.
He's already kicked 7 goals this year, getting his second chance in the AFL. From the Bombers list, and here now at the Dockers at Carrara. He kicks Freo's second goal in the opening 4 minutes of the game. Great start on the road for the Purple. 2 straight to nothing. Freo lead it after 4 minutes.
So now Voss he's coming off for a rest, but the interchanges are now going to start flowing through. But this is where the leadership of the Suns back, particularly Collins, has to try and get back and support Bodie Hewland when they outnumber, because it looks like Freo's they're playing a bit of chess games down there, which is really good for their forward line structure.
Hate to repeat myself already, but the ability of Fremantle to move the ball cleanly, one touch, allows that handball receive to generate speed on the ball to then challenge the defenders. At the moment, Gold Coast are a little bit fumbly when they're going inside 50, allows that pressure, which then changes the dynamic of how the ball can be moved.
So Freo, 2 inside 50s, 2 goals. It's not a bad percentage to start the game. Umpire bangs it down in the middle. Nice bounce too. Jackson beats Witts. Sarong can't pick it up. Anderson did. Looping handball forward. Picked up by Ainsworth. Gave it back to Witts. Now to the run of Dan Rioli. He gets the outside of the boot. Inside 50. Benlong picks it up nicely. Handball back to Anderson under enormous pressure. They're forced back outside of their 50 arc. Back into the corridor. Rioli sweeps a handball now to Mac Andrew on the commentary wing. That's a lovely measured pass to find Ainsworth. He'll have to kick it from 50s on a 45-degree angle to the right. On a dry day, well within his distance. The man on the mark standing about 48 from goal. Every player on the park in front of the centre circles as well. The Dockers have set up nicely in front of Ainsworth. He pops it up to the top of the square. Dangerous position. It was all Freo. Jackson at the front. Couldn't quite reel it in, though. Got the handball away, and it was Sharp, former Sun, tackled into the ground, and it will be a ball up in the left forward pocket. Only about 15 out from the Suns' goal.
Went fishing for high contact there, but the ump didn't buy it. Tosses it in the air. Jackson palms down. Wagner can't pick up. But Draper can, under pressure. Hand pass goes back to Jackson. Now through Chapman to Wagner by hand, and Wagner can run to defensive 50, left half back. He kicks the Dockers clear of defence. Rolling ball on the wing. 3 Suns, 2 Dockers there. But Tracy there in the purple to get it. Tackled over the line by Big Mac. And here comes Lombard onto the field. On debut, he's got that right shoulder heavily strapped. He wears number 30, so the gun kid on debut is now coming straight into this first contest. 2 straight early onto the Dockers, which taps it back over the boundary line. So it'll now be a throw in.
Geez, Tracy's up and about. Just the ability to hold that ball in, create a stoppage on the wing. He's moving really well at the moment.
So it's Darcy in ruck against Witts for this boundary throw-in. Both teams playing the 2 specialist ruckmen, so to speak. Jackson, ruck rover, coming through. Couldn't pick up. Witts does. Hands it straight to Johnson of the Dockers. Hand pass to Jackson. 70 out left, half forward. Deep entry, too deep for Bolton. And out the back of the pack, it's Powell taking the defensive mark for the Suns in the goal mouth.
Yeah, Will Powell, well read in the goal square. Kick straight up the ground to find Bodie Hewlin. Man on the mark's 20 metres away, so he decides to flare it left to find Mac Andrew. Dockers set up nicely in front in the web, so Andrew sells a little bit of a dummy around Fredericks on the mark, kicks it long, beyond centre wing, outer side, off hands. It was overrun by Ainsworth. Getting in there, Walter. Has he dragged it in? The umpire's going to come in and say no. It was assisted by Ryan, so it'll be a ball up.
Susanna texts, Sean Darcy in equals Dockers lose. Keep Jacko as the sole ruck if we have any chance of keeping him from going back to Melbourne. Susanna text, go Freo. Thank you, Susanna.
Well, Jackson just got himself involved there and a big tackle on Matt Rowell. So it's just in between centre wing and left half forward for the Suns on the outer side as Darcy gets involved with Witts. It was a free kick, advantage paid. Tuke Miller kicks it inside 50. Ben King at the back of the pack. Walter gets to the goal square, picks it up and bang. Nicely rode there by Jed Walter off that contest. And the Suns get one on the board. 2 straight to the Dockers, 1 straight to the Suns, a 6-point margin with 9 gone in the first quarter.
Yeah, he just ability to play on and realise that was their free kick from the Suns to get it over the back. But yeah, they took a while to get set up there, Freo. They looked like that they thought that it might have been their free kick and they got exposed over the back. But great finish there by Walter. So now that Darcy's, this is the interesting one, Pricey. Darcy's ruck, Jackson midfielder.
Yeah, the old-fashioned ruck rover style.
And Luke Jackson started really well already with his possession and his ability to get the ball. So, yeah, I like this setup. He's standing on Noah Anderson.
Yeah, so he's obviously got a bit of size on him. Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, your experts at Saturday Footy on ABC Sport at Carrara. 2 straight to the Dockers, 1 straight to the Suns. Early stages here. It's a bit overcast and slippery. Witts wins the ruck tap that time. Doesn't have a rover. Johnson comes through for the Dockers. Tackled by Rowell. It's still in the middle and the ump calls for another bounce or a ball up. Tossing it in the air. Darcy probably shared that one down. Rowell at the cold face. Tackled. Got a hand pass though to Witts. Rush kick inside 50 for the Suns. Ryan makes the spoil, tries to pick up for the Dockers, somehow shunted it to Jackson. He chucks it to Clark almost. Wasn't a throw. It was a very slewed handball in slippery conditions. Nice tackle from Holman to lock it up. So Clark picks himself up, chucks the footy to the umpire, throws it in the air, 30 from the Suns' goal. Darcy cleanly first tap, but rode by Flanders of the Suns. Hand pass to Rowell. He picks it up off the deck, hands it backwards to Anderson on 50. Hands it to the flank for Hewland. Dummies around Sharp brilliantly and finishes with class. And that is a great way to kick your first league goal. Bodie Hewland with a sidestep and a finish from 50. And here he is in game 35. The runner-up in the best and fairest last year, the defender, kicks a goal to level the scores. And it's a pretty one to have on the highlights reel, Jamie Stanton.
Oh, 100%. And that's exactly why Dimmer loves this kid. Isn't afraid to show himself as a player. He gets back up after being done by Voss about 2-3 minutes ago, then stands up, shows some candy around Jeremy Sharp, who's quite fleet of foot, and then just smacks it home from 50. Great kid, great person to have around the club.
And that was great by Rowell and both Rowell and Noah Anderson to actually give the ball away, give it to someone who was facing their goals, and even Dimmer was loving it. Everyone got around him except the runner.
Back into the middle. 2 straight goals apiece with 11 gone as Jackson steals it and takes it. Long kick inside 50. Tracy at the back can't quite grab it. It was a good contest. It hits the deck. McAndrew kicks it off the ground. It's picked up by Tracy. Handball back to Bolton. In traffic, his handball missed all comers, so he went back to try to retrieve it himself. It's still loose. 45 from the Freo goal. Picked up there by Tuke Miller. His handball over to Anderson, tackled into the ground by the much taller Luke Jackson, and the umpire's going to come in and throw it up 45 metres out. Immediately, Moyle gets it down to Tuke Miller, gets it onto his boot. It's a scrubby kick. Well done to Warner, who slapped it forward. It was intercepted by Fiorini, but he's let loose a dodgy handball across half forward. It's cut off by Erasmus for Freo. He kicks it inside 50. Flying high, Hewland was spoiled by his own teammate there. The ball hits the deck. It's stuck under a couple. The umpire's letting it go. Patrick Voss couldn't get it. Collins did. Handball back to Noble. Noble flares it right, kicks it to Jeffrey in the goal square.
Hand passes over the head of McAndrew, stolen by Wagner. What a gift! He snaps on 30 and kicks the goal. And Corey Wagner celebrates the journey that he has had in football from Aspley through North Melbourne to the Demons. He has now got his first goal for Freo. And it puts the Dockers back in front, 3 straight to 2 straight. Corey Wagner with a goal back in southeast Queensland.
It was good awareness by Wagner too, because he just held. He knew they were going to switch, but as soon as they gave the hand pass over, that's when he crept in, and that's where he's able to get. So he's either going to get the intercept like he did, or he was going to put pressure on McAndrew. So well organised, and he didn't get sucked in the contest.
Freo have turned up to play here. Their cleanliness around the contest, their ability to pressure Gold Coast, they've really turned up to play. It's really game on.
Jamie Stanton and Jeff White with you. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. G'day to, by the way, Martin from the UK. He texts, it's nearly 5 a.m, so I'm still in bed. But the Suns and Dockers both have September footy potential, but I can't see either making the grand final.
Oh, there you go. Out of the middle, it's Anderson, gives it to Humphrey. Forward of the football now. A low kick by Tuke Miller was cut off there by Warner. It's extracted towards the commentary wing. There's a good contest happening here. Jeffrey, who just committed that last error, takes it over the boundary line. Nicely tackled there by Switkowski. And we'll get a throw in next to the interchange gates. It's a good contest. As we've said, it is a little bit slippery. We've had some overnight rain and some more this morning. It feels like 17 degrees according to the Bureau. It's 19 degrees, but about 90% humidity. So there's some conditions to be dealt with. Moyle versus Darcy. Moyle got it down from the rear position, slapped it into the path of the goal scorer in Wagner, and he was tackled into the ground by Rowell. There'll be a ball up commentary wing.
Darcy and Moyle once more. Darcy got the tap down for the Dockers. Shark by Anderson of Gold Coast. Hand passes towards the wing. Clark steals it for the Dockers. Hands it to Erasmus. Gives it by hand to Wagner. Rush kick to half forward. Tracy and Andrew tangle. Neither can grab it cleanly, and off hands out of play. So McAndrew seems to be running quite well after twisting his ankle badly late in the game against the Saints last week. Ball to be tossed in at left half forward for the Dockers. Moyle got the palm down. Sarong Robes immediately tackled by Humphrey. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Yeah, the ground is looking fairly chopped up, and it's because there was that VFL curtain raiser on before.
And Coburg nicely dealt with the Gold Coast Suns reserves as Daniel Rioli takes it off the contest, gives it to Fiorini, kicks it just short of centre wing. It was a 2-on-1 against Moyle. It was well done by the Dockers. And particularly Chapman, who flew late and spoiled. He gathered the ball again from the wing, kicks it long inside 50. McAndrew through his hands. Pat Voss couldn't get it. He lost it. In fact, it's picked up by Andrew, tackled into the ground. Now he gets the handball away. Tracy, he's tackled by Jeffrey, and once again the umpire will come in and ball it up. It's only about 20 from the Freo goal, and you can throw a tea towel across about 20 players here.
3 straight to the Dockers, 2 straight to the Suns. And no clearance here as Erasmus tackles Rowell underneath that stoppage. So once again the ump chucks it in the air. Deep in attack for Freo. Darcy with the tap down, stolen by Fiorini of the Suns. Hand pass to Lombard, the kid. He get a hand pass away to Jeffrey. Little kick around the boundary line. He is out of play as Bailey Banfield receives it for, well, he got the bounce for the Dockers, but tackled immediately out of play.
Forward structure and the ability to keep the ball inside their forward half has been really good from Freo this first quarter. good signs early.
6 points the margin. The Dockers lead it. Throw in right in front of the commentary box. Witts, half tackled by Darcy. In fact, the umpire spotted that. High contact, play on, advantage. Noah Anderson, the skipper. Handball back inboard to Fiorini. He puts it forward now to Ainsworth. Sorry, it was Humphrey. Back inboard to Anderson.
Right,
tackled nicely by Brayshaw. He dropped the ball clean. And that is a free kick to Andrew Brayshaw on the point of the centre square at left half back for the Dockers.
Deputising for the injured skipper Pearce today. Brayshaw kicks to Wagner, juggles on the wing, can't complete the mark. Darcy comes in though, has a fumble it to the advantage of Erasmus. Hand passes turned over. It is slippery and hard for the players to pick it up cleanly here. Chapman does though for the Dockers. Hands it to Sarong, runs through the wing, edge of centre square, deep entry. Frederick out the back. Was he shepherded out of the contest?
Free kick to
he's given away a free kick. He went over the shoulder on Powell. So Powell for the Suns in the right back pocket.
Isn't he stamping a great year at the moment, Will Powell?
West Australian against the Dockers. Kicks long to the wing. Witts at the front of the pack. Juggles the mark. Witts plays on. Oh, with a terrible kick. He's kicked it out on the full. Oh. If Jeff White wasn't here, I'd be making comments about Ruckman.
No, Acker would be doing that.
Yeah.
Silly, stupid Ruckman.
He's already making a comment listening in.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, your experts. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling the action from Carrara.
Andrew Brayshaw, long kick towards left half forward. Tracy spoiled there by Andrew. It spills across the deck. Switkowski did beautifully to keep his position. He got it back to Reed. He wheels around onto his right foot. It's a 3-on-1. Oh, they conspire to muck it up, or Collins spoiled his own teammate, but they got it away. Now it's kicked by Closey down the centre wing. Lombard waited for the ball. Cutting in front of him was Carl Warner. That wins it for the Dockers. Now it's with Sarong on the logo on the outer side. He kicks it towards centre half forward. Spoiled there. In front of Frederick, it was taken by Will Powell. He's tackled into the ground. Picked up there by former Sun there in Sharp. He dropped it. Rioli just took off with the ball. Now Sharp chases him, tackles him, puts him to ground. Our umpire said, well, I thought he had plenty of prior opportunity. Should have been a holding the ball decision, but nothing doing. There will be a ball up at right half forward for the Dockers.
There's that forward pressure from Freo. They're on. They're not giving Suns any opportunity to exit clean. They're forcing the kicks and stopping down their slingshot footy off the half back.
Now, we're having a score review from earlier in that passage of play where Closey and Collins basically spoiled each other trying to mark the ball.
Oh, yeah.
And we're just seeing whether or not it went beyond the score line for a point.
Oh, that should be a pretty easy review, you think, looking at the replay at the moment. The ball has to be
wholly past the line, and we have to look through one post to try and find the action in question. So no score. You don't see that the score review in that circumstance very often, but now play restarted. We're on attacking 50 for the Dockers. Witts' hand pass coming clear from the stoppage, but Banfield steals it, gave it to Sarong. He mishit his hand pass. It slipped out of his hand, tackled by Lombard. The ball ricochets over the boundary line. Yeah, it must be more slippery than certainly it looks here. There was a pretty heavy downpour earlier today and showers, and now it's overcast. It's one of those changeable days on the coast. Anderson wins the ruck rove on the wing, kicks towards Moyle, who's going to get a free kick. He was hampered by Draper, so Big Moyle just forward of the wing for the Suns.
He handballs it off to Closey. Closey inside 50, and it's on the lead. Ben King hits him. That's a nice pass. Ben King got some separation as well there, and he takes it around about 40 metres out, but he's on a very tight angle to the left.
It's interesting that they have Moyle up forward. I reckon it's a ploy because Pearce is out. They try and stretch. Even though it's wet, you still need to take one of the tall defenders, and he was the one that was involved in that chain of play going forward.
31 goals, 12 for the year for Ben King. He is a beautiful kick of the football. You don't want to moz him from a commentator's perspective. Here he comes from 40. He lets it go. It just slides across the face and one behind. So the first blemish on the scoreboard for either team. 3 straight 18 to the Dockers, 2-1, 13 to the Suns. 5-point margin.
Ryan with a long inbound for the Dockers. Good kick, looking for Chapman. Hewland arrives to spoil and roves his own crumb for the Suns. Hands it to Humphrey, edge of the centre square. Under pressure, hand pass hoping for Holman. Chapman pressures him off it. Brayshaw has a go, tackles Humphrey, but Humphrey gets a hand pass clear. Holman picks it up. Jets a hard footy to win in tight, turned over. Johnson's got it for the Dockers as they work it from the outer side to the broadcast side. Wagner overruns the ball but gets help from Switkowski. Switkowski hands it to Wagner, up and under kick to half forward. It's out the back of the pack. Jackson's arriving, but not before Bolton. Bolton gathers 40 from goal. He's hemmed in near the boundary. Now assesses, kicks infield. Ainsworth, Fiorini flies the pack to fist it away. Hewland picks up. A rushed mongrel clearing ball to left half back. It's shinned off the deck by the Dockers. Chapman couldn't pick it up. Picked up by Holman, given to Miller, and out the back he hands it to Rioli.
He's got time to stand there and assess his options. Then he kicks it just short of centre wing outer side. Two Dockers spoiled each other. It was Banfield and Johnson. It lands in the hands of the Suns. Oh, the handball came. It was from Tuke Miller to Nick Holman and put him under enormous pressure. Good tackle from Chapman. And the ball spills over the boundary line on the outer wing.
G'day to Sean from Nowra who texts, I'm enjoying the call on the way to the Giants-Richmond game. So drive safely, Sean. Yep, we've got that covered tonight, as well as the Swans-Crows.
That'll be a good contest as well. A short throw in. It is a Malays in south-east Queensland. It's picked up there by Jackson. His kick cut off by Rioli. Rioli's pass is sublime. He gave it to Ainsworth, who came across, and he took off and played on. It's a good call, Whitey. He took off and gave the handball away. It was too late. Switkowski got the ball, kicked it into the pocket looking for Bolton. It bounces in front of him, corralled there by Hewland. He has to have a bounce and retreat to the 50. Then he does a U-turn, gets around Bodie Hewland, lowers the eyes, puts it to the top of the square. Collins got the half volley. It came off the shins. The big fella in Wits got it back there to John Noble. Noble to Rowell by hand. Rowell just sells a dummy around Tracy, then delivers a sizzling pass. It'll be cut off there by the Dockers, though.
It was a half volley, which is ricocheted off Clark. He gets it back from Chapman's hand pass, and Clark's infield kick inside 50 is marked by Switkowski, 30 from goal.
Great pressure from Freo, and they're just squashing. It's been played in their forward half the whole quarter. Majority of the quarter, and it's the ability of those backs to come up, but also the forward pressure and also the back pressure from those forwards.
Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, what's it like playing here when you get a little bit of that moisture out? The players really struggling with their handling.
100%. And Freo at the moment are doing it so much better. I think their disposal efficiency is up about 5% on Gold Coast, which is just the last little polish.
Switkowski, slight angle, 30 out, kicks the goal. And Sam Switkowski becomes the fourth goal kicker for the Dockers, all individual contributors in this first term. Freo 4 straight, Suns 2-1, 24 and a half minutes first term, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
And what I mean by polish is that when it's those last little features that make AFL players extremely better, or teams extremely better than the one that they're playing against. So we talk about Jordan Clark pressing, then being really clean, and then delivering nicely inside forward 50. About 5 to 10 minutes ago, we spoke about Tuke Miller bursting from the centre clearance, and he kicks inside 50 with that scrubber. They're the 2 to 3 percenters that change the game between goals being kicked for your team versus goals being kicked against your team.
And there's definitely a message going out to Clark, because on two separate occasions on the half-back line, he's bombed it. That occasion got it, lowered his eyes. So, yeah, smart play. You don't want to bomb it.
Back into the middle. Jackson versus Wits. Jackson got it down, overrun there by Brayshaw. He went back to get it, then was collared by Wits. I thought it was high too, Q. The ball spilled out of that pack. Rowell tackled one either side from Sarong and Jackson, held up beside the centre circles.
I didn't necessarily think it was high. It was just out of weight division.
Yeah.
Fighting in an unfair category.
That was me tackling you, Q.
Yeah, pretty much.
Sarong burst away from this pack. He bounced it inside 50. Bolton, the handball back to Tracy, sublime. Tracy, that's one of my golf shots off the second tee. It's just gone boom left and out of bounds on the full.
He did take a moment to steady, but it slewed off the inside of the boot, trying to go for the drop punt.
Shea Bolton, alarm bells for Suns. He started really well.
Collins from the pocket, long kick to the wing, whistle before Moyle marks, and it's against the Suns. Who's going to get it? Jackson. Didn't see that
No, I didn't see that
in
either.
the pack.
All four of those.
Anyway, Jackson's got the free kick for Freo from the wing. Kicks inside 50. Witts gets in the hole to punch it away. But straight to Wagner. He's already got one. Snaps on his right. Hits the post from 35 out. And that's the first behind for the Dockers. They're 2 goals to the good. 4-1 to 2-1. And 26 minutes have elapsed in this first term on Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just on that, though, Witt's really good to get back into that hole and spoil that.
He did well. Unfortunately, just got off his knuckles into that dangerous spot into the corridor. Whitey, there was John Noble who kicks it just short of centre wing. Commentary side. Oh, well done by Jeremy Sharp. He got rid of Closey, gathered the ball, tackled into the ground by Nick Holman. You can hear the groans of the crowd. That's because the free kick was given to the Dockers. It was a high shot from Holman. So the former son, Jeremy Sharp, he played 23 games with the Gold Coast before being delisted and picked up by Freo. Long kick to the top of the square. Tracy has the set, uses his body against Collins. No mean feat. Comes off hands. Rowell, tackled by Voss, held up 30 metres out. Umpire will come in and throw the ball up, with the Dockers leading by 2 straight goals.
Michael Price and Quentin Hull calling the action. Your texts welcome on 0437 774774. Witts. Give him the first touch there. He's foraging at the ground as well, the big fella. Handball to Rioli. Was he taken high? No, says the ump. He felt for his head under the tackle of ex-Tiger teammate Bolton. There we go, Rioli and Bolton. Richmond fans crying at the sight of that. 2 of them, of course, shared premierships together. Here's Rioli at the back of that stoppage. Hand passes to Anderson. Clicks the Suns clear, and Holman in a 2-on-1 got to the drop. Got smashed by both Warner and also Clark, but he took the mark. Holman runs on from right half back. Hand pass. Gives the trouble to Jeffrey. Jeffrey gives the trouble back to Holman. Now for Stepper rush kick towards half forward. That's poor ball movement. Ryan comes out to meet it. He tries to smother the pitching ball. Does enough to get it underneath his legs, and Sarong picks up and is tackled. Ball up at right half forward for the Suns.
Just notice, Whitey, that Bodie Hewland has gone to Shai Bolton, and they're alone in the 50 together. That's a scary place to be for Hewland as the Dockers win this one. It comes out to Jackson. He uses his left foot to effect, kicks it towards Murphy Reid, and the headband spoiled by Dan Rioli over the boundary line. We'll get a throw in front of us.
And if you have just tuned in, about 480 plus games of league experience in the subs vests. Nat Fyfe's return is in the vest. He's the sub for the Dockers, and David Swallow is yet again the sub for the Suns. He's filled that role a bit the last year or so. Boundary throw in true centre wing. Dockers lead by 2 goals, and again no clearance here as Jackson tackles Hewland at the coalface. It's tight, Stando.
I've been really impressed by the Freo forwards and the decisions that they're making to who they want to play against.
Yeah, it's a good point. Darcy taps down to Johnson. Another clearance for the Dockers here. Hand pass to Switkowski's kick to half forward is marked by Voss right on 50, and he points to the sticks.
Their forward structure is really good. I watched Freo several weeks ago, and their forward structure was, they're just crowding each other. I noticed that they're lowering their eyes, and what they're doing is they're actually creating space closer to goal for these players to lead into.
So Patrick Voss has already kicked a goal today. This will test his skill. Man on the mark just beyond 50. Bit of breeze about as well. He's got underneath that. It won't get the journey. Will pitch in the goal square. Off hands. Bolton roves and grubbers it into the post. Grubbers it into the post. Dockers 4-2-26. Suns 2-1-13.
Suns play on quickly. It's with Jeffrey. Shorter centre wing, Walter flies high through the hands. He gets back at ground level and flicks it to Rowell. Rowell gets through the tackle of Johnson. Handball back to his mate Anderson. Under pressure, back to Jeffrey. All by hand. Rowell overturned the ball to Johnson. Sarong, handball to Brayshaw, evades a tackle. It gets through to Jackson. Now Voss from 45 and drills it. His second, Freo's 5th, and they are brutal at the moment, the Dockers here at Carrara. 5-2-32 to the Suns, 2-1-13. It is a 19-point ball game with 30 gone of the first term.
Once again, it's their half forwards, Pricey. They're just the ability to come up, be able to put some pressure on. Then it was Switkowski and it was Johnson, got involved, and then they connection, be able to take the space, just go at the defender, get him to make a decision, and then they create the space over the back. So great finish by Voss. But they're setting up their forward structure really well, Q.
And I think Longmuir's coaching staff have done that really specifically based on the players they're playing on. So Voss is actually gone and playing on Collins, which Voss's strength is his ability to move and get up the ground, which means Tracy's actually playing on Mac Andrew. You look at Shea Bolton's playing on Newland. They've all got X factors that their defender doesn't have, which is allowing what Whitey's talking about, those half forwards to be dominant, and then their key forwards are also getting the reward.
Jamie Stanton and Jeff White, your experts. Free kick at the centre bounce going the Dockers' way. And it's Darcy who'll take it. Infringement in the ruck. His left boot puts Freo into attack again. Tracy and Andrew tangle. Neither can mark. Collins lumbering out, trying to pick up the footy. Does so. His hand pass turned over though. Straight to Switkowski. Gave it to Tracy by hand. Hands it to Johnson. In and away on 40. Kicks in field and Sarong leaps as if he is Cam Green in the gully. Oh, what a catch. Going to his right. Takes the grab. And Sarong will have a shot from 30 metres out.
That was awesome. That was in the slips, and that was Rodman-esque, going over the boundary line in the NBA.
Rodman-esque?
Yeah, that was. It stretched out horizontally.
Gee, Dennis Rodman, you're taking us back there.
I'm taking you a long way back. Yeah, I'm a big Bulls fan.
They look very similar too.
Caleb Sarong. This for a sixth first quarter goal for the Dockers. Right foot, near side. Not a big miss, but a miss nonetheless. 20 points to lead to Fremantle at 5-3-33 to 2-1-13. Dying stages of this first term, which has been a very good one for the Purple. And the Dockers will go to first Oranges with a 20-point lead. Fremantle 5-3-33 to Gold Coast's 2-1-13. Patrick Voss with 2 goals for the Dockers. Michael Frederick, Corey Wagner and Sam Switkowski have kicked the others, while for Gold Coast, Jed Walter and Bodie Hewland have kicked their 2 goals. First goal in league footy for Bodie Hewland. 5-3-33 to 2-1-13 with conditions still changeable. We're back to that overcast sky, and obviously you've been hearing the players have been struggling a little to handle the ball at the stoppages. There's a lot of pressure and a slippery footy. Your messages continue to be welcome on 0437 774 774. G'day to Jenny in Melbourne who texts, I'm loving the call team. I'm listening with my very non-football wife who is enjoying phrases such as rucked his own crumb and grubbered it into the post. All the more for having no idea for what they mean. Can't Freo. Thank you, Jenny. Well, I hope that our descriptions are at least entertaining, if not decipherable to all who don't understand football. Yeah. 0437 774 774. It's Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Get your footy fix live and ad-free with the ABC Listen app. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Called by ABC Sports expert commentary team. ABC Sports coverage of the footy on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Reid comes through there. Switkowski back to Amos, now over to Tracy. Handball back to Frederick from 40. He wheels around onto the right shoe and he bangs it through for Freo's first. Nice ball movement in these slippery conditions. Darcy gets involved with Witts. It was a free kick. Advantage paid. Tuke Miller kicks it inside 50. Ben King at the back of the pack. Walter gets to the goal square, picks it up and bang. Nicely rowed there by Jed Walter off that contest.
Rowed by Flanders of the Suns. Hand pass to Rowley. Picks it up off the deck. Hands it backwards to Anderson on 50. Hands it to the flank for Hewland. Dummies around Sharp brilliantly and finishes with class. And that is a great way to kick your first league goal. Bodie Hewland.
Rao overturn the ball to Johnson. Sarong, handball to Brayshaw, evades a tackle. It gets through to Jackson. Now Voss from 45 and drills it. His second.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
My name is Quentin Hull. I'm calling with Michael Price, your experts here at Carrara. Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, with Jess Stewart keeping an eye on things on the boundary as you come back here to Carrara. Two teams in the huddles receiving instructions after that first term of football where the Dockers had the better of it by 20 points. Fremantle 5-3-33 to Gold Coast's 2-1-13. G'day to Simon from Perth, who texts, Switter to kick 5 and begin Freo's march to our first premiership. As always, love your work. P.S. It's my birthday. Simon, happy birthday to you. Switter's got one already, Sam Switkowski, in that first quarter. Jeff White, Jamie Stanton, your expanded thoughts on that first half hour of footy. Very good one for the Purple.
Really good for Freo. And the big tick for me, and this is what the coaching staff will be saying for Freo, our small forwards, Shea Bolton, Switkowski, Johnson, even Wagner off the wing has been really, really handy. But the ability to put pressure on, even Pricey caught in that first quarter, terrible disposal from Holman, but it's because of that pressure from behind and balance. There was a play there where I think Johnson kicked it Sarong. Switkowski held back. He held balance before he went at the contest. He didn't get sucked into the contest. He held back. There was a turnover. He got the ball, got it to Johnson. Johnson kicked it Sarong. So they're really organising themselves with that forward structure. A high percentage of that the first quarter, it was stuck in the forward half for Freo. So really good signs early for Freo, and especially if the weather, we've had a lot of rain come through. So when you have that lead, but also that structure of the forward line, keeping that forward pressure is really, really, really positive start for Freo so far.
And then I'm curious around the coaching that was done midweek by the Freo guys in terms of playing Jackson as the mid this week, and I think they're really taking advantage of the bigger bodied inside mid, and it's creating a little bit of confusion for the Noah Anderson and Matt Rao because they actually have to go to him instead of the normal mid going to them. But then also, like Whitey was talking about, then the forward structure, their isolation that they've got going on at the moment, and the way that they're choosing which forward plays on which defender, which is really unique, not normal. That's not normal in a way a football game's played. Normally the defensive coach picks the matchups and the defenders go and pick which forwards they want to play on. At the moment, Freo are doing a really good job at isolating particular forwards on particular players and bringing them deep or bringing them higher up to ground to create what they want to see in that forward line.
Just trying to rack my brain around so-called specialist ruckmen that end up playing underneath the ruck. I know Paddy Cripps is one of the taller rovers in the game and has done quite a bit of rucking for Carlton, but have a think, Jeff. And
well, Jackson's had 8 possessions in that first quarter, and that was and I love that synergy because he's tall, as he's 6'7", and mobile and agile, and he's tackled Noah Anderson a few times.
Showing my blue bias, it's almost like Anthony Koutafidis 20 years ago.
Yeah.
I can only think about him Goods, but he's more mid-ruck, not ruck mid.
Yep. Well, he's also leading the tackles for Freo, Luke Jackson, with 4 and 7 hitouts to go along with those possessions as well.
21 inside 50s to 8 in that first quarter in favour of the Dockers. Here's Michael Price. Let's play second term footy.
The bounce is on. So it's Jackson versus Moyle. Jackson double hands it down, but it's sharked there by Touk Miller. Got a kick to the top of the centre square. Nicely taken by Jordan Clark, the former Cat. At centre half back, he was pressured there by Ainsworth, but took a nice mark. He now lowers the eyes and kicks it to the lead of Jackson, who kept his foot while Moyle, spoiling, fell over. He got the handball away to Chapman, dealt with as he put it to the logo to Switkowski, and he stands there and waits for a bit of a lead. Tracy, well, I thought he was going to receive the ball, but Switkowski goes into the corridor to find Sarong. Sarong gets around the man in the mark on Moyle, kicks it to the top of the square. Tracy flies, spoiled by McAndrew, gathered by Will Powell. He's tackled into the ground by Patrick Voss, who receives a little bit of comeuppance from Sam Collins, at least a chest bump. The umpire will come in and ball it up 20 out.
That work right there from Tracy is unbelievable. The ability to go up and back and then contest for the footy, and again just now.
Rioli picks up from the stoppage on the deck for the Suns. Hand passes to Flanders, hands it to Rowell. He's at D50. Rush kick to the middle of the ground. It's on the head of Jeffrey, punched away by Ryan of the Dockers. Miller comes through to gather, tackled immediately by Johnson. Ball up on the edge of the centre square.
They're on Freo. Their second and third efforts and their balance has been outstanding.
So now Jackson in ruck with Moyle. Jackson tapped down to Johnson. Moyle tackles him immediately, so Johnson's wrapped up. Overcast, just the natural light's getting a little darker as we speak. Moyle, good flip out the back that time. Rowell couldn't pick up, but Miller does for the Suns. From the centre square, kicks the half forward. Free kick goes to Ben Long. He was in front of Ryan, and Ryan grabbed him. So Long gets the free kick for the Suns, 45 from goal.
Fantastic body use. The ability of Ben Long, he actually had his back directly on the defender, which is really hard to navigate normally as a forward, but his ability to plant his feet in the ground and just constantly keep shuffling back, utilising some big shoulder movements, and then it's held up to get that free kick.
Playing some excellent football in 2025 is Ben Long. It's his third year at the Suns. On 50. A bit of a stuttering approach there, but good purchase with the kick. Just to the left and a behind. Dockers lead by 19 at 5-3-33 at 2-2-14. And Pricey just... The flag that used to be really big, it's not as big now with the new logo. It is showing there's a little bit of help for the Suns in this quarter, kicking to the big screen end.
Yeah, at the northern end here at Carrara. It's not quite at horizontal, but it's getting there as Freo bring the ball back in. Jackson slapped it down, but only into the path of Anderson. He kicks it back inside 50. Long had a 2-on-1. It was beautifully read there by Jordan Clark over the back while Luke Ryan dealt with Long at ground level. Now Clark responds by kicking it to Ryan. Ryan straight up the corridor to find Bolton. Got away there from Rowell. He's looking for a runner. Found one in Brayshaw. Brayshaw flares it out to the outer wing. Doing well is Wagner to get there. Corey Wagner, former North Melbourne player or North Melbourne listed and Melbourne player via the Aspley Club here in Brisbane. He chips it forward to find Brayshaw. They're just moving the ball with relative ease here, Freo. Gets it back now. Chapman, long kick, inside 50. Big pack flies, and there's a whistle on play here. It's going to be a free kick, and it'll go to the Gold Coast. Let's see who gets it. Now the umpire's saying it will be Sam Collins. It was Amos who basically dealt with him at ground level.
Collins was on the deck before the ball arrived. He's okay. Shares it with Andrew at right half back. Given to Noble. Noble's kick is out on the full.
With that pressure from behind, Q, they're forcing those errors off the half back line.
So the free kick to be taken by the Dan Rich lookalike. Wagner with his left boot. Long kick into the pocket. Jackson the target. Moyle the spoil. Rove by Rioli. Hand pass stolen by Reid of the Dockers. Hands it to Bolton. Tries the right foot banana from the left forward pocket. No, not today. He's kicked it out of bounds on the full.
You wouldn't put it past him.
No. Was I justified in getting excited?
You were? Yes, I know. As soon as he got it in his hands.
4 minutes second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Freo's lead 19 points.
That would have been goal of the year for the next 3 years had he kicked that. Anderson kicks it in the Closey direction. Johnson got in front of him and brought the ball to ground. Closey all over him. Johnson fights his way back to his feet. And he was wearing Closey there. The umpire came in and said, we'll ball it up. At right half forward for the Dockers, leading by 19 points. They are bringing it here at Carrara after a wet game against Port Adelaide last week where they did so well. They're doubling up this week. Jackson got his way to the front, slapped it down, out of the hands of Johnson. It was picked up by Holman. He slung over the boundary line, and there will be another throw in. 70 from the Dockers goal at right half forward.
Freo's got it on their terms, haven't they, Pricey? Just their ability to slow the play up. They're locking them in, locking the ball in their forward half.
Boundary throw in. Sarong roves beautifully. Hands it to Clark. Hands it on to Erasmus. Not a great hand pass back behind him. He was hoping for Brayshaw, but it's stolen by Holman, Anderson. And Anderson's tackled immediately. So another stoppage right near the interchange. Just the 1 point scored in the 5.5 minutes of this second term so far. Anderson roves the crumb. Hand pass again. Doesn't create much. Stolen by Clark of the Dockers. Hand pass to Erasmus. Near the wing. He swivels and kicks high to half forward. Tracy arrives to crash the pack. Can't get it away from Anderson, though. Picks it up for the Suns. Hand passes to Closey. Kicks along the wing. Ryan arrives to fist it away from the one-on-one between Draper and Walter. Out of play for a boundary throw-in. Quentin Hull and Michael Price calling the action with Jeff White and Jamie Stanton. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 6 minutes second quarter. Fremantle 5-3-33 lead Gold Coast 2-2-14.
They also lead the tackle count 37-24 and the hit-outs 22-15. They win another one here. Holman gathers it though, gave it to Humphrey, took the tackler on, and then an indiscriminate handball into the path of a lumbering Moyle. It goes over the boundary line at left half forward for the Suns. It will be a throw in.
Yeah, they're just forcing the Suns to just make skill errors and be able to force the kick and not be able to get that chain hand pass going from the contest.
I've got a text from a Tony Armstrong. I wonder if it's our Tony Armstrong, or used to be our Tony Armstrong.
Oh, he still occasionally.
He's having a listen on the drive to Bangalow. Loving the call. Thank you, Tony Armstrong.
Well, there you go. We'll take that as the Tony Armstrong. And if he's giving us...
Former Swan, former Pie.
I'll take that.
Former Bricky Couch guy.
So, slap down here. Jackson in the role of ruck rover, gave it to Fredericks, puts on the afterburners, gets it to Murphy Reid, who shows poise. Got around a couple and then puts it into the path of Tracy. Gathers on the bounce. He just palms off McAndrew, but then came in Noah Anderson to lend a help. He gathered. Handball over the top to Andrew. The no-look handball wasn't as flash. It was Rioli who made it look better. Moyle gave it to the run of Andrew, who kept going. They're up to left half forward. Holman, who got a lot of pressure on that kick there from Jordan Clark, put it over the head of the leading Walter. It went over the boundary line in the left forward pocket for the Suns. There'll be a throw in.
It feels a little bit like Gold Coast are playing a little bit of basketball while Freo are playing a bit of footy. Freo are happy to take the body contact, but Gold Coast, if it's there, I'll take it, but I don't really want to be touched right now.
It's one of those arvos, Jamie. I'll pick up on that thought in a moment. Boundary throw in. Miller comes through. Johnston tackles him, but Miller's hand pass is good. It breaks the congestion. Closey has a snap on goal. He's kicked it out of bounds on the full. Free kick in the left back pocket for the Dockers. And Stanto, this is one of those days quite often we see when the Suns are on their terms, how good they look. The Dockers have taken it away from Gold Coast's terms already today.
That's exactly what we were talking about in the pre-game, right? Is can Gold Coast actually stand up and deliver when they are required to? We don't know yet.
Inbound out to the left half back flank and close to the boundary line, punched out by the battle between Draper and Jeffrey there.
They haven't been able to go through the corridor for the Suns. They've been forced to go wide, and that's because of the defensive pressure of Freo, be able to squash them and just give them the wide outlets towards the boundary.
Umpire throws it in. Darcy beat Moyle, slapped it down close. He got the handball back to John Noble. Under pressure, he pops it up inside 50. It falls fortuitously to Ben Long, who got there in front of Luke Ryan. Takes the mark 45 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
His forward craft at the moment is absolutely fantastic, and Rhys Shaw, being the AFLW coach, is constantly showing us Ben Long clips this year because of the way that he gets isolation and separation from his opponent. He never stops his footwork, and as Pricey calls, yes, it falls fortuitously, but at the moment it's falling in his favour too many times because he's the one outworking his defender.
22 goals, 10 for the year for Ben Long. He's really made this position his own. Lets it go from right on the arc of 50. It's a nice-looking drop punt. It is perfect. Absolutely perfect from Ben Long. And the Suns get their third. The Dockers 5-3-33 to the Suns 3-2-20. So it's a 13-point ball game after only 9.5 minutes of the second quarter.
They needed that, didn't they, Pricey? Just to sort of settle it a little bit, because Freo they've been playing outstanding footy for this entire match. So they've just got to get in their hands a bit more, Suns. They've got to get their ball movement happening. Besides, they've got two talls down forward, but majority of them they've gone pretty small up forward.
I want some mongrel, Whitey. I want to see them actually get in and fight for it and really want to cement themselves in the top four or in their stance in the final series. I think at the moment, as Q was sort of alluding to before, they're trying to play pretty footy or that only on our terms will turn up. And I just want to see the mongrel in them. Like, let's get in there.
Jamie Stanton and Jeff White with you. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Dockers by 13 points. In gloomy conditions, centre bounce off both ruckmen tangle each other and fall to deck. Humphrey picks up the footy for the Suns. Hand passes to Noble. Clearance right down the corridor to the leading Long. And Long marks on his chest. 40 metres from goal. Gave Ryan absolutely no chance as a defender there. Great kick from Noble into attack.
And that's why you need to be high alert. When you have John Noble and Rioli come up to the forward 50 or the back 50, and there's a centre bounce, you've got to be on high alert, and that's exactly what Noble was able to do then. A great kick inside forward 50.
So he kicked 26 goals last year, Ben Long. He's already got one today, which he's up to 23 already for this campaign. Is it number 24 for the number 22? Yep, indeed. No. Early crow. Sorry. It hit the post. It looked good. That win might have got it. It's a poster. Long's got 1-2 today, and the Dockers lead by 2 goals, 5-3 to 3-3.
So looking to bring this ball back in. Not a lot of movement. It's Amos was the target. Flew with the one hand, tried to guide it down and gather it at the second grab. Couldn't quite do so. Humphrey injected and then turned it over. Went through Brayshaw to the run of Banfield. Banfield kicked it out towards Tracy. Spoiled there by Mac Andrew. But he did enough at ground level, Tracy, to tap it into the path of Wagner, who drops it in there to Voss. It bounced off his chest under enormous pressure. Stuck under a couple. The umpire could have pinged holding the ball there. Didn't. I reckon he's dived straight on that, and he's very lucky, John Noble. Extremely lucky as the umpire throws it up.
Suns in attack. Darcy, first possession, tackled by Witts, got rid of it. Switkowski tackles Noble. That's another stoppage. I think John Noble was very lucky not to get pinged for holding the ball a moment ago. Noble now throws it to the umpire, who tosses it in the air. Witts with the palm down. And another ball up. Sharp tried to crash through for the Dockers. Got tackled by Humphrey. We'll try again. Again, no telling tap. Sarong comes through. So throws it out. Lombard picks it up for the Suns. The first game he gives to Humphrey. Hands it to Ainsworth to Humphrey. And a clearing kick towards right half forward. Moyle's there. He has got to play tackler on Draper. And does so to lock it up.
Great tackle from the big fella.
And we'll see a ball up now. It's the opposite half forward flank, the attacking end for the Suns.
It's becoming reasonably congested in and around the stoppages. Darcy versus Witts. Witts down to Rao. Rao tackled but got it to Miller. Immediately scrubby kick onto the boot and inside 50 cut off by Ryan. His extracting kick bounced off the shins of Tracy into the arms of Sarong. The handball back into the corridor to Wagner, who's having a good game. He chipped it forward, barely the 15 to find Frederick. Just to the left and in front of the centre circles. He looks to lower his eyes into the path of Amos. He was confronted there by Collins. It skimmed off the knuckles backwards towards the goal. McAndrew under a little bit of pressure. Just basically walked it through for a behind. So it is rushed 5-4-34 to 3-3-21. Back to 13 points as the Suns bring it back in.
They haven't turned on the lights here. I reckon they should. It's pretty gloomy. It's an overcast, gloomy day, and I'm surprised that the TV hasn't told the ground to turn it on to make the TV picture look a bit better.
They haven't got the auto switch, have they, on the car?
No, they haven't.
TV aren't here.
Jeffrey from the left back pocket kicks a long ball to the wing, off hands. It's a Dockers ball. Banfield roves, hands to Sarong. Rushed entry, not a good entry. Yeoland back with the flight, takes the mark for the Suns. He's got Andrew loping through the right back pocket. Andrew receives. The hand pass, kicks to right half back, closely the target. Wagner the spoil to punch it out of play, and we'll see a boundary throw in at left half forward for the Dockers. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jeff White and Jamie Stanton with you. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Sort of a subdued atmosphere here, not a huge crowd and an overcast day. 14 minutes second term, the Dockers lead by 13 points.
So there's a whistle on play. The umpire's coming in then. It's going to be a free kick, and it was a hold off play. I think it's going to go to Erasmus. It looks like Matt Rowell standing the mark. Well, not arguing too heavily with the umpire. Kicked inside 50, 2-on-1. Tracy flies for the Dockers. Front and square was Noble. He overran it. Tracy put himself in. I love the way this guy plays. He moves so well for a big fella. Umpire's going to come in and ball it up. Jess Stewart's on the boundary.
Mentioned it was really quite dark and gloomy. Well, it definitely feels really dark at ground level at the moment. Surprised they have not got the lights on.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Miller does the roving in the back pocket from the stoppage for the Suns. Clearing kick to half back. Humphrey has to... that was Ainsworth battling at ground level. Foraged out by Rowell. Hands it to Noble. Hassled off the ball by Switkowski. Close to the boundary. Noble comes again and tackles Switkowski out of play.
He's been unbelievable today. Him and Wagner. Wagner's been holding that wing up really well, but the ability of Switkowski to come up and create confusion and and get these stop plays has been really impressive.
10 possessions for him and 11 for Wagner as well, Whitey, and well, make that 12 as Wagner gets it, but he's tackled heavily by Leo Lombard. That is a good tackle for a young fella. Puts him down, and the umpire's going to come in and ball it up, throws it up, left half forward for the Dockers. Witts beats Darcy for this one, but once again it's just tapped really close to the feet, picked up by Rao, gets out of traffic, kicks it beyond centre wing. It's Brennan Cox versus Ben King, and Luke Ryan gets back to help. He gathers, handball back to Cox under pressure, back to Ryan. He's got a run, a subterranean handball to Warner. Tried to sell the dummy around Lombard and then handballed it to Clark, put him under pressure. Clark picked it up, smashed by Closey against the boundary line, and there'll be a ball up on the outer wing.
No late changes if you are just tuning in, and Dave Swallow and Nat Fyfe are the two subs today. Narang Riverside, ball up, Rao with a clearance for the Suns. Hands to Humphrey, hands to Miller, hands to half forward Lombard. 55 from goal. He's kicked to the pocket looking for Walter. Pitches in front of him and ricochets out of play. First gamer, Leo Lombard, picked 9 when the Suns had to match the bid from the Saints. He's the epitome of, what is it, the Nepo baby? He's one of them. Caused a bit of a stir, didn't it? Witts taps boundary side, rowed by Brayshaw of the Dockers. Hand pass to Warner and he clears defence with a rush kick to half back. Erasmus tries to trap, can't. It was Amos trying to trap, in fact. Now it's Switkowski picking up for the Dockers. Hand passes to Tracy a long way from home. He just barrels it towards half forward. Hewlin does well. Intercepts the contest, wins the ball for the Suns. Hands it to Ainsworth. He to Fiorini. Fiorini's kick towards the wing. Flanders takes the mark but has to hold up. Kicks infield to the bullseye. Powell takes the grab and it's pretty stagnant.
Well, there's a little bit of movement. Most players in front of Will Powell. He's in the centre circles. He kicks it very long, almost reaching the goal square off the pack. It was roved by Wagner, tackled immediately into the ground by Closey. In the right forward pocket for the Suns, they're trailing by 13. 18 gone of this second quarter under gloomy conditions here at Carrara. Oh, tap down Lombard. Roves under pressure outside of the boot. The young man kicks his first goal in AFL footy. 18 minutes into the second term of his first game of AFL footy, and he's going bananas with the celebration. They all get around him. There's big reps on this young fella from the Burleigh Bombers. He celebrates and immediately heads towards the bench. But more importantly, he brings the Suns within 7 points. And have a listen to the crowd as Leo Lombard gets towards the interchange. Oh boy, the kid's excited. The crowd standing as one at Carrara. What a great highlight. 7 points the margin, the Dockers lead.
Finally, there's some energy in the house. And that's no disrespect to Freo. It's not a huge crowd here and it's a bit gloomy conditions, but boy, it felt like we finally turned up at a footy game.
Yeah, great finish in the end by Leo. But what about the tap from Witts just to get it out of that inner circle? You were talking about that.
Yeah, Jess, you're right at hand there.
Yeah, that was special. His mum just came down into the stands there when he kicked that goal and went absolutely berserk celebrating. And that's when he was running off. He was giving a good point to the crowd, celebrating with his mum, who was not far away. Just as the rain's about to start.
Great work from Jess Stewart down on the boundary. And a couple of they're starting to turn on the stadium lights now.
About time.
About time. It was getting very gloomy. So Leo Lombard in his first game hasn't had to wait long to get his first goal. Burleigh Junior played his senior footy at Broadbeach here on the coast, and they expect big things of him. Centre bounce. It's a free kick to Anderson of the Suns. Margin back to 7 points, by the way, off that goal. Docker still in front. Anderson from the bullseye. Kicks deep. Looking for King. There's a whistle in the contest. I think he was pushed out, King. It's a free kick going to the Suns. Yep, it's going to be Ben King's free kick.
It was a bit of a late call, but it was certainly there. The hands stretched out. The umpire wanted to see. He was right there, right in a great position to see it. Good fight back here from the Suns.
Well, they were 20 points down at quarter time, and if Ben King kicks a goal here, it's back to the barest of margins. 7 points the lead currently for the Dockers. Hardly any angle. King's 30 out, and he nurses it through with his right boot. Suns have kicked 3-2 to 1 behind in this second quarter. And the Dockers 20-point lead at quarter time, as mentioned now, just the 1 point. Dockers 5-4, Suns 5-3. You're hearing it on Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, your experts.
Gold Coast still aren't playing very good football at the moment, but what they have been able to do is just wrestle a little bit of momentum back. We spoke about, getting the contested possession and the tackles back on their turns, bring a little bit of mongrel, and that's really what they've done over the past couple of minutes, is just started to turn that momentum swing around and to stop Freo in their tracks. It'll be interesting to see what happens now with the Freo coaching staff, because they're not getting bang for buck with some of those coaching changes that they did earlier in the quarter and the game. So we'll see what happens from here.
So Tuke Miller with the is leading the disposal count with 7 so far in this quarter, and Jordan Clark for Freo with the same. As Brayshaw at the back of the pack. Handball now to Jordan Clark, who moves ahead with 8 disposals, gets into the centre circles and kicks long. Mac Andrew read the ball better. Tracy went one way, he went the other, but Mac Andrew took the defensive mark. With his back only 20 metres away from his defensive goal, he flares it right to find Noble. Sorry, it's Bodie Hewland.
The other Blondie. It's Blondie Bodie.
That's how gloomy it's getting.
Yeah, exactly. Turn the lights on. Help us out. Bodie in the pocket. Runs to right half back. Hewland with the long kick to the Nerang River wing. 2-on-2 in the pack, and it's off hands and out of play. There's no Moyle and Cox there, along with Witts. Now Witts is going to hang around for the ruck against Jackson. That's part of the nuance of the day. Both teams playing the two ruckmen, recognised ruckmen. Jackson and Witts at this one. Probably give that one to Jackson. Sarong can't pick up, though. Anderson for the Suns. Picks it up, hands it to Rioli. Hand pass on the head of Witts. Has it knocked away from him by Johnson. Docker's ball. Erasmus hands it out the back to Clark as the rain starts to lightly fall at Carrara. Kick to half forward off hands. Switkowski roves. Hand pass. Now, is that a free kick? Yes.
After he kicked it. So is that downfield?
And there's a little bit of lip.
No, they're going to go back.
A little bit of lip going on there. So Sarong got pushed after he kicked the ball. He's going to receive the free kick 60 out. Quick kick to the pocket. Bolton the lead. Gets a free kick for a chop of the arms from Powell. Almost took the mark.
Yeah, definitely there. He pulls the left arm down and back.
So Shea Bolton gets the chance to just stem a little bit of the tide, and he's put the footy under his jumper for a moment. I just looked at, I thought that's an interesting look. He pulled it out, gave birth to a Sharon, and now he's got it in his hands. 40 metres out. Bolton with his right boot. He's got underneath that, but he's kicked the goal. And the fans in purple on the coast have a chance to cheer. Shea Bolton's first goal of the game is the Dockers' first in this second quarter. Freo 6-4-40. Lead Gold Coast 5-3-33.
It's a good setup there, outside forward 50, and just to kick out in front of him, let him jump. It's got that amazing vertical leap. It's hard to actually go against. You've actually got to squash up that inside forward 50, and Suns just weren't able to do it quick enough.
G'day to Barbara and Peter, who are on their way to Denham in Western Australia. They're enjoying the commentary. Thank you. 0437 774 774 to get in touch. And Pricey, you can see this text. This isn't an excuse for a Riverina reference.
Oh, here we go.
But Eric, formerly of the Rock Magpies, has texted in, says thanks for the great coverage.
Well played, Q. You can slip them in there, don't worry about that.
Yep.
The forward clearance for the Suns falls into the arms of Tuke Miller. He's tackled high too. Now, was this as he was releasing the ball? Yes, it was. So it's not going to be downfield, which would have placed the free kick at the front of the goal square. So Tuke Miller is still standing inside the centre square. Oh, that's a good bit of running there. Nicely done by Ainsworth, who just escaped, put on the lead, and Tuke Miller put the pass right in front of his chest. So Ainsworth will have a shot from right on 50 with a slight angle to the right.
That was actually a really good set play then. Ainsworth created the space, so he pretty much went to his left, came back to his right, but it was a good cue there, good synergy with Tuke Miller.
So Ben Ainsworth, only the 7 goals this year, has got this in his distance. Releases it from just inside 50. He's hooked it a little left, trying to go for that distance, off hands and over the line for a rush behind. 40 plays 34, one straight goal the difference. In favour of the Dockers with 25 and a half minutes gone of this second quarter. ABC Sport on a Saturday afternoon.
Interesting from the Suns, when Jackson goes into the ruck, they put Moyle against him. instead of Witt, sorry.
Ryan's kick-in's marked by Warner. Inside defensive 50. Oh, tries the 45 infield, looking for Brayshaw, but King intercepts. So Ben King takes the mark just beyond centre half forward. He's 60 metres out, making about 70 out as he now kicks back into attack. Warner saves the day. He realised he made the mistake, so he got there to take the grab. And Carl Warner relieves with the mark at full back for the Dockers. Gloomy conditions, and now the floodlights are slowly being turned on here at Carrara. Warner kicks towards the Nerang Riverside. Tracy gets to the front of Andrew. Nice mark. Long way from home, though, Josh Tracy, just forward of D50 at left half back. He kicks down the Nerang River wing. The target there is Bolton battling with Powell. Bolton won the day, but Powell tackled him. He didn't win the day. Powell gets the free kick, holding the ball. Rowell takes the advantage. Hand passes to Andrew on the wing. Slips and falls and gets tackled. Holding the ball. You got to do something with it, Mac. Yep. Big Mac.
Great work by Shea Bolton.
Got jumped on by Bolton.
Yeah, just hatched it as Bolton kicked it to Brayshaw, not the distance. So Brayshaw handball back to Erasmus, and then Bolton forward to centre wing out of side. His kick, he was looking for the leader, Tracy. He was beautifully read defensively by Matt Rowell. Floated across the front and took a mark.
Great coverage there because Mac Andrew got caught holding the ball, but then Tracy's gone and then they covered for Mac Andrew. So well played by the Suns then.
Rowell long down the line looking for Ben King. Well done by Warner, who got in front. Lombard's handball cut off by Erasmus. Handball now to Brayshaw to the run of Wagner. He's confronted, has to stop and curl it around his body. Tracy had two to deal with, Collins and McAndrew. Collins put it to Rowell. He gathered and then hooked it around his body. It bounced over the boundary line. They're going to... Don't you dare. Oh, he was about to. He was about to. The umpire was going to call it insufficient intent. It's a wet day. It slewed across the ground, went out of bounds.
Whitey almost signalled it.
I was waiting for you to turn off his mic there.
Yeah.
Pricey was going to go.
I will go feral one day.
It's okay. It's football. It's passion. Boundary throw in. Lombard the row for the Suns. Doesn't find anyone with his hand pass, though, in a Suns jersey. That is stolen by Erasmus of the Dockers. Kicks to the pocket. Voss and Tracy there. Tracy hands it to Voss. Voss snaps. Not enough curl on it. It's across the face and a point. 6-5-41 leads 5-4-34. It's the Dockers by 7 points. Late second term on a gloomy, misty afternoon. Oh, hold on.
Sam Collins. He's coming off with a blood rule.
Blood rule, okay.
Oh, dear.
I thought it was score review for a moment.
As Jess Stewart will see this as Sam Collins comes through. He's got a fair bit of claret around the face there. Wow.
G'day to Kylie, who texts, "Hi guys, I've requested the lights to be turned on at the ground due to OH&S issues."
Yes,
that's a very ABC text, Kylie.
Well, thank you, Kylie. Well, this is workplace health and safety, Jess Stewart. It's on the boundary.
Yeah, he's gone straight down to the rooms. A fair bit of blood mixed in with the beard.
That's a fearsome sight for Sam Collins as Walter flies. No, don't pay the free kick. Pay that mark. He did. Well done, umpire, as Walter flew over the back and took a very good mark in these conditions. Kicked it forward to Closey. Handball to the run of Noble, forward to centre wing. He kicks it inside 50. Luke Ryan read that from 40 metres away. Did beautifully.
That was wonderful effort there.
He took a chest mark in the right back pocket and then flares it out. Nice kick towards Amos, who took a good contested mark. Handballed it off there to Chapman. Oh, tackle.
Great tackle.
Great tackle, Jed Walter. He released the ball illegally, did Chapman, and that was a confronting tackle from the youngster. He floats a sack inside 50, and it's very fortunate it hit Sam Flanders on the chest. 35 out, 45-degree angle to the left. That was a floater.
But if he actually connected, Ryan would have actually intercepted it. So then it fell in front of Ryan, and that's who he's able to take that mark.
Oh, luck's a fortune, as they say. So Sam Flanders, we missed an opportunity when Simpson was ruled out with an injury to have Simpson v Flanders today.
I've never seen a more devastated man when team sheets come out.
I had so many lines prepared as Sam Flanders comes in from 40 and floats it across the goals for one behind.
So not so sexy Flanders right now?
Stupid Flanders. 41 to 36, 35 it is now. 6 points the margin. And boy, they're coming here, the Suns. Only one straight goal in it, and Freo was all over them.
It's not a huge crowd and a bit drizzly, but it's a very good game of footy as Long inbound from Warner for the Dockers. Jackson roves his own crumb in the pack. Hands it to Frederick. Tackled fiercely by Humphrey. Lets them go. Dockers still have the ball. Hand pass from Chapman to the wing for Johnson. Johnson gathers. Hands it back to... It's Brayshaw coming through. Couldn't pick it up. And Hewland can't either. It's out of play for a throw-in.
They'll go into half-time here, I reckon, the Suns, with their pressure definitely lifted.
Guess what? On the text line, you know how you get those marketing texts? We're even getting texts from like marketing on our text line. And it's actually for one of the pizza chains. Do they know it's close to half-time? Taunting us on the text. 0437 774 774. Noble roves the crumbs on the wing from the stoppage. Suns ball, hands it to Anderson. Kick to half-forward Walter again. Very happy to fly Jed Walter and punch it away. He doesn't mind the frequent flyer miles. He's knocked it out of play for a boundary throw-in.
But that's what you love, and that creates movement. It creates the players coming underneath, confidence knowing that the ball's going to go to ground or he's going to mark it. So there's nothing worse than being outmarked.
About 20 seconds left before half-time. Closey under the pack. Clearance for the Suns, hands it to Noble, hands it back into the pack. Brayshaw crashes through. The deputising skipper does well. Hands it to Johnson. Johnson to Sarong. Sarong, did he get pushed after he kicked it again? Yep. I think he has. That's the second time he's been dumped, and there's a downfield free kick.
Bailey Humphrey, mate.
He got him, did he?
Transgressor.
Well, I think time's going to run out for Jackson and the Dockers. Yep. That's half-time at Carrara. And Freo still lead it, albeit not kicking just the one goal in that quarter. They led by 20 points at quarter time. And now it's just a 6-goal lead. So the Suns kicking 3 goals, 4 to the Dockers 1-2 in that term. Fremantle 6-5-41. Gold Coast 5-5-35. Patrick Voss kicked a couple of first quarter goals. Frederick, Wagner, Switkowski and Bolton, the goal kickers for the Dockers. For the Suns, all singles still. Walter, Hewland, Long, Lombard and King. Just before our experts, Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Yeah, there's just a little bit in this. The teams are really giving a lot of chat to each other as they go off. There's a bit of pushing and shove, so we still haven't seen either side leave the field yet. But I feel there's a bit of spice in this one at the moment, and it could really unfold in this second half.
Short odds, who was involved in the lip very quickly, but without even looking at it for the Suns.
Freckle, Nick Holman.
There you go. Jamie Stanton's all over it.
Yep. Okay.
He loves a bit of it.
Loves it too much.
Outside of the telemarketing, the texts also, thank you. Chris, loving the call, helping me get through my day at work, just out of Walloona, WA. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. Hope Freo put the Suns to bed in the second half. Thank you, Chris. G'day to Lorraine, who's in Perth. She's watching the pictures on the telly and has the telly on mute and synced us up with the commentary.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Yeah, which is pretty easy to do these days through the ABC Listen app. Thank you for that, Lorraine. 0437 774 774 before half-time commitments. Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, tell us about the way that the Dockers have constructed this 6-point lead at half-time.
Well, they've constructed it really with their first quarter effort and the way that they were able to isolate their forwards and then go inside forward 50. I think with the changing of the weather, didn't allow for that to happen too much. And then Gold Coast also then really turned up the pressure dial enough to start wrestling back a little bit of that momentum with the wet weather to make sure that Freo couldn't move the ball as well. It was really interesting in the first quarter. Freo were actually using handball receives from their halfback flankers, and Whitey highlighted Wagner before around them getting a little bit of extra possession to drive the ball deeper inside 50, which was how they've constructed the lead so far.
Yeah, it was just the commitment halfway through that quarter. That's where the Suns started to peg back. They started to actually get a bit of flow through the corridor, and that's what they're trying to do. That's the strength, that slingshot footy off the half-back line. But I've been really impressed with Freo, the ability to actually limit that. If they can limit that, they'll go a long way to winning this game. I know they've worked really hard to be in front at half-time. It'll be interesting to see how they use Fife. If they use him in the centre or go forward, he's bit of a trump card. I mean, the game's on the balance here. You've seen how the Suns have used Swallow. He's been really effective as a sub coming in the forward line. It'll be interesting to see how they use Fife in the second half. Loving the way Jackson's playing. The ability, and that's why they switched. That's why they've adjusted more on him. That flexibility, that being more agile than Witts.
But is that how you can use Fife? To allow a little bit more freedom with Jackson?
I actually like that mix in the middle, so I'm thinking that they've got to keep the energy up forward, though. That's the key for Freo. So
a bit of ruck 101. What do you think the balance is, sort of percentage-wise, between Darcy and Jackson?
Jackson's more.
So he's
more at the moment. Yeah. Yep.
But has stayed, when Darcy's rucked, he stayed around the stoppage as a big-bodied mid.
Yeah, and that's where they switched. They had the start with Witts on Jackson, but they've identified that Jackson was too mobile for Witts, so they've actually flipped that now. So when Darcy comes in, that's where Witts comes. But that's where Jackson's been really effective around the stop plays. The ability to tackle, I think Pricey said at quarter time he was leading the tackle count, but his ability to spread. So that becomes a real strength for them.
So not a huge crowd here, and the lights are on with a bit of rain around. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jamie. Half-time at Carrara, and it's the Dockers 6-5-41 to the Suns 5-5-35. Later on today, Greater Western Sydney to take on Richmond and Sydney to play Adelaide. And just a shout-out for our listeners locally here, if you're listening on Coast FM, the Gold Coast Titans start the afternoon's NRL action just up the road at Robina. That game is about 20 minutes away. Of course, you could twiddle the dial locally and pick up a different frequency to hear the rugby league. We'll be sticking with the AFL here. You can also go to the ABC Listen app, but if you're here on the coast, we'll see this out at Carrara and then take you to Robina once things wrap up here. The Gold Coast Titans, by the way, playing the Melbourne Storm. Anytime you're around the country, you can also hear the league coverage on the green button on the ABC Listen app. 6 points the lead to the Dockers. It's half-time, 6-5-41 to 5-5-35. We'll take a break and be back with more Saturday footy on ABC Sport after a trip to the newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Economists say increased steel and aluminium tariffs announced by US President Donald Trump are likely to drive up costs for American consumers. Mr. Trump says the tariffs will be increased from 25% to 50% from next week. He says it will secure American jobs and protect US national security. Professor Justin Wolfers from the University of Michigan says prices for housing, cars and other goods will go up.
Steel tariffs are a mistake. They're going to cost the United States jobs. They're going to make things more expensive for people over here. The small number of people it helps really is so small that it's probably going to cost about $1 million per job saved.
The United Nations says what it calls the current mass starvation in Gaza can be stopped, but it will take political will. The UN agency supporting Palestinians says the people of Gaza are both starving and trying to survive heavy bombing. A spokesperson for the UN Secretary-General Stefan Dujarric says the aid being sent in only meets 10% of the territory's needs.
Humanitarian needs have exploded in Gaza following the 80 days of the nearly total blockade of aid going into the Gaza Strip. And the limited amounts of aid entering the Strip are nowhere near sufficient to support the 2.1 million people in desperate need of assistance.
The Czech Justice Minister has resigned after it was revealed his ministry accepted a huge donation of cryptocurrency from a convicted drug dealer. Here's the BBC's Rob Cameron.
Pavel Blažek has insisted that the donation of 480 bitcoins, which the ministry later sold for 40 million euros, was fully legal, and the money would go towards helping victims of crime and improving prisons. However, it's unclear how convicted criminal Tomáš Jiříkovský made the money. We do know he ran an illegal online marketplace for drugs and medicines and served 4 years in prison for embezzlement and drug trafficking. Mr. Blažek argued that shouldn't stop him from donating the money as a form of penance.
An open letter to Victoria's Attorney General is calling for urgent state legislation to revise a High Court ruling enabling the Catholic Church to avoid vicarious liability for abuse caused by a pedophile priest. The landmark decision in November last year found the Catholic Church was not liable for abuse perpetrated by one of its priests because he was not considered an employee. The ruling has placed pressure on state governments to retrospectively change the law. The Allen government has so far opted for a national approach, but lawyer and victim survivor advocate Judy Corton says other states are waiting for Victoria to take the lead.
Every day of indecision and delay, 6 months have already elapsed.
People are losing their claims. People are becoming terribly, terribly psychiatrically harmed.
And if you or anyone you know needs help, call the Respect National Helpline on 1800 737 732. A mother accused of murdering her 3-year-old daughter has been found unresponsive at a Brisbane in Brisbane southwest. Joshua McIntosh has the story.
Lauren Ingrid Flanagan is accused of murdering her 3-year-old daughter at a home in Moore Park Beach, north of Bundaberg, on Monday. Queensland Police say in a statement a 32-year-old woman was found unresponsive while in custody at the Brisbane Women's Correctional Centre at Wacol yesterday. Police say Queensland Corrective Services officers provided immediate assistance before paramedics transported the woman to hospital. Detectives from the Corrective Services Investigation Unit have been called in. Ms Flanagan did not appear in Bundaberg Magistrates Court when her case was first mentioned on Tuesday and did not apply for bail. Her matter is due to return to court in July.
More than 13,000 members of the New South Wales Rail, Tram and Bus Union are expected to vote in favour of a landmark agreement which ends a long-standing stoush with the state government over pay and conditions. The union initially asked for a 32% hike over 4 years when negotiations first began in 2023, but has now settled for a 12% pay rise over 3 years and back pay. The RTBU's Toby Warnes says there's something in the deal for both members and commuters.
There's obviously more to it than just pay. There's a number of conditions that will also benefit our members, and we got to a point where the government put an offer on the table, and we thought it was something that our members would overwhelmingly support.
And the New South Wales Minister for Transport, John Graham, says the deal will bring relief to the disruption for passengers from industrial action. ABC News. Get more news at any time. Download the ABC Listen app.
An emergency can happen anywhere. There are 3 warning levels across Australia: advice, watch and act, and emergency. To learn more, go to the ABC Emergency website and stay listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Darcy beat Moyle, slapped it down close. He got the handball back to John Noble. Under pressure, he pops it up inside 50. It falls fortuitously to Ben Long, who got there in front of Luke Ryan. Takes the mark, lets it go from right on the arc of 50. It's a nice-looking drop punt. It is perfect. Absolutely perfect from Ben Long. Oh, tap down Lombard. Rhodes, under pressure, outside of the boot. The young man kicks his first goal in AFL footy. 18 minutes into the second term of his first game of AFL footy, and he's going bananas with the celebration. They all get around him.
Anderson from the bullseye, kicks deep, looking for King. There's a whistle in the contest. I think he was pushed out, King. It's a free kick going to the Suns. Yep, it's going to be Ben King's free kick. Hardly any angle. King's 30 out, and he nurses it through with his right boot. Sarong got pushed after he kicked the ball. He's going to receive the free kick 60 out. Quick kick to the pocket. Bolton the lead. Gets a free kick for a chop of the arms from Powell. Almost took the mark. 40 metres out. Bolton with his right boot. He's got underneath that, but he's kicked the goal.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Pleasure to welcome you back to Carrara on what's a gloomy day here. And pretty strong rain squall has come across the ground at half-time. Dockers are leading the Suns by 6 points. My name's Quentin Hull. It's Saturday footy on ABC Sport. 3 games that we're bringing you today. We'll jump from here to the double in Sin City. First out at the showground, where Greater Western Sydney will take on Richmond, and then the Swans host the Crows at the SCG later on this evening. Here, 6-5, 41 to 5, 5:35. The Dockers lead it by a goal after they were 20 points in front at quarter time. Your texts continue to be welcome on 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. Got a couple through the break there. G'day to the Clarkson family. They're listening, driving to Exmouth from Perth. Go Freo. Thank you. Stuart from Bunningyong text, are the Suns capable of knocking the Pies off when they host them in a few weeks' time? Well, first things first, Stuart, they might get beaten by the Dockers here today. Our experts will delve a little into that in a moment. Trenton from the Sunshine Coast texts, Hugh Dixon just kicked 13 goals for the Southport Sharks today. 13?
13. 13.
Sorry. Thank you for that. Reg in Seminyak, here we go. Whitey loves it when we get the international listeners. Reg is lying languidly by our villa pool. I should be relaxing, but I'm a Dockers fan, so I'm decidedly stressed out. Reg, just chill. And here's a good one.
I think if he said lying languidly, he is chill.
Yeah. And there's another word that I actually had to look up, and I'm going to give credit to that texter in a moment. But Jared Tracy texts from Kyoto in Japan, go cousin Josh and go Freo. So,
oh, cool.
There you go. Josh Tracy's cousin Jared is listening to us in Japan. Now,
I've just gone to the stat sheet.
Can I just give you this word first? And I want to ask you whether you know what this word means. Jeff in Ballarat is enjoying the call and the apricity. Do you know what apricity is? Oh, I had to look it up.
I'm a PE teacher, so I'm opting as a no.
So Jamie
based on that statement,
Jamie Stanton doesn't know what apricity is.
I can't open ChatGPT quick enough.
Michael Price, you know what apricity is?
I don't even know how to spell it, mate.
Jeff? No. Okay, so...
Appreciate something? Appreciate the call?
I've Googled it. Apricity means the warmth of the sun on a cold day in winter.
Oh.
So it's obviously a little cool in Ballarat, but the sun's out and Jeff is enjoying the apricity.
Very nice.
Thank you for the lesson, Jeff. No, I appreciate that. I love to learn new things.
0437 774 774 is the number. There is no apricity.
No.
There's no apricity here. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Yeah, this rain is really coming down now at the moment. You'd expect that this football's only going to get a little bit more slippery. It's really pelting on me now, but I'll try and find a little bit of dry cover for the moment.
Yeah, make sure the mic stays out of the moisture. Michael Price with the stats to half-time. Dockers lead it by 6 points.
So the Gold Coast are leading their disposals overall, 182 to 174, so they're +8 there. They're leading the contested possession by 11, 76 to 65. They're winning the centre bounce clearances 7 to 3. But they're being out-tackled by the Dockers. The Dockers 48 to 39 in that regard. 32 inside 50s to 21 in favour of Freo. Freo have made an extra 400 metres gained. The hit-outs, Freo winning 30 to 28, so that's a close run thing. But most importantly, the score is now only the one goal, 41 to 35 at half-time after they led by 20 points, Freo. Individually, Noah Anderson's got 19 disposals, 12 contested, 6 clearances and 5 score involvements. Matt Rao 16 with 8 contested and 4 clearances. Tuke Miller 14 with 6 clearances. On the Dockers, Caleb Sarong 15 disposals, 5 tackles and 8 inside 50s. Andrew Brayshaw 15 with 4 contested and 3 clearances. And Jordan Clark 14 with 6 contested and 3 clearances, along with his couple of inside 50s. But I've got to ask Jeff White and Jamie Stanton. First of all, Jeff, we'll talk about that ruck contest, which has been absolutely intriguing between Sean Darcy, Jackson and Ned Moyle and Jared Witts. The hit-outs are basically on parity, but how did you see it, especially in that second term when Gold Coast wrestled back a little bit of ascendancy?
Yeah, I just like the way they had to switch it up. When they started the game, it was Witts versus Jackson, but in the second quarter, they actually switched that up. So more of it, almost like a tagging role for Moyle to go onto Jackson and try and stop his ability around the ground. And then when Darcy comes in, Luke Jackson stays as that tall midfielder and then goes up against Witts. That's when Moyle went forward. There's a couple of times there he was able to influence, get a few free kicks, take the tallest player in the forward line. He's a tall man. He's 205, 206 centimetres. So they obviously don't get smaller as the game gets along, and particularly with this pending rain that's coming through. So, but then you look at Noah Anderson and Rao, then Brayshaw and Sarong. They're all sort of pretty evenly matched with possessions around the ground. I just think the key still is, and has been the key for this first half for Freo, is those small forwards. The small forwards coming up are adding pressure, even though Rioli's had 13 possessions and so has Noble. They haven't been effective with their slingshot footy, been under pressure, and that's because of those small forwards. Shea Bolton's been fantastic. Switkowski, as we've mentioned. Johnson's been really effective. Wagner on the wing. So they've got to keep that high intensity. That's why I think if Fife comes on, I reckon they'll put him deep forward, isolate him. I don't think he's going to have the juice to go through as a midfielder, maybe at the body, but then they've got Jackson in there, right? So I reckon if they have a chance to put him on, I wouldn't be surprised if they isolate him deep. That's a good option.
So, Jamie Stanton, we've talked about the movement of the Freo forwards, basically picking who they're going to play against. Do you see Nat Fyfe coming in and playing a role in that?
I think potentially. I think Whitey's point there is he doesn't have the juice. He probably won't have the legs to run out the game throughout the midfield spurt. It wouldn't surprise me, though, if they then use Jackson and Fyfe potentially as an on-field swap at times too, though, to isolate Jackson out of the goal square as well, though. So it'll be interesting what coaching flexibility that does give Longmire. But what I'm really curious on in this last quarter is Freo's pressure's been fantastic up until this point. We've just had a rain shower over the half-time break. Can they maintain that pressure and that rage? Even though Gold Coast has been dominant in the clearances so far, Freo are still leading. But if they lose that pressure rating and that drops down, the clearances then become more important and Gold Coast will then get some more ascendancy going inside forward 50. So non-negotiable now, Freo need to maintain or lift that pressure rating to win this game overall.
A bit of a slow burn here as far as the storyline as we set up, but always promised to be an interesting contest today, particularly with the way that the Dockers have bounced back in the last couple of weeks. And there, as I said, just the assumption that the Suns would take care of business today, but good questions asked by Justin Longmuir and the Purple of this home team in the first half. And they will go into the third term, the visitors, with a 1-goal lead. I hope you enjoy the rest of the footy with us here as the third term begins. Whistle as Witts tapped down brilliantly to Humphrey. But it's going to be a free kick to the Dockers because Brayshaw was being held at the stoppage. So Brayshaw from the middle of Carrara. The stand-in captain kicks the Dockers into attack. 2-on-2 contest. Off hands, roved by Suns skipper Anderson. Tumbles a clearing kick. It's a poor kick off the side of his boot. Pitches near the boundary. Stays in play. Taken by Warner. Tackled by Holman over the line for a throw-in. So keep those messages coming in. Graham from Doodlakine in the wheat belt of WA. Andy from Perth. Bob, who's in the centre of Tasmania. They're listing all around the place. 0437 774 774.
Umpire throws it in just in front of the commentary box. Witts double hands it down. Rowell bent his head into the tackle of Brayshaw as he gathered the ball. Umpire just says no, nothing doing. Held up. So we're on the true centre wing, commentary side. About 10 metres infield as the umpire throws it up, and it's a whistle on play immediately. It was the umpire that was about 50 metres away called that one, and it was against Shai Bolton, and it'll go to Matt Rowell, just short of centre wing. So the Dockers immediately flood back, and Rowell forced to go down the line. It's towards the big fella in Witts, and Walter makes his way to the front of the pack. Fist it down to the hands of Anderson, back to Walter. He tried to find Noble by hand, missed the target. Rowell picked it up. He's tackled, let loose the ball. Now it goes from Brayshaw to Sarong by hand. Kicks it inside 50. Oh, McAndrew mucked it up with Hewlin. Ball spills. Andrew got to ground level. Handball to Collins. And now they're going to get it out through Rioli. His handball was speculating, but he went back to fix up his own mistake. Bailey Humphrey picked it up, and he's just absolutely belted by Patrick Voss, who gives him a little bit on the ground as well.
Oh, yeah, and just Stuart mentioned this at half-time, Pricey. There's a little bit in this.
Well, when these conditions... well, the umpire did well. There's 5 players wrestling on the ground, so he walked 2 metres to the right and just threw the ball up. It gave the Suns the advantage, but it made that pack get off the ground nice and quick.
Anderson in the middle of the ground for the Suns. Long kick to half forward. Cox in the 2-on-2. Got a fist, but King does the roving for the Suns. Cox tackles him. King gets a hand pass clear. Oh, good work, Chapman. Won a hard knot on the ground. Rode a bump. Hand passes on to Warner. Oh, the ricochet of Warner's hand pass ends up back with Chapman. Gives it to Ryan, and now the clearing kick. A shinned ball to the wing, intercepted by Noble of the Suns. There's good intensity at the contest here, as well as the slippery conditions. It's a good old scrap on Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Noble with a kick to the pocket. Jackson from behind almost took the mark. Draper does the roving. Docker's ball. Hand pass to Johnson. Johnson's hand pass out in front of Warner, and it rolls beyond him and over the boundary line for a throw-in on attacking 50 for Gold Coast. They're attacking the right of your radio dial in this third quarter. Early stages, no change to that half-time score. Dockers 6-5-41, Suns 5-5-35.
Umpire throws it in across the arc. Witt's got it down. Bolton couldn't quite pick it up as he tried to spin around. Left it for Anderson, who kicked it inside 50. Long provided the contest. Walter played for the free kick. Oh, he got it too. He got it, and Ben Long knocks Jordan Clark over in the aftermath. But Jed Walter, he made the umpire see plenty. Let's put it that way. He gets the free kick, 35 out, slight angle to the right.
When you get Walter sort of bedded down a bit more into his career and Lombard up and going, there is some serious Hollywood about this team in a couple of years' time.
Well, just his pressure. Like, he's not... Walter's not going to, he might get his 10 possessions. He's not going to... But just his pressure, his presence... And I love that kick too. It was in a dangerous spot.
He's a big celebrator. He's almost like the mini Kerno.
He is. He's actually probably as wide across the shoulders as Charlie, isn't he? As Walter comes in. Deliberate approach from 40. That's a lovely drop punt. His second goal. And he celebrates to bring the scores level here at Carrara. 6-5-41 apiece. We've played 4.5 of the third quarter. ABC Sports, Saturday afternoon footy.
It's funny with Jed Walter, when you talk about his presence in the forward line, part of the reason why Dimmer plays him so consistently, whether his form is warranted or not, is because of that. His attack on the footy, his constant flight. You spoke about earlier that he just flies for anything and makes the contest. That's why they love him, is because he'll give you absolutely everything. Whether he's in form or not, he's giving you 110%, as most coaches would say. So as the small off that, you know what you're getting and you work around it. And he might be mini with Kerno by age only, but I reckon height and size he's pretty close.
Jamie Stanton with you. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Bolton rose brilliantly at the stoppage. Runs to 50, looks for the answering goal. Kicks it left. Oh, he moves without effort yet so quickly. Shea Bolton, that's a point. He's pushed that to the left. It does put the Dockers back in front by that score. 6-6 to 6-5.
Brilliant tap by Jackson too, just to hit it forward.
I love how wide he sees all of those brilliant taps too, just quietly, as Will Powell takes off from the goal square. Kick towards the outer wing, good fly from both Holman and Walter to kill that contest and bring the ball over the boundary line.
Mark in Adelaide's asking what the crowd figure is. Yeah, it's not a big crowd here today.
10-ish, 12-ish.
Yeah, you're guessing around 10, 12,000?
Yeah, perhaps. I think Gold Coast people, as you would expect, don't like the rain that much.
They're like
sugar
they're
babies.
Like Rain Man. They don't go out in the rain.
Exactly right. Throw in. Jackson in front of Witts, double-handed forward. Anderson had an air swing, couldn't quite make any contact. It bounced off the arms of Jackson, back into the arms of Anderson. He kicks it forward, and it's a free kick to Ben Long. He was dragged to ground by Luke Ryan in that contest. Running forward is Closey. Receives it close to the boundary line from Long. Gathers. Bumped by Bolton as he kicks it to a dangerous spot. The big fly, well done by Banfield to fist it away. It bounces into the arms of Miller. Miller snaps. Miller hits the post. Scores a level again, 42 apiece. 9 gone of this third quarter 7 gone as the rain falls at Carrara. And
kicking in with that beard and that man bun, you'd swear it's Dan Rich in a Freo jersey. It's not. It's Wagner. How many years did Dan Rich kick in for the Lions? It's Wagner kicking long to the wing, out the back. Noble picks up for the Suns, hands it to Andrew, rides the tackle of Jackson, hands infield to Ainsworth, edge of the centre square. Rush kick back to attacking 50. Long, did he push out Ryan? No, it's a mark.
I was just going to say, his presence on Ryan has been outstanding today. He's made him accountable. He's I think 2 or 3 possessions in front, free kicks in front.
So for a moment I thought Ben Long nudged Luke Ryan underneath that, but all in the bounds of the laws of the game according to the umpire. So Long lining up for his second goal. Ryan on the mark, 40 from goal. Long straight in front, stuttering 2-step approach. And the kick on the right boot, right to the line, punch through for a point. Puts the Suns back in front, 6-7 to 6-6. Jess on the boundary.
Yeah, the rain is really coming down quite heavy now, and there's quite a swirly breeze.
Whoops, just taken out the microphone, that swirly breeze as well. Thank you, Jess, as they play on now. Freo from the goal. Just short of centre wing. Good kick in the conditions. was fisted away there. McAndrew at ground level gathered. Handball into the path of Holman. Tackled off it by Brayshaw. It's getting scrappy as you would expect with this heavy rain. Picked up by Johnson. He's dumped by Holman at right half forward for the Suns.
Well, this weather playing its hand here. Erasmus kick smothered off the boot by Rowell. It slews out of play. I was keeping an eye as well. It's 2 Group 1s due to be run at Eagle Farm today. I think they got through 5 races and the races are abandoned in Brisbane. So no Derby or Kingsford Smith Cup today. They were the 2 Group 1s. So, yeah, a bit of wet weather around southeast Queensland. Suns lead it by a point. Boundary throw in on halfway. Jackson tries to pick up, kicks it off the deck, slews in towards the middle of the ground. Rioli, as if it's a dry day, cruises through. Hands it to Miller. Miller's tackled. Got rid of the hand pass, though, inside 50. Long gathers. Great tackle by Clark to dispossess him. Docker's ball. Johnson hands it off to Sharp. Sharp kicks wide to Wagner. Marks it right half back for Freo. Kicks it to the Nerang River wing over the head of Amos. And Collins takes the mark. Collins kicks it infield. Rioli takes the grab. Rioli dishes off to Hewland. Hewland with a barrel for territory to the pocket. 2 on 2. It goes to the foot of the pack. Long, Moyles there. Long's there. Battling away for Freo is Banfield. Slews infield. Lombard picks up. Hand pass doesn't create, so he goes again, young Leo, in his first game. Has it stolen from him. Literally, his pocket was picked by Sarong. Rush kick to the wing, and Tracy takes the mark.
He's got barely any players in front of him. He's 70 with his back to goal. At left half back for the Dockers, but he puts it forward to find Chapman. Just in front of the interchange gates. A couple of players escape those gates and get in front of him now. That's a nicely weighted kick, but reading it beautifully was Jeffrey. Johnson was a target, but Jeffrey flew across the ground, the wet track, and fisted the ball over the boundary line in front of us. We'll get a throw in.
And just another shout out to our listeners locally here on Coast FM. If you're wondering where the Gold Coast Titans call is, you can find it on the ABC Listen app or twiddle the dial for some of the local frequencies. That's just started, the Titans game against the Storm. No score there. We will keep you up to date here and take you to Robina when this game is finished.
The throw in come off hands of the ruckman and it landed in the arms of Johnson. He's duly tackled into the ground, let it go. Anderson for the Suns. It's a high ball in the King direction. Got rid of his opponent. Sorry, it was Moyle. Starting to get very sloppy here at Carrara. Moyle takes a good mark against Draper. Now he kicks it in the King direction. He was dealt with early and he earned himself a free kick against Brennan Cox for some high contact. Good body work from Ben King, and he'll go back and have a shot 20 metres out. 45-degree angle to the right.
There's the tools, isn't it? There's Moyle takes that mark, uses his body really well against Draper, and then there's King down the line. But it's where they're kicking it inside forward 50 for mine in this quarter from the Suns. It's been in that V. It's been in the corridor. Hasn't been wide. It's been in that corridor, giving the opportunity for their forwards to either mark it or get a free kick.
Ben King 1-1 for today. Makes 32 goals, 13 for the year.
I reckon he's going to have to almost give the entire goalposts away here.
Well, the
way the wind's going left to right.
The wind is going straight across the face of goal from left to right as he's looking at it. So I think you're right, Q. He does aim for the left post. It doesn't move. It just goes even more left and out of bounds on the full.
Yeah, but because he hooked it.
I wasn't blaming your forecast. It was the kick, and it got the inside of the shoe. So it's a free kick to Freo in the right back pocket.
So, sort of misting, sheeting rain coming across Carrara. Luke Ryan in the right back pocket, inbounds for the Dockers, kicks to the flank, marked by Collins though. He used to play with the Dockers, not anymore. He kicks the Suns back into attack, punched away by Banfield, pitches in the pocket. Ryan arrives, he's under pressure, but hand passes to Johnson, gives it off to Clark. Cute kick around the body, trying to create for Sharp near the boundary line. It's out of play. Don't know whether that's the play on a day like today, Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, the cute kicks, with it getting wetter.
Well, at least he was trying to keep it in play by doing a little check side. But it's been in the forward half of the Suns just pretty much the entire quarter. What's the inside forwards 50s for Freo? I don't think it'll be much.
It's 10 inside 50s to 3 in favour of the goalie. So
in this quarter.
In this quarter, yeah.
So they've dominated this quarter as the throw-in comes, and it's just buried underneath several players after it came off the hands of Moyle. So the umpire will come in and ball it up. 35 out from the Suns' goal. Moyle just slaps it forward into space. Long tracked it back. So did
Warner,
that was him, in the long sleeve jumper, and now it's taken off the hands of Banfield. He takes it over the boundary line. Every Suns player appeals for insufficient intent. The crowd didn't like it, but it's a wet weather game. People get over it. It's going to be a throw-in in the left forward pocket. Football acts, you can't penalise those, Q.
Suns in attack, boundary throw-in. Darcy to the front, beats Moyle for the tap. Ryan has a fresh area with his clearing kick, goes and gets it again. Contacts this time, kicks it to half back. Erasmus traps it, jumped on, ball up.
Jeez, I thought it was too high then.
He just got on the ball and locked it underneath him. So it's at left half forward for the Suns, right half back for the Dockers. Moyle fists it clear of the contest. Banfield has a fumble. Clark got taken high. Free kick, yep. Free kick Dockers. Jordan Clark getting an accidental knee in the head, I think. But he's okay.
So Gold Coast have turned up this quarter and they've started by winning the disposal count and winning the clearances, and they've had a time in forward half, but they haven't put it on the scoreboard. So when Freo get their momentum and go forward, will they be able to put it on the scoreboard? Not normally a Freo concept, putting stuff on scoreboards, but we'll see.
Amy Stanton and Jeff White, your experts.
1-2 to just the one behind in favour of the Gold Coast this quarter. It's a long kick. Well done to Jackson, who got rid of his much smaller opponent in Noah Anderson. Took it just forward of centre wing on the outer side. The big fella plays on. That's a high ball. Dangerous spot. Voss was the target. It skimmed off the knuckles there. Fiorini picked it up, tackled by Frederick. He got the handball back to the goal square to Dan Rioli. That's a delicate kick under pressure.
That's a great kick under pressure, Pricey.
He hit Flanders. Flanders with the handball to Jeffrey. Jeffrey to the wing. Off the hands of King. Well done. Ben Long just socketed it off the deck. So does King. It's now inside 50. They've rumbled it up there, the Suns. At ground level, there's pressure there. Jordan Clark, superb. Just played it towards the boundary line. Walter belted him, pushed him in the back. Well played, Jordan Clark. Yeah. The crowd hate it, but that's good footy in the wet. He's going to get a free kick in the left back pocket for the Dockers.
And just kept his feet, didn't he? Well played.
Suns lead by 1 point in wet conditions.
50. He moved.
Yeah, went over the mark.
When they say stand in the place where you're told.
REM?
Yes.
Rapid eye movement.
I think the key for this too, with the weather, is those tall forwards coming up a half. Like Jackson did just then before, but the tall forwards coming up the line is going to be really pivotal to this game.
So Clark marched from the pocket to the half-back flank. A very short pass. Warner takes the grab, gives it back to Clark, who can run freely to the wing. Now bangs a long ball. About 40 from goal. Voss! Oh, big pieces of 1 and 2 bites, not paid. Plays on, gets tackled by Collins, holding the ball. Oh, it's a hard school. Patrick Voss had 99.9% of that mark, but then not paid it and is pinged for holding the ball by big Sam Collins.
Bodie Ewan's down here at the moment in that contest, so I reckon they're not going to... He's a hard nut too. They're going to have to pause the game.
He doesn't stay down, does he?
No.
I've not seen him stay down in his 38-odd games.
It was just in that contest when Voss went back. Must have...
So a trainer over him. He's basically on hands and knees, Bodie Hewland, and now we're getting a replay. It's friendly fire. He ran into Collins. He was sort of reeling out of that contest and banged into Sam Collins, who was coming in the opposite direction.
It's not...
And then ricocheted with Voss bouncing him as well. It was a double banger there.
So it's not a head knock, is it? More body, wasn't it?
Well, I think he's stretching out his chest. And is he going to continue?
Yeah, I think it's a rib, maybe.
As Sam Collins reapplies some Vaseline to the left eye, just underneath it.
What are you seeing down there, Jess Stewart, on the boundary?
Yeah, I can see that Swallow is doing a few run-throughs, but I just find it interesting, when they stop play like that, do you think the play should have to come from the field?
Yeah, it's a good point. Plays restarted now, bashed over the boundary line near the half-back flank. As soon as we saw the Lockie Schultz issue a couple of weeks ago, we knew that was going to change things for the rest of the season. Again, sorry, Jeff, probably one of the moments where, again, communication between umpires and Headhouse, it didn't work. And it's, that's the domino effect for the rest of the year. Score check here. Suns by a point and win the clearance from the throw-in at right half back. Anderson boots it Long to a contest. Long at the front, spoiled away from him by Chapman. Picked up by Cox of the Dockers. He got tackled, lost it. Brayshaw picks up, tackle, gave it to Sarong, back to Cox, all in tight. That's deliberate. Give
No,
the free
it's not.
kick. Of course it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
He
is.
got belted as he kicked it, Q. Belted as he kicked it in wet weather.
I'm glad we have passionate opinions. Guess what? The umpire agrees with mine.
Oh, there you
on
go.
this occasion.
You high-vis, where are you?
Where's the footy? Back to attacking 50 for the Suns. Scooped on by Ainsworth. Not a very effective disposal. It's slippery out there. Switkowski picks up. Hands to Tracy. Runs through the centre of Carrara. Deep kick inside 50. Amos has got 2 to beat. Andrew and Collins. He's doing well, Amos. But Andrew, in the end, Andrew wins out. Wins the ball at full-back and kicks it out to left half-back.
Oh, close. He had to wait for it. Closing speed from Wagner knocked it out of his hands. And then Wagner cops one high when he went down to pick it up.
Well done, Wagner. He was out of then. They were 2-on-1 against him.
He's having a cracking game. He's about 90 from goal at right half forward for the Dockers. Plenty inside 50. Tracy with the fly. Fisted away by McAndrew. Front and square. Couldn't quite pick it up. Bailey Humphrey then went back to gather. And then Tracy just wrapped his arms around him. Nailed Humphrey into the ground. 30 out. Will have a ball up directly in front of the Dockers goal. They're trailing by 1 point. Played nearly 19 minutes of this third quarter. Scrappy, but a good contest. Darcy got it down. Will Powell put himself in for the Suns. The handball to Bailey Humphrey. He turned it over. Well done to Reid. In traffic, Brayshaw. The handball sublime to Switkowski. Back to Brayshaw. Has a ping. Oh, he skids it through. That's a beauty. In close quarters, Andy Brayshaw puts the Dockers back in front. 7-6-48 to 6-7-43. 5 points the margin. 20 gone, third term.
Andy Brayshaw's footwork there in tight was so impressive. It's his feet were like cat feet on a hot tin roof. They were just going left, right and centre. The Gold Coast boys were just mesmerised by them and forgot to get anywhere close to smothering the ball. It was really, really impressive and shows his class as a player.
Geez, that was outstanding. Just the ability to just keep his feet and then squeeze it through. I mean, finish it off. Wow, what a goal.
And deputising as captain today with Alex Pearce out of the team. Apparently he's going to have a rest after the bye and see how his shin comes up. So we're not quite sure how long Pearce will be out of the team. But Brayshaw with the goal. Dockers back in front. Centre bounce. Witts beats Jackson. But immediately Erasmus applies a tackle on Humphrey, who received the tap. Locked up. Tossed in the air again. Give that one to Witts again as well. Jackson does the roving, though, for the Dockers. Hands to Johnson. Under pressure. Tackled by Ainsworth. Holding the ball. Nope. No Pryor. Ball up. By the way, that NRL game underway. Titans 6, Storm nil if you're listening locally.
Wow.
Of course, you can go elsewhere on the radio dial to find the call or the ABC Listen app.
Off hands now, this contest. Warner picks it up. And that skids off the outside of his boot, and they're going to penalise him for a bad kick. Simple as that. It's wet weather. It came off the outside of his boot.
I'm in your corner, Pricey, now.
For that one?
That one was just a bad miss kick.
And so Fiorini with the free kick. Keep saying, if you're going to just do it, just bring in the lasso and be done. As Fiorini on the left foot kicks it to right half forward. Oh, monster spoil there by Ned Moyle. Beautifully gathered by Flanders on the boundary. He goes back inboard. Oh, that's a dangerous kick. There's a couple of Suns in space. Holman, handball back to Noble outside the 50. He measures a lovely little 9-iron that hits Ben Ainsworth. 45 out, 45-degree angle to the left.
He's a good kick, but what about on today's deck?
Ooh. Well, every player on the paddock is in front of the centre circles, and every Dockers player is inside defensive 50.
He is a good kick, but it'll be one of his best in these conditions.
Well, you'd have to strike it perfectly. And if he kicks it and it hits the boundary and goes out of bounds, will he get penalised for deliberate? Ainsworth wheels around onto the right shoe. He's got onto it. Good kick, makes the line. Oh, it's roving. The neighbouring Flanders comes in and says, diddly dilly, it's a goal for the Suns. 7-7-49, plays 7-6-48 off hands. Beautiful roving on the line.
I'm going to give that to Ned Moyle and Wicks for going down into the goal square there, because the two twin towers, they were down there and he was able to get a hand on it and bring it back into the goal square, and they outnumbered Luke Jackson.
Surely you've got to get it over the line there, though, if you're the Dockers defence.
100%. But to have those two down there,
Just looking at the replay here,
Yep.
Whitey, it was Moyle. Moyle handed it back in, and Flanders just towed it off the deck a foot away from the line. So
was that
Suns
Ned to
back in
Flanders,
front.
are you saying?
Ned to Flanders.
We missed...
Damn. That's one we missed.
We missed Simpson playing today, but we did get Ned to Flanders there.
That'll do me.
Okay. Suns by a point at 7-7-49 to 7-6-48. Saturday footy on ABC Sport, 23 minutes, third term. Centre bounce, Brayshaw kicks it off the ground. Hoping for Switkowski, who's hassled by Jeffrey, picked up by Erasmus, hands it to Bolton from 52 steps and bang! Oh, what class! What class! Wet deck, no worries at all. Dockers back to the lead. Shea Bolton's got his second. Freo 8-6-54 to the Suns 7-7-49.
What they have to do is they have to change the Luke Jackson versus Witts. Got to get Moyle in there. That's twice now. Earlier this quarter, Shea Bolton nearly kicked one. Now he's kicked one. So Jackson against Witts. They've got to change that for the Suns.
I really like the positioning of Shea Bolton there, though, too. In the wet, slippery conditions, he didn't actually go to the contest. He sat at what we would call an A2 position, which is about a metre and a half off where the ball was slipping and sliding away from, which allowed him to then, once he received the football, be in clear and open space and use his weapons, which is his speed and his skill.
Back into the middle. The umpire throws it up. Doesn't bother trying to bounce it. Now it's a bit too slippery. Bolton again explodes away. Handball to Erasmus. He's got the runner in Sarong. Tackled. He has to let it loose inside 50. Suns through Flanders. Goes through hands to Humphrey. Now to Anderson. Back to Rowell. Rowell at centre half back. Kicks it to the wing. Holman battled his way in front of Warner. Got collected on the way through. Still had the presence of mind to get up. Give the ball to Rioli. Rioli to Rowell by hand. This game is lifted up a notch. Rowell goes towards the boundary to Closey. Closey's got a leader in Ainsworth at right half forward. He hits him. Ainsworth gets hit as he kicks it to the top of the square. Play on, says the umpire. Front and square was Erasmus. His pressured kick. Noble flies at the back. Now he gathers. Handball back to his mate Rioli. Chips it inside 50. Jackson got back there in front of Witts. Good defensive mark for the Dockers.
Kicks it to right half back. And Sharp marks in space and takes a moment to just slow things up on defensive 50 for the Dockers. 5 points to lead to Freo, trying to make it 3 wins in a row and really make a statement to the rest of the competition that they are well and truly in this fight in 2025. Short pass to Erasmus, who marks just shy of the wing on the Nerang River side. Chips it around the boundary line. The presenting chest of Amos takes the grab. Ham passes to Brayshaw, slips a tackle, gets his boot to it. A rush kick inside 50, a tumbler. Jeffrey first to meet it for the Suns near the boundary line in the pocket. Tries to weave around Tracy, dropped the ball, got it back, and gets a high contact free kick. Just a bit too cute in the slippery conditions, but Jeffrey will get the free kick underneath the light tower in that pocket. The lights are on now on what is a gloomy day. Can now Pricey see the top of the Surfers Paradise skyline? A moment ago with that sheeting rain we couldn't see it, so it's just clearing a little.
It's a long kick off hands picked up by Will Powell. He's tackled by a couple of Dockers into the ground. At left half back for the Suns, right half forward for the Dockers. The umpire's going to come in and throw it up. Witts versus Jackson. Call that one a draw, but Caleb Sarong comes out of the pack with it, hooks it around his body towards Voss. Voss, superb body work against Sam Collins, and that is saying something. One of the harder men at fullback, and Patrick Voss takes it right where the arc meets the boundary line at right half forward for the Dockers.
Becoming very pivotal, these big, tall fellas, forwards.
Voss just sets it up, top of the square. Tracy was the target, smashed away from him by Mac Andrew through the goals for a behind. 55 plays 49. One straight goal the difference. The Dockers lead 27 gone third term.
And you'd think every score is so precious in these wet conditions. Short kick in, Anderson marks in the pocket for the Suns. Long kick to the wing. Collins has got 2 to beat. Brings it to ground. Boundary looms and is the victor. Jeff White, Jamie Stanton, your experts. Gee, how many more goals are we going to get in this one? Hard to tell.
Only, I would say, a small handful based over the next quarter and a bit, just with the weather conditions. They're just so patchy that you never know.
And if a team was able to get a couple in a row, Jeff, we see what happens in these wet games. Make it a sloppy contest and lock it down. Switkowski comes through, tries to rove, drops it. Jackson picks up. Tackled immediately by Rowell. Ball up.
just noticed a player on the Freo bench. Jess might be able to give us insight, but was going through a series of stretches.
Okay, Anderson, this time for the Suns, a toe poker to try and clear the congestion. Whistle. Free kick to Freo, to Banfield, just away from that contest. So Banfield's going to get it, just forward of the wing for the Dockers. Goal the lead to Freo, 28 points third term. Banfield with that left boot, long kick to the pocket. Tracy flies, can't mark, but he does his own roving, hands it out the back on attacking 50. Amos picks it up. It's Erasmus, in fact, who kicks to the goal mouth, punch through for a point. Or no? No, it hit the behind post and is out of bounds. So a throw in the left forward pocket for the Dockers.
The Dockers leading it by one straight goal, 8-7 to 7-7 late in this third quarter. Weather-affected game, been very slippery, but it's been a good contest. Throw in. Jackson versus Witts. Jackson got it down. First two at the Dockers, and Jackson receives. Slick little handball. Found Reid. Reid got the handball backwards to Chapman under enormous pressure. He gets a kick away. It only went 5 metres, cut off by Fiorini. He now kicks it towards centre wing. Reading it better, Brennan Cox. As Ben King tried to get back and make a contest of it, Cox kept his feet as King slipped over. Centre wing on commentary side. Set up in front.
I'm just thinking of the two subs. You've got Swallow and Fife, and you look at the conditions, and you'd reckon there'd be a bit of Danny Glover about when they get injected.
Reid kicks it to the top of the square, and Tracy controlled himself, and then coming through, Fiorini kicked it through. I'll let you finish that gag in a sec as it goes through Q. 56 plays 49.
Yeah, the Danny Glover line out of Lethal Weapon. I'm too old for this. what do we got? 480 games of experience in the subspests down there.
The most experienced high-vis in the world.
Swallow and Fife waiting for injection. Jeffrey's got it on the left half-back flank for the Suns. Kicks hoping for Andrew on the wing, knuckled away by Ryan.
I don't know if you have a stat on that, but surely that's the most ever.
I think
for any subs. So any games.
Nat Fife will be playing game 241. David Swallow will be playing game 244. So, yes, combined, and we're just seeing Fife doing a couple of warm-ups at the top of the race.
And he's looking extremely fit too, isn't that, Fife? Yeah. Comes off the pack, and Fiorini's handball to Noble was put down. Swakowski swoops, gives the handball to Tracy, sweeping one to Patrick Voss from 30 into an open goal. Patrick Voss kicks his third. The Dockers extend their lead to 13 points. 9-8-62 to 7-7-49. Nearly 31 minutes played of the third quarter.
That's that pressure again from those small forwards that forced Noble to fumble it, and then they swooped.
And it's the cleanliness from the contest, though, too. With the weather conditions the way they are, they're picking the ball up off that one clean touch, pick up the ground ball, then move the ball with nice clean hands. Lovely handball by Josh Tracy over the top of the Suns pressing defender there to give it to Voss to then run into the open goal.
That was a beautiful hand pass.
Yeah, with width. You want to have width. Of course, when it's a wet game, it's in tight, but you're going to have those players on the periphery. You're going to have those guys on the outside, and that's where they have the space to be able to go.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. It's the Dockers by 13 points at a slip and slide Carrara. Sarong at the centre stoppage. Kedsy's left boot to it. Kicks Freo towards left half forward. Frederick there battling with Noble. Frederick wins the ball. Noble makes the tackle. No prior, ball up. Ump comes in. Ruckman arrive. Tossed in the air near the boundary. It's Darcy and Witts. Darcy's tap straight over the boundary line on the full. So, no, the boundary umpire...
Yeah, he's going to call it.
He's calling it, yeah. Tapped out on the full.
On the full, so it's a free kick to...
It's a free kick to Anderson.
To Witts.
To the Suns.
Yep.
Anderson had it and gives it to Witts now.
Being a midfielder, he was trying to take it away from the ruckman, of course. So.
What do we got? About half a minute in this third term.
So Jared Witts now, the big fella from right half back, lays a left slipper into it and kicks it towards centre wing. Walter provided the contest against Jackson. Front and square was Holman. Under pressure, he dribbles it along the ground. Nicely picked up there by Chapman. Evaded the tackle of Flanders, and it's going to be a free kick back to Chapman, who was taken high in that attempted tackle. He's got it at left half back for the Dockers, and he flares it right to Luke Ryan back inside defensive 50.
Yeah, the message is slow it down now. There's only 10 seconds to go.
And the lights are on, but the skies are getting a little brighter here. Not raining at the moment, I wouldn't think. Just double checking. No, that's three-quarter time at Carrara. And what a contest we have here. It might not be a huge crowd and far from the template of sunshine at Surfers Paradise for footy that we usually have on a Saturday afternoon here. It's gloomy and wet, yet the Dockers have led at every change and won that term. Fremantle kicking 3-3 to Gold Coast's 2-2 in that term. So it was a 20-point lead at quarter time for the Dockers, 6 at half time, and now at three-quarter time, the lead for the visitors is 13 points at 9-8-62 to 7-7-49. Patrick Voss has 3 goals for Fremantle. Shea Bolton has 2. Singles to Andy Brayshaw, Michael Frederick and Corey Wagner. Gold Coast's 7 are made up of 2 to Walter, and the rest are singles. Flanders, Long, Lombard, Hewland and King. Three-quarter time, it's Fremantle 9-8-62 to Gold Coast 7-7-49. It's Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
Driving through this hot land full of dust and smoke, this little Tommy fella feels like a true blue Aussie bloke.
Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia all over, Sunday mornings on ABC Radio. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Darcy got it down. Will Powell put himself in for the Suns. The handball to Bailey Humphrey. He turned it over. Well done to Reid. In traffic, Brayshaw. The handball sublime to Swakowski. Back to Brayshaw. Has a ping. Oh, he skips it through. That's a beauty. In close quarters, Andy Brayshaw. Ainsworth wheels around onto the right shoe. He's got onto it. Good kick. Makes the line. Oh, it drove him. The neighbouring Flanders comes in and says, diddly dilly, it's a goal for the Suns.
Centre bounce, Brayshaw kicks it off the ground. Hoping for Switkowski, who's hassled by Jeffrey, picked up by Erasmus, hands it to Bolton from 52 steps and bang! Oh, what class! What class!
Fiorini's handball to Noble was put down. Swakowski swoops, gives the handball to Tracy, sweeping one to Patrick Voss from 30 into an open goal. Patrick Voss kicks his third.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
Intriguing story developing at Carrara. Quentin Hull with you for Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The Dockers lead by 13 points. They're looking for 3 wins in a row. The Suns are looking for 4 wins in a row. Big final term coming up in wet conditions here. The next 2 games are coming to you from the Harbour City. It's a Sin City double on a Saturday night, starting at the Showground, where the Giants will host the Tigers. Matt Clinch has made the trip out west of Sydney. How are you, Clinchy?
Hello, Q. Yes, it's one of those abnormalities of the fixture. As you mentioned, the 2 matches in Sydney within hours of each other, and former Giants captain Steve Coniglio said it shouldn't happen, and really the only time it has happened was during the COVID period in 2020-2021. So for those that are the fans of both sides here in New South Wales, it's a bit of a frustration. But is the Orange Tsunami back at the Giants after an impressive 28-point win over the Blues? Toby Green was best on ground in his milestone match, and Jesse Hogan booted 4 goals, and he's 30 goals through 8 matches. The Giants are back in the 8 and looking to try and build some momentum and get back-to-back wins for the first time since Gather Round in round 5 of the AFL, and they are bolstered by the inclusion of star midfielder Josh Kelly this afternoon, who returns after missing a month with a hip injury. The Tigers, well, they're a side not to be taken lightly. 3 wins through 11 rounds, but they add 8 premierships worth of experience and 600 games as Toby Nankervis, Tom Lynch and Dion Prestia, the forgotten Tiger, makes his return for the first game since round 24 last year, having got through the VFL. So the Tigers might be lacking a little bit of experience, but they're a side they show to not take lightly. The Giants also celebrate the diversity of Western Sydney with their cultural heritage game this afternoon. No late changes with Toby McMullen and Caden McIntosh will be the sub. So looking forward to calling in alongside Daniel Garb, Dean Brogan, Joel Patfull and Phil Pryor on the boundary. The Giants and the Tigers to follow you, Q.
Good on you, Clinchy. I hope you get a good game there. Down the road at Robina, the first of the NRL games for the day underway. The Titans hosting the Storm. 15 minutes left in the first half. Gold Coast 6 lead Melbourne 4. And again, to our local listeners here on ABC Coast FM, we're heading there as soon as things wrap up here. If you want to hear the call now, it's available wherever you're listening on the ABC Listen app, or if you are local, you can twiddle the dial. 612 on the AM dial is also being able to be picked up down here on the Gold Coast, and you can hear the call there. Before Jeff White and Jamie Stanton, movement on the benches at the three-quarter time huddle, Jess Stewart.
Yeah, Nat Fyfe has got the Guernsey on now, so the sub has been made for Fremantle. I'll keep you updated on who is the one that is the unlucky participant to sit from the bench for this final quarter, and I can't see any movement yet on the Suns front, but I will keep you posted on that.
I wonder if that's Warner. Warner was on the bench at three-quarter time there. So
okay. What do you think from here, Jeff and Jamie?
Well, I think Gold Coast need to make sure that they get on top in the clearances like they are, but actually get some effective clearances out of it. At the moment, it's quite scrappy from Gold Coast, and yes, the conditions are playing a part, but that's the difference between Freo and Gold Coast right now. The disposal efficiency, Freo are still ahead in that, and it's those moments. So we spoke about the Josh Tracy handball and that ability to create with space. Gold Coast at the moment are really scrappy with their clearances, and they're not getting that really clean, effective movement that we would normally see from them, which is affecting the way they're going forward and therefore putting the scores on the board.
Just before Jeff. Jess.
Dave, sorry, Swallow has been subbed on for the Suns, and it's the debutant, I think, in Leo Lombard that has the trainer's jersey on.
Okay, thanks, Jess. Jeff.
Yeah, just that if the Suns to win this, it's the forward pressure for mine. Humphrey's been a bit quiet today. Played up forward, he's only had 10 possessions. They need to lock it in there. And as Jamie said in that third quarter, they had a lot of forward half pressure, but they weren't able to have scoreboard pressure.
And it's now been updated indeed. Warner out for Fyfe, Lombard out for Swallow. Both subs made, final term underway.
Umpire throws it up in the middle. Jackson playing the ruck and rover role, gives it over to Caleb Sarong on the left foot. He bounces it to left half forward. Amos tackled there by Bodie Hewland. Ball spills and there's a pack of players descend on that ball, and Nat Fyfe had two Suns jump straight on him at left half forward. Umpire will come in and throw it up. Jackson got it down into the path of Fyfe. Again, he kicks it off the deck, picked up there by Noble, tackled by Frederick. He let loose the ball. That should have been a free kick there. It fell into the arms of Fiorini. He extracts it towards the outer wing. The contest provided, and at ground level Rioli, it's David Swallow who kicks it off the deck, then goes and retrieves it himself. They've rumbled it up to right half forward now. Walter overruns it. Nicely done by Jordan Clark with the subterranean handball to Johnson, and he has a long bomb just beyond centre wing.
On the head of the pack, Amos was the target. Roving is Fyfe. Hands it to Jackson. Fyfe to Jackson. He's 50 out. Terrible kick in field. Tried to nurse it to Tracy. Frederick picks up anyway. Has a shot from 30 on his left boot, and he's pulled it across the face for a behind. It's a point. 14 points is the lead to the Dockers. Quick inbound from the Suns finds Noble in the left back pocket. Gee, what a sight to see Fyfe and Jackson combining for the first time in 2025.
Been on the field for 10 seconds and he's got 2 touches already.
Oh, yeah, and even Swallow's effort out on the wing, so both subs come on to have an impact.
As we said, over 480-odd games between the two of them. It's quite ridiculous when you consider that talent. A little chip pass finds Dan Rioli. The Dockers have set up beautifully in a web in front of him. He wheels around to the right now and ends up kicking it long down the line. King and Witts through the hands of King. At the back, Jackson picked it up, shot the handball off to Clark, off a step to the wing. Beautifully spoiled. It was Tracy who spoiled Noble, but absolutely bursting onto the ball was McAndrew. Handball there to Ainsworth, tackled off it. Now the ball received by Wagner around the corner. The pass is lovely to find Tracy on the commentary wing.
Right on halfway.
Their pressure's been unreal today, Freo. Been really good.
Well, they're playing to sort of stay in the peloton, Whitey.
I wonder if a message was, hey, boys, give it a all. You got a break next week.
Tracy kicks to Bolton. Bolton's kicked to half forward. Slewed a little bit, but Switkowski picks up. Hard on the boundary, kicks to the pocket. Voss has it smashed away by Collins. Out of play for a throw-in. And then they've got 2 home games after that, so they won't be on a plane for a while once they get home.
I reckon that would have been the message at quarter time, even before the game, but definitely 3/4 time. Boys, throw everything into it.
Meanwhile, the Suns have got to go to Cardinia Park next week before they get the bye. Boundary throw in with the Dockers in attack. Jackson and Witts. Rioli at ground level had it, spewed in the air, spiked by Fiorini, picked up by Closey, tackled by Sarong, too high. Free kick to Sam Closey on defensive 50 for Gold Coast.
That was fortunate.
Yeah.
He bent his knees just a little as the tackle approached. Now, he's kicked it out of bounds on the full. That's a wild kick. Got off the instep there, and so it floated over the boundary line on the full in front of the interchange gates. And Corey Wagner will take the free kick. He's had a very good game today.
We'll go for 5 here.
Plenty of players back inside that attacking 50. Tracy attacked the ball. Front and square, Sarong has a flying effort towards goal from 50. At the back of the pack, Voss led the charge, but the ball just escaped him and went over the boundary line next to the behind post. In the left forward pocket, there will be a throw in. Every player on the paddock in front of the centre circles.
4 minutes, final term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Fremantle lead Gold Coast by 14 points. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jeff White and Jamie Stanton with you in drizzly conditions at Carrara. Rowell roves the tap. He's in the back pocket. Kicks the Suns to half back, but Ryan intercepts for the Dockers. Whacks it back inside 50. Bolton to the front. Can't mark. Roved by Brayshaw. Hands it to the pocket for Jackson. In tight, hands it at the feet of Voss. He's picked it up. He's tackled by Jeffrey. He drops the ball. Play on says the up. Rowell's kick. I think it went into the face of a Freo player and ricochets out of play. And he's okay. It was so wrong. Yeah, he's up okay. Ooh.
Great smother.
Ricochet 20 metres away. Ow.
That's putting your head over the ball.
Ball thrown in. Dockers still in attack. Witts knuckles it to defensive 50 for the Suns, but picked up by Clark of the Dockers. Are hoping. Kick. Tracy had it. Dropped it at the last minute. 30 out. Under pressure from Andrew. Andrew sockers it off the ground to get to half back. Holman, great pick up. Hands to Rioli, and he is away. 2 bounces to the wing for Rioli. Draws a man. Hand passes to Ainsworth from 60. Kicks to Walter in the pocket. 2 juggles falling backwards, couldn't mark. Draper picks up for the Dockers, and he chips it short to Clark and holds things up for Freo just forward of fullback.
24 disposals now for Jordan Clark. Chips it to Nat Fyfe on the arc of 50 for the Dockers at right half back. Nobody's standing the mark, and Fyfe just says, well, I'm holding onto the ball until I see something present, and that something was Tracy. Nicely spoiled, though, off the knuckles, Hewland. His kick intercepted there by Corey Wagner, just in front of centre wing. Jess Stewart's on the boundary.
Patrick Voss came to the bench in a bit of discomfort. It looks like something to do with his arm or hand.
Yeah, that was probably involved in that tackle. The kick from Wagner. Fisted away from Amos by Sam Collins over the boundary line next to where Jess is at the interchange gates. Will get a throw in. It is the Dockers by 14 points after 6 minutes of the final term at Carrara.
6-5 Freo, but they've won 2 in a row. Suns have only lost twice this year. Boundary throw in. No free kick.
There's been a lot of stoppages. That's why they get Darcy on.
Jackson monstered Rowell there. That was the oof. And both are okay. Now Jackson and Witts tangling. Witts taps down, but straight to Erasmus. His kick is into the chop. Jackson tries to pick up. Can't really. Fyfe does. He's tackled and lost it, though, Nat Fyfe. Taken by Miller of the Suns on half-back. Hands it to Witts. Hands it to Closey. Kick over the wing. King presents. Tries to mark it like it's a dry day. Instead of taking it into his chest, he's dropped the mark. Banfield with the crumbs. Kicks to Fyfe. Marks on the edge of the centre square. Hand pass to Reid. Reid kicks inside 50 and finds a target. Amos takes the grab, 45 from goal.
What's a Fyfe watch here, Pricey?
Fyfe, he's already had 4.
He's just his impact in and around the contest.
So Jai Amos hasn't kicked a goal today. 16 on the season. Leading goal kicker for the club a couple of years ago. And this is a big moment in the game. Wet day. Dockers have had not won against the Suns at this venue for 9 years. And this is for a 20-point lead. Left foot kick from Amos is right to the line, doesn't have the journey. Bolton picks up as a shot on goal. His kick is smothered near the goal line. Suns there. Noble nudges it to Fiorini. Fiorini runs to the pocket, kicks Gold Coast out of immediate danger. Looking for Holman. Banfield spoils and Banfield roves. Hands it to Switkowski. Kicks back to the pocket. Bolton takes the mark. 20 out, right forward pocket.
Is there anything this guy can't do?
It was a chest mark to a little poking pass from Switkowski.
His body work, though, when he went for that chest mark, it was actually quite skillful, Q, because instead of going for the hands out, he was able to turn his back and protect from Bodie Ulan, who was coming in for the body spoil. So even though most coaches say go with your hands, in that moment in time, Shea Bolton did exactly what he needed to do, protect the drop zone.
Already has 2 goals. This for a 20-point lead for the Dockers, 8 minutes into the final term. Tough angle, 20 out. Kicks the goal! Kicks the goal, his third. And this upset is well and truly on. The Dockers are going to be hard to run down from here. 20 points the lead to Freo. 8 minutes into the final term. The Dockers 10-9-69 lead the Suns 7-7-49. Jess Stewart, more news on the boundary.
You got me there. They're looking at the moment, so that's the issue at the moment.
Yeah, just in and out a bit, Jess. What was that again? We'll try one more time.
They're looking at Voss's hand or wrist, something along those lines, but he still hasn't come back on yet.
Awesome. Thank you.
That's it. It spoke about throughout the course of the day because of the wet conditions down the line. That contest from Banfield then, just to get it inside 40-50, but the contest against Holman, the one-on-one, outstanding.
So we look back into the middle. It's Darcy versus Moyle. Putting himself in there is Nat Fyfe. And, the umpires pinged him for a throw there. He got there first, but he did fling it out illegally. It's going to be taken by Ainsworth. He kicks it inside 50. Front and square there was Holman. Couldn't quite pick it up, and it was Sarong who ducked under the tackle there of Walter. Walter saying he ducked into it, sir, but you still can't hit him across the chops. It's a free kick to Caleb Sarong in defensive 50. He flares it to his left to find Jordan Clark. Had a fine game. Disposal number 25 coming up for him. They're taking their time here, the Dockers. There's 10 minutes gone. They lead it by 20 points. The kick is short of centre wing, outer side. Tracy at the front of the pack. It's fisted away from him. Rode by Murphy Reid. He's held up in the tackle there.
Yeah, it was smart by Clark. They were just waiting for Tracy to come up and Darcy to get across. Down the line, as we keep saying, is very important to get the contest.
Jeff White with you on Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Rail underneath the stoppage from halfway, kicks to half forward. Walter can't gather. Clark picks up there for the Dockers. Hands to Cox. Cox to Banfield. Hard on the boundary, D50. That kick is out of bounds on the full from Bailey Banfield. Good late arriving pressure from the Suns. So Closey's going to take the free kick. Suns need something quickly. 20 points the lead to the Dockers. Closey, 70 out at right half forward. High kick towards the corridor. Walter flies. Ball ricochets off the pack. Humphrey picks up the ball, tries to leapfrog the men on the deck, and then gets tackled into the deck. And it's a stoppage.
Q, you said Gold Coast needs something. That ball movement inside 50 is not what they need. They don't need the high up and under. They've got to try and be dangerous now.
Miller, little hand out the back of the stoppage to Rowell, off a step, kicks to the goal line. Ryan's there to punch it through for a point. A minor score. Dockers by 19. Yes, Jamie Stanton, indeed, that ball movement.
They have to do what Whitey's been asking for the whole game, is going through the corridor. They have to use handball receives, generate some speed on the ball. They've got to change it up. At the moment, they're just kicking along down the line. It's not effective at the moment.
Ryan put it through Banfield. Banfield over the top of centre wing. It went through the hands of Closey. Johnson at the back. Closey did well to actually put him off with that handball, so it spills now to Flanders. Handball back into the traffic. Closey. He's pressured back by Murphy Reid, who gathers the ball, and then he tries to get it around.
On the ball,
gets around Rowell, and that is not good practice because Rowell just buried him, and that is a legal disposal. Matt Rowell, shorter centre wing, outer side, and that's an awful kick. Jordan Clark read it beautifully in front of Swallow.
And Walter's saying, kick it up high, give us a chance. Don't try and hit.
Isn't that the problem, though, Whitey? Is kicking it up high is not working. As Banfield now flares it over the top of centre wing, outer side. Johnson now takes the chest mark. He's got Matt Rowell standing the mark, and he's just taking his time. He's waiting for something good to present. Then he kicks it inside 50. Tracy and Darcy the target. Spoiled by Mac Andrew. Front and square, Tuke Miller. Handball half affected. They didn't extract. Flanders gets into a bumping match with his own teammate in Powell. It spills out to Closey at right half back. His sand wedge goes close to the boundary, and it's smashed over by David Swallow in front of Clark over the boundary line. On centre wing on the Nerang River side, we'll get a throw in under the floodlights here at Carrara.
The Dockers by 19.
Oh, sorry, Pricey. Tracy caused that up and under kick down the line there. Just his pressure was unbelievable.
Moyle, give that one to Moyle over the head of Darcy. Ground level, again, players slipping over, trying to pick it up. Fife is clean, though, for the Dockers. Hands it to Reed. Hands to Jackson. Chucked it back to Reed. Lets it go. Reed at half forward. Hand passes to Frederick. 60 from goal. Frederick's chip to the pocket. Collins does enough to spoil it away from the leading target in Amos. Cleaned up by Fiorini of the Suns. Kicks it to half back. Humphrey marks. Plays on quickly. Kick wide to the wing. While to the target. Ryan the knuckle. Thumps it out of play. Ball it up or throw it in to be more precise. Dockers 19 points to the good. 14 minutes played. Final term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Jeez, it's good. Fife's come off for a rest, but jeez, it's good to see him in and under. He's just in the heat of the battle. How clean he's been.
6 disposals. He ain't been on the field for 10 minutes. So it falls to Anderson from the throw-in. He kicks it to left half forward for the Suns. They've got to get something out of this foray forward. That's taken by Brennan Cox. He was tackled into the ground by Ben King.
Oh,
and that's
could be deliberate. Yeah.
That was out on the full.
Yeah, both deliberate and out of bounds on the full. So David Swallow will take it at left half forward. He flares it right to Anderson. Anderson with disposal number 34 coming up. Wheels around onto the right shoe. Oh, he's kicked that a long way, but just pushed it left and going for the extra distance. 1 point results. Back to 3 straight goals. The margin in favour of the Dockers. 69 plays 51.
I just wonder there, sort of the skipper there, Jeff, taking it upon himself, sort of a sign that I think the Suns realise their structure's done today. They're trying to do it by individual acts. Kick to the pack. Flanders, 60 from goal, picks up for Gold Coast, puts them back into attack. Long has it spoiled away by Clark. Cox the row for the Dockers. Hand passes to Johnson. He's tackled by Humphrey aggressively over the boundary line.
He's shown, we said some about Humphreys at three-quarter time, but geez, he's shown some fight and ability to keep it inside the forward half. That's 2 big tackles now in this last quarter.
9 tackles for the match, Bailey Humphrey.
Yeah. That's huge.
Right forward pocket throw in for the Suns. They trail by 3 goals. Shallow throw in. Clean possession. Moyle then tackled. Dropped it. Play on. Ricochets out of play. Do it again.
Yeah, back on Noah Anderson. I like that. He can kick them from outside forward 50. So.
Oh, that was an aggressive tackle. I just saw the replay of that as the umpire hurls it in the right forward pocket for the Suns. Moyle versus Darcy. Nicely roved by Sarong. Immediately gets his boot to ball. Noble fist it forward. Anderson again. The handball over the top is cute to Flanders. Inside 50 to McAndrew. Through traffic. Oh, good tackle. Jordan Clark. Not rewarded. The ball spills. Holman put his head over the ball. Dragged off it. Crowd wanted a free kick. Erasmus dives on it. Now it's kicked out of traffic by Murphy Reid. It gets to the arc of 50. Amos a long way from the forward line. Battles beautifully for the Dockers. Puts it on the left foot to find Tracy just short of centre wing on the outer side. He's got a mover in Bolton ahead of him. He ignores that for the moment and then goes into it. And Frederick behind. Spoiled by Noble, roved by Bolton at half forward for the Dockers. He puts it inside 50. Bodie Hewlin read it beautifully, went back and took a chest mark and plays on quickly.
8 minutes of playing time left. Dockers lead by 3 goals. Suns have got to go. Walter receives the pass at left half back. Marks and hand passes to Fiorini. Kicks to the wing. Swallow crashes into Cox. Brings the ball to ground level. Holman's hand pass smothered by Ryan. Picked up by Cox. Great tackle, Swallow. He dropped it. Walter picks up for the Suns. Hands it to Miller. Breaks a line. Hand passing infield to Anderson under pressure. Hands it hopefully into attack. Stolen by Darcy of the Dockers at centre half back. Gives the handball to Brayshaw. Tackled as he gets his kick out to the wing, but it's an effective kick to halfway. Closey first to meet it though for Gold Coast. Hands it to Jeffrey. Jeffrey's hand pass to Powell. He tries to beat Johnson's tackle. Johnson got him holding the ball. And that's a microcosm of the day's football, ladies and gentlemen.
That is a sensational tackle. He was out then too, Will Powell.
Oh, mate, that would have been at home at Lang Park. A beautiful tackle, controlled the ball as well. So Johnson at left half back. Kicks it beyond centre wing. It's going to fall for the Suns, and McAndrew gets there first. Bolton knocked it out of his hands. The crowd want 50, but I reckon McAndrew put a little bit of mayo on it, Big Mac, and it just came backwards. Sorry about that. And it goes to Jeffrey. Jeffrey inside the corridor. Almost picked off by Frederick. Hewland did well, chipped it in front of Ainsworth. They've got to get a wriggle on here, the Suns. But Freo have just crowded back. They've set up in a beautiful web in front of Ainsworth. He wheels around onto his left now and chips it towards the arc. And Flanders was obstructed there by Andy Brayshaw. So Flanders gets the free kick. He's 55 from goal. He wanted to move on, and that's 50. You see, so that is a dumb 50 from Banfield.
Yep.
He was going to flare it right, Flanders. Banfield just encroached on the demilitarised zone, and so Flanders is going to go down to the goal square, and he'll pop this through. That should be his second goal. It is. So that drags them 2 goals away, the Suns. 10-9-69 to the Dockers, and it is now 8-9-57 to the Gold Coast Suns. We've got about 6.5 minutes to play, and only 2 goals the difference, Jamie Stanton.
I totally agree with your call there, Pricey, in terms of that is a 50. But also, too, we're told when the AFL umpires come out and talk to us that if you balk, whether that's in the handball motion or the kicking motion, that's a play on and 50s won't be paid because you're attempting to in theory, coax the umpire into a 50. I understand umpires make mistakes, it happens, but it's just a really interesting concept that is just, it's not consistent.
Well, and I've just seen the replay and you've explained it brilliantly, Jamie. He did balk Flanders, so that shouldn't have been a 50-metre penalty on what the umpires have told you.
Not according to what the umpires tell us as AFLW players, which are supposed to be the same umpires, just like a level down that what the men get.
Well, that's a good point. Jamie Stanton with you on Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. A 2-goal game. Dockers lead it. Centre bounce. Anderson toes it off the ground for the Suns. He was being held. He'll get a free kick. Anderson. 65 out. Hand passes to Miller. Misses the target. Miller cleans up. He's under pressure, though. Rush kick to fall forward. Clark with clean hands in a one-on-one with Long. Great mark by the Dockers defender. An immediate release with the kick to Brayshaw at left half back. Brayshaw marks. Kicks to Reid. Reid takes the mark. That's a good grab too. Hands in front of his face in the slippery conditions.
He's good, this kid. He's a good player.
Yeah, that's the old discussion in the West at the moment. Who's the better Reid? Well, here's the Dockers version. Kicking around the boundary. No mark. Reid's followed up to actually get the ball there. Tackled by Noble. Got his hand pass free. Johnson's there. Got it. Play on. Hands it to Brayshaw. Is it? No.
It's back to the Suns.
Yeah. Okay.
That should be 52.
Was it thrown back to John Noble correctly?
No, threw it 2 metres away from him.
Anyway, Noble's got it. Kicks infield to Rioli. Edge of the centre square, right half back. Kicks to the bullseye. Great kick. Marked by Powell. There's 5.5 minutes to go. Suns trail by 2 goals. Powell with a deep entry. Andrews gone forward. Draper makes the spoil. Humphrey charges through. Great tackle from Wagner to lock it up.
Good pick up, Q. Mac Andrews gone forward.
That would be at home tonight when you were calling the Queensland Reds for Bailey Humphrey. He was trying to maul it through. Thrown up at the top of the square. Suns need a goal here. Off hands, it's Flanders off the deck. No! Kidding. The neighbourino Flanders kicks his third off the deck. The outside of the right boot. That is a thing of beauty in the West. Wow, it's only 1 goal the difference. 10-9-69 to 9-9-63. 21 minutes gone of the final term. What a ripper, Whitey.
I think Caddy's got some competition. I think Caddy's got some competition for this weekend's goal of the week. That was on the outside of the boot. Oh, wow.
Nah, you got to give it to Flanders. Caddy's was 2 hands on the ball, kicked over his head, way more control. Flanders has no control in that. That is absolute, you would call it a fluke, but the boys are that skillful that he probably meant it too.
That's an insane goal.
That's an insane goal, but when it comes to voting, I'm sorry, the Bombers fans are going to put their hand up loud and clear.
Very fair.
Wow, what a goal. In the context of this game.
So it's a goal, the lead to the Dockers. There's 5 minutes left. Flanders has kicked the last 2. Centre stoppage. Jackson first to meet it for the Dockers. He'll run to the edge of the centre square. Kicks forward for Freo. Bouncing ball looking for Tracy. Didn't get there. Hewland nudges it to the advantage of Rioli. Suns ball. He hands it to Jeffrey. Jeffrey at right half back. Kicks to the wing on the head of Humphrey. Spoiled away by Wagner, but Humphrey picks it up. Keeps going. Humphrey with a 70-metre boomer to the pocket. Big Mac flies to take a chest mark right near the paint of the pocket, 20 metres out. Is that a flying McAndrew, or is there a low-flying plane on its way to Coolangatta? Look at the big man go. He's setting up for the left-footed snap punt to level the scores. Near side miss.
Important point.
Near side miss for McAndrew. Gee, that was a good mark, but he hasn't been able to finish. Dockers by 5 points. 23 minutes final term.
Reckon there's about 4 minutes left to go as Luke Ryan has it in the goal square for the Dockers. Every player on the paddock apart from 2 in the forward line in front of the centre circles. Jackson
Voss
fisted it
back
down.
on.
Voss back on. He couldn't quite extract it. He's tackled off the ball, putting himself in Jeffrey. He slapped it into the path of Bolton. That's dangerous practice. And he slaps it to Fiorini, who gave it back to Miller. So it's going to be a free kick to Fiorini, who was under that pack, giving the ball to Tuke Miller. It'll go against Patrick Voss. So here's another chance for the Suns. They are trailing by 5 points with nearly 24 minutes gone. There should be just short of 4 minutes left of this game. The Suns are taking their time in getting it back now to Fiorini on the logo, commentary side. Wheeling around now, Will Powell with the handball receive and a long bomb to the top of the square. Witts, front and square. Was Humphrey. He was monstered in a tackle there by Chapman. Great tackle by Chapman. 30 metres out. Suns will get a ball up in their forward 50.
Trailing by 5 points. 5 at the coalface for the Dockers. Hand pass to Erasmus. Rush clearance towards Voss at right half back. Can't mark under the harassment of Noble. Picked up by Fiorini of the Suns. Hands it to Anderson. Rush kick inside 50. Fife's there to knock it away, but he knocks it to Rioli. Rioli breaks the 5 tackle. Hands to Holman on 40. Hand pass looking for Rowell, stolen by Jackson. Dockers have got the ball. Quick clearance to right half back. Voss is going to mark it. Clever little chip from Brayshaw. And Voss holds things up for Freo at right half back. The Dockers lead by 5 points. There's 3 minutes of playing time left. Voss kicks down the wing to the pack. Fisted out the back. Noble first to meet it. He's close to the boundary line, but Noble keeps it in for the Suns. Hands to Fiorini. His hand pass, hoping for Powell. Powell's got it, but he's tackled close to the line. It's over for a boundary throw-in off Fancy, or is it a ball up? I think the ump's whistle went just before he went over the line, so it's going to be a ball up on the wing. Dockers just attacking side of the wing, leading by 5 points.
Jackson got it down, but only into the path of Anderson. Disposal number 39 goes up and down the chimney. King was bumped out of it before acceptances, and then David Swallow gets rid of Ryan. The ball over the boundary line in front of the ABC Sport commentary box between centre wing and left half forward for the Suns. 5 points the margin. The Dockers lead it with nearly 26 gone in the final term. The throw in. Witts versus Jackson. Enthralling ruck contest. Witts got it down. Johnson roves. Evades traffic. Kicks it beyond centre wing. The fist from Collins. Front and square Brayshaw. Turnover. Now it's with Noble. Handball Rowell in traffic. Handball backwards to Will Powell. Now he kicks it inside 50. 2-on-1. Ben King did well to provide a contest. At the back Ryan. Tackled over it. Flanders did well. Now Tuke Miller. Handball back to Flanders. He bounces it towards goal. It was heading there. McAndrew back to Long. Long. He couldn't quite pick it up. It's extracted by the Dockers. Brennan Cox on the arc of 50. Now Ryan kicks it just short of centre wing. It bounces towards the boundary line. Well done, Noble. And Collins gives the handball off to Rioli.
On halfway, infield hand pass to Powell. Balks his way around Bolton, slips over. Hand pass hoping for Noble, intercepted by Reid. It's on the wing. Reid's outnumbered. Collins slaps it to Fiorini, who slaps it to Noble. Switkowski pressuring. Noble slaps it in. Brayshaw's been taken high. Accidentally. He's been taken high by Rioli. He's going to get up. It's a free kick to the Dockers captain.
It was definitely accidental.
Yep. It was a glancing blow as Rioli was running by.
There's so many one-on-one contests, though. That was just every player putting their body on the line.
Jess, you're near it.
I'm surprised he hasn't had to come up the level of...
Unfortunately, the water's sort of getting in the way there. But, he's okay, Brayshaw, on the wing. Kicks towards attacking 50. 90 seconds left in the game. Dockers by 5 points off the pack. It's roved by Amos, given to Reid. Reid's kick is smothered off the boot. Out of play. Boundary throw in with the Dockers in attack, leading by 5 points.
Amos just the ability to bring it to ground down the line today. Pricey, just how important those players have been.
Umpire will throw it in. Just over a minute left of play. Witts versus Jackson. Witts gets there first, down to Miller. Miller under pressure. His kick just 5 metres forward. Now the kick towards centre wing. It went through the legs there of Tracy at the back there. Oh, Frederick did beautifully against Swallow and then kicks the ball towards Jackson at right half forward. He gathers inside the boundary. The sweeping handball to Brayshaw. Tackle. Oh, it should have been holding the ball. He let it loose. It's kicked forward by Jackson inside 50. This should be a turnover. Holman's going to gather. He'll be tackled by Bolton. Picked up by Amos. Amos kicks a goal. That will put it home for the Dockers. What a passage of play and what pressure from Shai Bolton. And Jai Amos, with only his third kick of the game, kicks the goal. 75 plays 64, an 11-point margin. The Dockers should be home from here.
Josh, Tracy, take a bow. That contest on the wing against Long was outstanding. They both players going at it, but he just put his body on the line. It was like a full-on shirt front.
And Ben Long's in the hands of the trainers, Jess.
Yeah, he was not in a good way. He was down for a very, very long time. And it was an incident like kind of the Brayshaw one where he was just absolutely taken out by accident, but it just took the wind out of him.
And the Freo chant goes up at Carrara. It's been a long time since they've beaten the Suns at this venue. 9 years, in fact. Late 2016 was the last time they've saluted over the Suns on this deck. Centre bounce. Brayshaw's okay from that big hit a moment ago. He wins the clearance, kicks towards the half-forward flank. Powell, and goes hard along with Sharp. Neither can pick up. Play on. Reed comes in. Toe pokes it around the boundary line. Rioli first to meet it, though, at half-back for the Suns. Kicks it back to halfway. Off hands and out of play. Out of play, but the Dockers are going to record an upset win here. It'll be 3 wins in a row and a season which has been righted by Justin Longmuir and the Fremantle Football Club. They're way back in the fight now. It's 6-6. They'll make it 7-5 for the Dockers. A meritorious win on the coast for Fremantle in wet conditions. The Dockers have won it 11-9-75 to 9-10-64. Freo by 11 points. Eleven 9-75 beats 9-10-64. The Dockers led at every change. 20 points was the lead at quarter time, 6 at half time, 13 at three-quarter time, and 11 points the winning margin. And that win-loss record again, 7-5. 7-5 for the Dockers. 3 wins in a row for them. So they'll go into the bye off the back of some real positivity here at Carrara, and then they've got a couple of home games against North Melbourne and St Kilda to come off the back. So this has now been a real shift in their season in the last month. How did they do it today, Jeff White and Jamie Stanton?
Well, it started particularly in the first half, just the half forwards, the ability to come with pressure. You know, when you're playing against the Suns, their slingshot footy off the half-back line is really, really critical for them. Noble, Rioli, Bodie Ewing gets involved, so does McAndrew, but their ability to have that forward pressure was really outstanding. I thought the bigs were really important, particularly in the second half, down the line. The contest from Tracy was outstanding. Voss was good from the start. Shea Bolton was wonderful today. He kicked 3 and had 20 possessions. And then you had the in and under. Then Fife comes on and says, hey, boys, I'm here. I'm a 2-time Brownlow medalist. I'll show you how it's done. And what do you have in the last quarter? 6 or 7 possessions?
7 possessions.
And just really gave him a good structure in the middle. Luke Jackson was outstanding today. He's had 27 possessions. Had 20 hitouts. But his ability to mobile and spread, and I love that influx where you have Luke Jackson start at ruck and then Darcy comes in and then Luke Jackson stays in the midfield. I love that. Loved it.
7 tackles as well, too, for the big fella.
Yeah.
I think Freo's ball movement today was the real key difference, though, in terms of how they actually won the game. And Freo were prepared to take the corridor on. They were prepared to move the ball with handball speed. Handball receives with a bit of speed on the ball. Where Gold Coast were a little bit shell-shocked by the conditions and didn't try to play the game plan that Whitey was saying, where when their half-backs generate a lot of run and carry off that back half. So I think Freo were a little bit more daring and really deserved their win because of it.
I think that's their best win of the year. I thought the Bulldogs game was good. They're on the back foot, but to now win 3 straight and 2 of them away, and 2 of them against Giants are in the 8 and Suns are in the 8, both away. That's outstanding. That's the ability to keep the momentum. You know, you want to keep that. You want to have the consistency. That's what Longmuir was looking for. Some consistency. Keep us in the game so we've got a chance to win.
I haven't given you the goal kickers yet. Here they are. Bolton kicked 3 for the Dockers. So too did Voss. Singles for Brayshaw, Amos, Frederick, Wagner and Switkowski. For Gold Coast, Flanders with 3 goals, 2 goals for Walter and singles for Long, Lombard, Hewland and King. We haven't got much time to wrap things up here, so get your mind ticking on the votes. But before then, what does it say about the Suns?
Yeah, look, that was a great game. They were one-on-one hard contests. I think just their ability to change up. When you're not owning the corridor, you've got to have a really strong mindset. When you're going wide like they were, you know, King wasn't there today. You've got to have that presence down the line. I know Walter was competitive down the line, but yeah, I think that the pressure that Freo brought just put them under the pump and they weren't able to adjust.
Well, Jamie, let's go to our chat before the game. I think you and I are on the same page. Yet again, we're waiting for the definitive. Suns can win when the game's taken away from their terms. And we didn't get that today.
No,
they failed at that again.
We didn't, and we'd probably say throughout this season Gold Coast have done that a little bit. They've been able to win a few different ways, but when the game wasn't going their way, have they done that against a team that's competitive and potentially going to play finals? They didn't show that today. I think what they did show is that their bottom 6 or so players today were the real big difference between Freo's bottom 6 or so players. So we spoke in the call about Wagner being such an important part to Freo today. He would be in their bottom 6 or so players. You looked at Gold Coast today and you talk about like Leo Lombard, which is, I know, brand new kid, but you talk about Freckle and Nick Holman, Fiorini, and a Closey on the wing, a few others who are in the bottom 6 or 7 that get picked each week. They just didn't step up for Gold Coast, and I think that's the massive difference around whether Gold Coast will win these games when things aren't on their terms. Can those 6 or 7 impact?
90 seconds before we take you in different ways. Jeff, have you got the votes today, please?
Yes. 1 vote to Noah Anderson. He had 39 possessions. Outstanding effort. Led the way. Nearly got that goal in the last quarter. Would have been massive for them. 2 votes to Shea Bolton. He had kicked 3, had 20 possessions. But his forward craft was outstanding. The ability to not only win it in the air, but also on the ground. But I got to give... I started being biased, but Luke Jackson, 3 votes. 27 possessions. 20 hit-outs, 7 tackles, second and third efforts was outstanding. And I love Justin Longmuir. Message to you, mate. Great work for putting him and leaving him in the midfield after he was rucking, because that was an outstanding play instead of putting him forward.
Luke Jackson gets the 3. from fellow big man Jeff White. 2 to Shea Bolton and 1 to Noah Anderson. Fremantle 11.975 to Gold Coast 9.10.64. If you're with us on the News Radio Network, you're heading back to regular program. If you are with us through the footy states, the AFL states, you're about to go to Greater Western Sydney and Richmond. Here on the Gold Coast, you'll be going down the road to Robina to pick up the call of the NRL, where the Melbourne Storm 16 lead the Gold Coast Titans 6. So wherever you're headed, enjoy the rest of your listening. And of course, you can always make your choice at any time via the ABC Listen app. Thanks, team. Freo with the points here over the Suns at Carrara. The Dockers with a meritorious 11-point victory.
Ben Cameron and Corbin Middlemash from ABC Sport here.
Alongside Paul Roos, Brett Delidio and Poppy Penny, we bring you all the latest AFL news from both on and off the field on the ABC AFL Daily podcast.
You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app.
Up to steady and pull the trigger!
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.